Thanks, Charles. Welcome, you guys. It's our third day of this amazing Women's Day conference. I know I'm excited to be here. I hope you guys are as well. We've had two amazing days so far. So again, big shout out to Gertrude and Aaron for putting this thing together. Give them a round of applause. So we are starting the day off strong with Sandra Newton. Where is Sandra? Oh, right there. Okay. Sandra Denise Newton is an inspirational speaker, author, spoken word artist, radio host, activist, and founder of Ariel Rising Network, a grassroots movement designed to empower women and girls around the globe to pursue their purpose and aspirations. Denise studied communications at the North Carolina Central University and Regent University and earned a certificate in radio broadcast from the American Broadcast School. Additionally, she served in the United States Army and Army National Guard, where she served as a communications specialist. Her military tours of duty include Germany, South Korea, Louisiana, Georgia, New Jersey, and other locations. As a radio host, she has interviewed such phenomenal individuals as Melba Moore, Antoine Fisher, Dr. John Carlos, Sheila Ray Charles, Joseph C. Phillips, Sheila E., and the Escovedo family. I'm probably not pronouncing it right. Denise Vanity Matthews, Mildred Muhammad, wife of DC sniper John Allen Muhammad, motivational speaker, artist, author, and entrepreneur Gertrude Machi. What? South African diplomat Thandi Lujabi Ranko. I'm butchering these words. I apologize. And many others with her co-host, award-winning singer, songwriter, and producer Skylar Jett. He is amazing. She has authored several books, fiction and nonfiction, including Two Continents, One Hope, Ketera's Song, and the women's empowerment book, Ariel Rising. As a speaker, she has been described as passionate, compelling, authoritative, and captivating. As an activist, she has organized panel discussions on race relations, anti-bullying forums, and women and youth empowerment. Denise worked in public and private schools for over 20 years in various capacities, including behavior modification, technology, and as a substitute teacher. Denise believes in using her God-given talents to make a difference in any way that she can. Let's welcome Denise.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And it is just fascinating to be here in this place with you and at this time. And before I start, I just want to say with so much gratitude to my sister friend, Gertrude Machi. Before I even start, I have to tell you how I even came to know this beauty. If there's anybody, whether I don't know what your faith is or what you believe in, whether you just believe in the stars, the moon, or whatever, but this was a connection that was meant to be, because from the time I was a little girl, I had always wanted to go to Africa. So I used to look in these encyclopedias, because when I was a little girl, there was no Google and stuff like that. Okay, no, was none of that, okay? And so I used to look in the encyclopedias and I would see all these pictures of Africa, and I used to get fascinated with it. And I used to say to my family and my sisters and everybody, I'm gonna go to Africa one day. And they would say, yo, you ain't going to no Africa. You know how much money it would cost to go to Africa? You ain't going over there. So I was okay, one day I'm gonna go. So on my radio show one day, I met a friend of Gertrude's, and she told me, she said, I got someone I want you to meet. And she said, can she come on your show and for you to, interview her? And I said, sure. She brought her on. I had so much fun with this woman. But when she was telling me she was about to go take a group to Africa with her. And I said, one of these days I'm going to go to Africa. And she said, you are? I said, yeah. She said, no, Denise, you're going to Africa. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go one day. She said, no, Denise, you are going to Africa with me. And I was like, I know this is wrong. I'm not hearing what I think I'm hearing. Did she just say I'm going to Africa? And when I'm telling you, from the time she told me that, and I think it was about less than 90 days later, we were in Zimbabwe. Okay. I have never met anybody like like Gertrude, never in my life. And I don't think I never come across anybody like her again, because her heart is so big in the things that she wants to see done. I've never seen a bigger humanitarian or philanthropist in my life. So I love her with so much, just love her, love her, love her. And I had to start with that. So the message that I want to just say to you today is this. You know, I'm a hurdle jumper. When I was in high school, I wasn't a good one. I got on the track team, and the coach started me out with hurdles, and it didn't last very long because I saw the ground more than anything. And he told me after a while, this is not for you, because I could never properly clear those hurdles. But throughout my life, there were always hurdles, all the time. All the time, I was it just never seemed to be able to get it together. And so when I went off to college, I said, okay, I'm going to college. I'm going to be a broadcast journalist. I'm going to do all these big things. I'm going to be the next Barbara Walters. I used to practice with a hairbrush and a mirror and all this kind of stuff. Went to college, got pregnant my second year. And I said, oh boy, now thinking about that hurdle. Here I go, crashed again, right? What am I going to do? Because my mom said, I don't know what you're going to do, because I don't have any money to raise a baby. You better figure it out. And so I was thinking, this is not how this was supposed to be. But then my baby's family decides that we'll take care of the baby if you want to go back to school. But at that time, I decided I'm not going to go back to school just yet. I think I want to go into the military, because I wanted to get away from all of them. All of them. Anybody that was familiar to me, I just wanted to go. So we were going to the beach one day, and I saw this big billboard, be all you can be, Army. Yeah. I said, the next day, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave all of you. And so I went the next day and talked to a recruiter. Next thing I know, within 2 months, I was raising my hand saying, I do solemnly swear to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Didn't know really what I was doing at the time. There I go, shipped off to the Army. And I was in the Army for 8 years, and many hurdles. Many hurdles. I faced some trauma. Lots of trauma when I was in the Army. If anybody know, I want to see by show of hands, anybody know what those 3 letters, anybody associated with military, MST, you have any idea what those 3 letters mean? Anybody in here ever heard that? That was me. MST is military sexual trauma. And there's a whole lot of that goes on. That was the thing that ended my military career, because it was that bad. Because I thought that the incident that happened to me, I just knew that it was going to leave me dead. I was going to be unalived that night. And so that was a hurdle that I knew that I wasn't going to be able to overcome. Not that one. And the way I used to see the ground all the time in high school, jumping those hurdles, that one, I was going to see the ground permanently, because the gun was there. And that messed me up so much that I knew then I intended to retire from the United States military, but I couldn't do it anymore, because see, when I was in the military, the ratio of men to women probably was anywhere from 8-to-1 to 10-to-1. And you were simply just property if you were a female, and that's the way they looked at it. And the men pretty much got away with doing whatever they wanted to do. Very little consequences or accountability until I came along. And I came along and I made sure that my perpetrator saw some accountability. But it also came as a cost to me, because I was ostracized, and then they shipped me overseas. Okay, yeah, you got what you were looking for, get away, go away. We don't want to see you anymore. Still another hurdle, because now I got all this trauma, mentally, physically, pretty messed up. I decided I can't do this anymore, I gotta go. So I left the military. And now I'm back home. I'm dealing with PTSD. I'm dealing with all kind of anxiety, all kind of issues, all kind of problems, financial problems, everything. Hurdles everywhere I look. Hurdle, everywhere. What do? There was the college hurdles that I had, my Army hurdles, the trauma hurdles, the deep depression hurdles to where I would just go through the motions of life and couldn't wait to the end of my workday to get into my bedroom, close everything, make it dark black in there. My children looked at me like I had 5 heads because I would just come in and just shut everything down and go in my room and just go to bed. By the time the sun came up, went down, I went down. This is how bad it got with me until I was actually clinically diagnosed with clinical depression and started getting treatment. But see, then that was a hurdle too, because where I come from, and this may sound crazy, but it was true, a lot of people didn't feel in the Black community that Black people get depressed. And they especially not get treated for it. You don't talk about it, especially if you are a Black person of faith. You pray about it. You don't go get treated. You don't go to a therapist. You just go to church and you pray about it. And I was doing that, but I was still depressed. But I didn't want to tell them I was still depressed, because then they would say, well, you're not praying hard enough, or you're not praying the right way. You're doing something wrong if you're still depressed. And if you're taking medication, that was a huge no-no. You don't do that. I was just making things worse for myself. Hurdle, 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 hurdle. So one day, while I'm feeling sorry for myself, my life is just done. I'm never going to be the writer I've always wanted to be. I'm never going to be the journalist I've always wanted to be. I'm never going to travel like I've always wanted to travel. What am I supposed to do? What's the purpose in even living? Because this little circle I'm going through right now, this is terrible. What can I do? And then it came to me. You can do something. Baby steps. If you really want to get out of this, just start with baby steps. Because see, sometimes we want to look at the big picture. We see the end result and think we can get there tomorrow morning. Baby steps will get you anywhere you want to go, as long as you start moving and keep moving, but you cannot quit. That was the thing. That was a little jolt for me, like a little, I got a little anxious there, like, okay, I believe that could be true. Baby steps. So how do I do that? So the first thing I decided to do, because I just could not keep living in that dark room and cutting everybody off and being mean. I was mean to everybody. Nobody could stand me. That was terrible because my life was so messed up. So I said, okay, instead of giving up on these dreams, this is what I'm going to do. I want to be a writer. So the first thing I did was started a blog. I didn't have too many people following me, but just being able to write my feelings was giving me a little bit of energy. And it made me feel a little bit more positive. Start writing that blog. Before I knew it, people were following me. And they were starting to like what I was talking about. And I was like, oh, that gives you a little bit more. A little bit. Okay, maybe this is not so bad. And people were starting to notice. But now I'm spending all my time writing the blog, and then family complaining about that. Well, y'all just gonna complain because this is what I want to do right here. Okay, stay over there, complain. I'm gonna do this writing. So the blog got good, and I started to, get a little following. Then the baby step thing kept resonating. Baby steps, baby steps. You are a hurdle jumper. Keep going, keep going. And then I said, okay, let me try my hand at broadcast. Again, baby steps. So I started an internet radio show. And it started out, I'm just talking to people in the community. Well, first of all, it was just me. I was talking to myself. Just be honest, it was just me. Baby steps. Them baby steps. I would get me a topic and just talk away. See, sometimes you don't know who's paying attention to you, right? So I'm just talking. I'd be on there 5 days. Oh, today I'm going to talk about this TV show and how it's rated. And did you like it? Now look at my switchboard. There ain't nobody on there. Nobody called in. So I said, okay. Well, tomorrow I'm going to talk about politics and what those crazy people in DC doing. They are just ruining everything. Look at the switchboard. Ain't nobody calling in. But I kept hearing hurdle jumper, you better keep going. You better keep going. And so eventually, people started calling in. They liked my topics. And they liked the fact that I was just persistent. And one of the first people that called in was the ex-police chief of Dayton, Ohio. And this is when I was talking about what was going on with kids and violence. And he came in and started talking about, what he see going on as a police officer. And now more people are paying attention. Started to grow a little bit. So when I started looking at my numbers, and I said, well, I'm starting to get a little big head here. Let me try to branch out. Some people paying attention now. Let me get a guest with some name recognition, see if they'll come on my show. So one of the first people I reached out to was Joseph C. Phillips from The Cosby Show. I don't like him. But I was going to see if he would, come on my show. Because, I am a registered Democrat. He's not. I just wanted to fight because he was a black Republican. I said, he ain't gonna come anyway because he don't know me. I'm a nobody. Got in touch with the guy. His folks said, yeah, here. I was like, what? If you remember The Cosby Show, he was the one that was married to Lisa Bonet. Yeah. He came on, and so he brought a whole lot of people with him. They wasn't my kind, they were his kind. They were all ganging up on me, but nevertheless, guess what? A whole bunch of people started from there, listening to the show. Before I knew it, my listenership was up around 85,000 weekly. Okay, baby steps, jumping hurdles. Then I had a guy who had wrote a book, and he was 80-something years old. And he got in touch with me. He said, I want to come on your show. I said, okay, tell me about your book. He says, the book is to say that Jesus never existed. I said, you do know that I believe he did. So I don't know how this is going to work with me and you. And he said, well, I can prove it. I can prove it on your show in about 15 minutes. And I said, I'm going to take you up on that challenge. Okay, come on in. And I told my listeners before we even got started, I said, listen, we're going to give him the space. Because if he can convince me, because he promised he could convince me in 15 minutes that Jesus never existed. That's okay. That's fine. And I told my listeners, we're not going to tear him down. Give him his space to say what he got to say. I'm going to promote his book. That's what he's coming on here for. But I told him, I said, if you successfully can convince me of that at the end of this broadcast, I will say, I join you. If you hear me say I join you, then you have successfully convinced me. He went on, this is an 80-year-old man, went on and on and on. And I'm sitting there just gritting my teeth with everything he's saying because the man was talking way out of his head. But that was his thing, and I was very polite to him. I took some callers, and he answered their questions. It went well, actually. And at the end of my broadcast, I didn't say I join you. I said, epic fail. But I tell you what, I do like the way you present your information. It just didn't convince me. But I encourage you to keep going because there are some people out there that really could learn something from the way you presented your information. But I have studied the Bible too long to be convinced, but I love it. Do you know every Tuesday he would email me? We had an email thing going on every Tuesday. And he would tell me about him going fishing, and not that I was interested, but he did. I went fishing today, I did this and that, but we struck up somewhat of a friendship because I didn't reject him, and I was not, just horrible to him because we had a difference in beliefs. And finally, one day after a while, I was emailing him back and wasn't hearing back from him. And I guess someone in his family had taken over his account, and they told me he had passed away. And I felt bad about that because I never had a chance to say goodbye to him. This is why we should never just because we got differences with someone, we don't reject people. Because you don't know that thing that you do have in common, which is humanity. could make a difference. Now, I also had him one time, and I know this is, and all of this, it does go to what I'm talking about, these baby steps and hurdle jumping, a grand wizard of the KKK. His name is Johnny Lee Clary. You can look him up. And he wanted to come on my show. I could never understand what it is about my show that... Okay, what is it about my show? It's because you're nice. But he and I eventually became to where he was going to come visit my church. He had a Black congregation, and he did a lot for the Black community. And he was going to come visit my church, but didn't have a chance to because he died before that we got that opportunity. But to sum all of this up, I just want to say this. Baby steps will get you anywhere you want to go. As long as you don't give up, and as long as you keep moving, just don't stop. It'll get you there. It might take you years, but you'll get there. And by all means, jumping hurdles might hurt, but at some point, if you're like me, you'll get up, take those lumps and bruises, but keep moving and keep going. That's what we have to do. And as women, we got that power. Y'all know that girl power. Tear something up. Y'all know. Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Public announcement. If anybody picked up a charger that belongs to a tablet, anyone that picked up a charger, please, I'm getting direction from everywhere. I'm in the wrong spot today. Okay. Anyone that picked up a charger, we're looking for a charger. It was left in the kitchen. It's for a tablet. It belongs to our maintenance person. So it's important that if you hear of anybody that has picked up a charger, that we know. Okay? All righty. So far, so good this morning already, right? Okay, great. All righty. Cindy, I'm ready for you. The girls are giving me a break today.
Yeah, hey, listen, you deserve it. What a way to kick off the morning, y'all. That was awesome. So good. All right, on to our next speaker, Donna. Donna Campbell is known as the Mind Whisperer for her ability to reprogram the subconscious brain. Oh, get this, for instant money creation. All right. Who doesn't want instant money? All right. Donna holds a Bachelor of Business Administration in Finance and Marketing, a former financial advisor and managing principal of a national investment firm. She managed over $500 million of other people's money. Today, Donna is the CEO and founder of her company, The Healing Heart, Inc. Her previous training includes living in an ashram, spiritual living community, studying physics, science, meditation, brainwave patterns, and energy healing. Donna is a #1 international best-selling author, Financially Fit, Living the Secrets to an Abundant and Prosperous Life, Redefining Financial Fitness. She is published in Cracking the Rich Code with Tony Robbins, Jim Britt, and Kevin Harrington. Donna is also a monthly contributor with Best Holistic Life magazine and Your Success e-magazine. As a professional speaker, she has been featured in over 90 media outlets with a combined audience of more than 110 million. Donna has shared the stage with notables such as Sharon Lecter, Mark Victor Hansen, and Dr. Joe Vitale. Donna maintains a private healing practice transforming the lives of heart-centered people to create a balanced lifestyle with happiness, prosperity, and love. Donna is the director of training with the Mentor Studio, a global premier platform bringing mentors together from all around the world. Her personal heart-centered healing philosophy is to create a world that is a better place for all to live. Let's welcome Donna.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for that amazing introduction. First, as I get started, let's everyone give a huge round of applause here for Gertrude and the team and the staff that have put together this amazing event. Because without you, speakers don't get to speak. week. So thank you so much for this. And I thoroughly have been enjoying my time here in Washington, D.C. For those of you who don't know me, of course, my name is Donna Campbell, and I came from Montana. Now, with Montana, how many of you have ever watched the show Yellowstone? Any Yellowstone fans here? Couple? A few? Yes? Yes? Well, I have to say, one of my favorite scenes is when it was at the end of a season and all the cowboys are on their horses and they had the big breakfast and they're getting ready to ride up the mountain in the sunrise, not the sunset, in the sunrise, because they have to go round up all the cattle. And at the very, very end, the last cowboy goes, yee-haw! All right, I'm going to have you guys say that with me. Are you ready? On the count of 3. We're going to do it heartfelt. You got to feel it in the heart. 1, 2, 3. Yee-haw! Said no cowboy ever. I will tell you, we do not say that in Montana. Cowboys do say something when they leave on their horses. I'm not allowed to repeat it on stage. But the point is, your mind is being conditioned through the media, through your family, through your environment, through your children, through your friends, through your teachers. Your mind is conditioned from the moment that you're born to the day that you exit this earth in the deep subconscious. Now, I get called a mind whisperer. I did not give myself that name. The media gave me that name. And at first, it took me a while to accept it. And people, the very first question I get is, what is a mind whisperer? Does anybody know what a mind whisperer is? Yeah, I didn't either when they started calling me that. So how many of you have heard of dog whispering? Yeah? What do we do with dog whispering? Communicate, train them, condition their mind to get the result for the owner, right? Well, in Montana, we don't have dog whispering. We have horse whispering. Same thing, just a different animal. I get called a mind whisperer. So what do you think a mind whisperer does? Reconditions your mind by unconditioning it with the energies and frequencies that you don't need to recondition it to the energy and the frequencies that you do need to get instant results 100% of the time. So is it all right if I share with you guys a little bit of my story? Because honestly, I mean, when we're 7 and 8 and your parents come to you and they say, what do you want to be when you grow up? You don't go, I'm going to be a mind whisperer. It's not in your vocabulary. My actual answer was, I'm going to join Greenpeace and save the whales. I mean, that's what I thought I was going to do at age 7. So is it all right if I share with you a little bit of my story of how I got to where I'm at? So, all right. So my first career, I was actually a financial advisor, and I was a managing principal of an investment firm. During that time, I was responsible for $500 million of other people's money. Sounds a little sexy, doesn't it? But it wasn't. Because what that actually cost me first was my health. I spent 2 years in the medical community. Doctors were unable to determine what was wrong with me. I changed my approach after 2 years maxing out my health insurance. I went to a naturopathic doctor and did the strangest intake form. She also practiced a form of Oriental medicine and learned in an hour and a half that I could not digest food. And left with a $35 bottle of enzymes. And she said, you know, in Chinese medicine, there's something in the outside of your life that you can't digest, but don't go looking for it. It will surface naturally. Well, 3 months later, what actually happened was what I couldn't digest in the outside world was I had discovered that my husband had been unfaithful. I chose to leave the marriage, personal choice. It was not in alignment with who I was in my value system, and I left with my 2 children. Then I was left financially devastated following all the money rules that I taught. And then during that time, this was about a 5-year period in my life. If that wasn't enough, it was a few years after I was divorced. I was dating another person, and he almost took my life through a domestic violence incident. What I learned from all of this is that there's always a silver lining gift in everything that you go through, the trials, the tribulations, the hardships. And so with that, I learned, because that person who tried to take my life is no longer here. He actually crossed over a few years later after that of brain cancer. And I realized that I was still living. And so I had a meaning and I had a purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. And that I was worthy to live this life, and I was worthy to live it abundantly and prosperously. And because I know each and every one of you, everybody who's watching and listening online, you are worthy to also live your life abundantly and prosperously in the way that you choose, because you're here. So first, everyone give your self a round of applause because you are here. So all of this led up to me making a promise to the universe, to God, to Creator, whatever you want to call that energy, that if I and my children were kept safe, I would dedicate my life to healing. So I do have an international healing practice. I'm an international author, speaker, podcaster. And all of these things have one thing in common, and that's energy and vibration. So if you go back to our physics, Albert Einstein said, the future of all medicine is the medicine of frequency. Then they asked him, what does it feel like to be the smartest man in the world? You know what he said? I don't know, go ask Nikola Tesla. You ask Nikola Tesla, he's like, if you want to know the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency. Lots of things in common there. So one of the things that I've discovered is we all talk, and a lot of us think that it's mindset coaching, and it's not. In a mindset coaching, what we're doing is we're changing the beliefs, the thoughts, and the patterns to something different. So what happens is, I'm unwanted, and we can change it to I'm wanted. But then what happens is other things, beliefs surface. Oh, now I'm abandoned. Now I'm lonely. Now I'm this. Now I'm that. And we're constantly changing beliefs. But what I discovered was if we go underneath that and find the vibrational frequency, just like it says in physics, it ties to all the beliefs, thoughts, and patterns moving forward. And when that changes, everything else in your life changes. So there's 3 areas that I work on with clients: health, wealth, and relationships, because what they have in common are those vibrational frequencies. Everybody is looking for a life of happiness, prosperity, and love. Every single person. Doesn't matter what country, what culture you are in. That's the bottom line. So how does this relate to money? How does it relate to finance? Well, money is an energy outside of you, and you are also an energy being as well. So we misplace often who we are onto the money supply. So money is emotional. How you think and feel about yourself is how money responds to you in life. So let me say that again, because I want you guys to absorb this. How you think and feel about yourself is how money responds to you in life. The connection, the vibrational frequency. So here's how it works. Clients in my healing practice were saying things like, I just want to know that I'm worthy, that I'm appreciated and I'm valued. I didn't get that when I was little. I had this other experience. But what I was noticing, whether we were talking about health or relationships, their money supply always increased. And I started looking at that because in the financial planning world, here is your net worth. Your portfolio value is. Your assets appreciated. But this last year, we probably all depreciated in that. So do you have enough money to fund XYZ goal? And if you didn't have enough and didn't feel like you were enough on the inside, chances are you were not enough on the outside to fund your goal. And I looked at it a little bit deeper. We always want to feel safe when we were little because we've had a lot of abuse. We've had a lot of trauma in our lives. We want to feel safe. Where do we keep our money? Safely in a bank or in a safe, right? We want to feel secure when we were little. We want to feel secure now. Well, money is a form of security. And then peace. We want to have this internal peace inside. Well, as business owners and entrepreneurs, we want a piece of the pie, right? Balance. We want to have balance as women, especially because I've listened to a lot of you speak over the last couple of days. Our work life, our home life, our relationship with our spouse, our children, but yet we have this whole career over here that we need to pay attention to. And oh, don't forget our spiritual lives as well. And it's all about that balance. But in the financial world, did you balance your bank account? So what the point is here is that the words are the same and the vibrational frequencies underneath those words are the same. So when we transform those lower frequencies to the higher frequencies, you get instant results 100% of the time. Because often we'll think something like, I want to be rich and abundant. But yet we feel a less than lack, who am I energy in the heart space. And we're only aware of about 10% of our thoughts. The other 90% we are just truly unaware of. And because of that unawareness, and because of the way the vibrational frequencies work, we have 4 times the lower vibrating thought patterns than we do the higher vibrating thought patterns. And so when I work with people, it's about transforming that, and you cross over a tipping point. And when we release enough of the lower vibrating thoughts and we move into the higher vibrations, it tips the scales over. You have a different frequency in your energy field and magnetically attracts back to you everything that you asked for 100% of the time. So just even if we're looking at the area of health, you're going to receive a minimum of a 25% increase in your income, and you didn't change anything that you were doing. Not one thing. And so that's the magic of this work. With it, it goes through a 4-step process. First, we have to discover what those frequencies are. We have to identify it. We have to identify it as a feeling or emotion, because often we will say something like, I'm stuck. Well, the feeling and emotion is stuck. I'm good. What does good feel like to you? Because it's going to feel different to me. Or it's okay. No, it's not, because it can be better. And so once we identify the feeling or emotion, we can release it, and then we can transform it. So how many of you, there's a natural law of increase, want something more in life? More income, better health, better relationships? Yes? Every single one of us, it's very natural. The law of increase is saying that you're always reproducing. So if a seed was to fall in the ground, if you were to nurture it, give it sunlight, water it, it will naturally grow and produce another 100 seeds. And we're a part of nature. So we always want something more through that law of increase. So for each and every one of you, because the universe always rewards action takers every single time. So if you want something more in life, I'm just going to have you guys go ahead and stand up, because we got to take action, right? Move forward, get the energy going, take action. And we live and breathe and die by these things, right? Grab your cell phone. Go ahead and take it. And I'm going to have you guys open up your text messages. And what I'm going to have you do is take an action step now to have something more in your life. And there's some free gifts in this. So I'm going to have you text the word abundance to 26786. It's a 5-digit number, abundance. ABUNDANCE, abundance to 26786. And when you do, because you took action, there's some free gifts and things in that for you guys to start moving you forward, because we all want something more each and every time. If you're like my phone doesn't like to work down here very well. But it's right. You can do it later when you get closer to the stairs. It works. But yes, go ahead and do that if you remember, or come find me. So I want to thank each and every one of you. Give you guys a huge round of applause for being here and for allowing the time, space, and energy to share with you some of those secrets of the universe. So thank you. Yep, and if you need the password to the internet, to the Wi-Fi. All right. Oh, thank you. Well,
Thank you, ma'am.
That's okay. I'll get it. I'll get it. We're a tag team.
Oh, wait. Just getting mic'd. Should I just start while she's getting mic'd? Okay. What would we do without you? Seriously. You're the MVP. Oh, ready? Okay, our next speaker, Katie Ray, unites herself with women and men's organizations to empower one another to live life authentically by owning their stories and not being defined by labels. She enjoys speaking to crowds about vulnerability, leadership, parenting, personal and professional growth, overcoming obstacles, family and addiction, and anything that involves supporting and helping others. I was blessed to share her stage in Tampa 2 months ago at her event, Celebrate You, and I had to have her at this event, and she is on my stage today. Please welcome Katie Ray.
I'm Katie Ray, not Katie Key, but I like it. It's a good jam. I like it. It's pretty good. It's all good. Hi, everyone. Yes. Thank you for shortening my bio because shit gets long. I also randomly say curse words because that's how I roll. It makes everybody feel a little bit comfortable. Again, I'm Katie Ray. No, good shirt. And Aaron, I love you guys for even having this. It helped me with a good joke. I like an improv on the day. I am a business owner, Humans First Coaching and Consulting. I am co-founder of that, and we go into businesses. We left corporate, but we wanted to pour into corporate. I think pouring into people is super important. That's why I love events like this, so I can pour into whoever is here, and I'm so glad to see all of your beautiful faces. I'm also the founder of Fostering Hearts Florida, nonprofit focused on helping foster kids in the system. We don't really treat them so well, so I figured do something about that problem. I'm really great that I followed Donna, who is a mind whisperer, because I have a podcast called Not a Great Whisperer. I do not need a mic because I'm not a great whisperer. And I also have Celebrate You. It was founded, I wanted to have an event, just bring people together to celebrate anything and everything that you are. I mean anything, not just the society norms and the milestones that get thrown at you, like, oh, I got married, I have to have a kid, oh, I have to do this in my career. No. If you left a toxic relationship, if you worked out for yourself for the day, if you had 3 minutes to yourself, holy shit, that's a celebration, because I don't even understand what that is. Let's talk about it. But I am really here to talk to you about labels, that we get labels throughout our entire life. But you have the option to let it tear you down, elevate you, throw that shit out the window. However that looks for you, that's your choice every day. And labels are going to get you, and people are going to label you. You're going to label yourself, but you get to own who you are and run with it. So I'm going to tell you a little story because I'm a storyteller. And I wanted to tell you that my shirt says own who you are, because you should own who you are, and bring your whole self to the table everywhere you go. I don't mean like bring out a PowerPoint presentation in every setting and be like, oh, this is what I went through in my life. But I mean, just own exactly who you are. So my journey back in West Philadelphia, born and that is not my story. I'm sorry. It's Fresh Prince. It is not mine. I was actually born in Buffalo, New York. It is not the same. All right. Yes. Okay. Oh, we have one person. That's awesome. It feels good. I feel good about it. It's hard to be a Bills fan. That is not part of my story, but it should be. Am I right? So I was born in Buffalo, Lebanese family, humongous Lebanese family. And we moved to Florida when I was 5. I was the youngest of 4. My mom and dad moved us here for my dad's job. So, living life, we were not poor. We were not wealthy. My dad worked about 2 to 3 jobs going through nursing school, and my mom took care of the 4 kids. She was a teacher, but she stayed home with us to teach us some lessons. Very important. And so I was in 7th grade. And I tell you, I went to Catholic school from kindergarten through 12th grade because I think it's a very important part of my story. It's very important who you surround yourself with, the community you're around, to not feel shame and to not feel that there's something wrong with you when you're going through life. And I was in 7th grade when I was now part of a broken family and my mom and dad got a divorce. It was very hard for us because we always did our family vacations and everything like that. But my dad came out when I was in 7th grade. So he told the family in his 40s that he was gay. He had married his best friend, who was my mom. And my mom went through a very hard time. That's her story to tell. But it was about 2 years where she had to understand why the church had shunned her. Her family was not there for her. My dad was very courageous, but he also broke up a beautiful family. It was very hard on both of them. But I tell you that because it helped mold who I am today. I do not judge people on who they love, where they're from, or who they pray to. I actually just love them for their character. If you're really not a good person, I'm not really gonna put time into that, but character is a big, big part of me. So through that time, I realized the community I was around, which was a Catholic school, was very hard for me to understand why I was carrying shame because of someone else's choices, but also because this man that I know as my father is a beautiful human who takes care of others, who puts other people first. It was very hard for me to understand what type of labels I was getting for that, for being a daughter of a homosexual man. So fast forward. I haven't done VHS in a while, so it was hard for me to understand that. Moving forward, we finally do holidays together. My dad and his husband, my mom and her husband. My kids get to see some really beautiful love. It's a beautiful thing. It was very, very dark at times, but here we are now. So moving forward, in high school, I was an entrepreneur. I sold drugs, and it was really good. I always had that entrepreneur. We're just going to jump ahead. We're going to jump ahead. And I did, yes, honey. So I decided to sell weed. I worked in restaurants my entire life. I started bussing tables, so it was very easy to get weed. And I went to a very, very wealthy school, so I was like, there's some money involved in this. So did that. Was the only one of 4 to go to college and graduate. So I get to college, and I was like, well, I don't really want to go the science route too many years in college. I'll do communications, public relations, but let's grow our own weed in my home. So I did. So I'm looking at you today as a felon for cultivating marijuana. You're welcome, because Florida did not pass any recreational laws. But I do this because I remind people to not judge a book by its cover. When I was arrested, it was a very traumatic experience for me. I brought in other drugs into my house that I was not okay with at my core. My ex and I would battle over it. I was like, I just want to grow weed, pick a nug out, give it to my friends, and live my life. But that wasn't what he wanted to do. And so when it was, I was like, wait, Katie, this isn't who I am. I should have been on the show Scared Straight, where you'd never go back to jail, because I will never go back to jail. But when I got out, it was very hard because people were only seeing me for who I was on paper. So the label felon was very hard for me. And I've always managed, I've always trained people. I love building teams. And it was hard to get rejection after rejection after rejection, because what they saw on paper was, oh, you have a record. But it also made me the leader that I am today. Some of my best reps on very hard jobs where you have to make 60 to 100 dials a day, you're calling businesses, you're doing this, were my hardest working people, the ones that might have had a DUI or made those mistakes in their life, because I saw them for who they were and the human that they are. And that's a very, very piece of who I am at my core. With that label felon, it was not fun for a long time. But that rejection helped me remember that I can actually be better than this label I was given. And it's good for jokes. So we bring that out sometimes. So moving right along, I did the typical get married. I met my husband in college. He was a baseball player. I enjoyed watching football, whatever. He played baseball. But I got married, and I was an aunt at 10. My brother had kids early, so I always loved kids. I knew I wanted to be a mom. That's not for everybody, but I knew I wanted to be a mom. And I started the journey of trying to get pregnant, and I found out that my fallopian tubes were blocked with endometriosis, and that I could not have babies naturally. So that was another I'm supposed to hit this milestone of having babies. I got in a very deep hole of I'm never going to be a mom. We started the IVF journey, which I would not. Infertility is not a journey I would wish upon my worst enemy. It is very lonely, even though you have someone next to you maybe, or your family's there. It is a very lonely road. Also probably because you're injecting hormones inside your body, but that's cool. I think that IVF made me a mom of 3. I have 3 children, 4 cycles. But infertility, being an infertile female, was a very hard label for me to process at first. But it also made me see people on their journey and the empathy that I saw for people, especially because it was never talked about. So I started that journey 10 years ago, and it was just not people still ask you when you're having babies all the time. When you're at a party, they're like, if you're pregnant, they're like, when's your next one? It's like, slow your roll. Can we celebrate this one? And then when you're with someone or you're not, they're like, when are you going to find someone? There's these horrible milestones that we put, and we think we need this label. So let's keep this journey going, right? I mean, it hasn't stopped yet. It's going to be great. So I'm 6 years into marriage. I've had 2 babies through IVF. Thank you, science. Also, thank you, God. But I was in a marriage where I knew something was missing. And I was like, oh, is marriage supposed to feel like this? Like lonely, not connected all the time. We're really good parents, but like, is this journey supposed to be the one I'm on? And I prayed and I wrote letters and I prayed and I prayed. And a month after I had prayed, I found out my husband had gotten arrested for possession of cocaine and soliciting a hooker, that he was dabbling in addiction. And dabbling, I mean, he had an addiction that he hid from me for 6 years. So I prayed for it, though. I prayed for it. So I was like, okay, my gut, all of my instincts removed. Guys, do not push away your intuition. I can't stress that enough. You are not crazy. That crazy label is okay. Let people call you crazy, but your gut and your intuition is real. Never push it away. I had prayed for this. That feeling being removed from my stomach was everything. I was picking up my broken heart pieces, but that's okay because my gut was gone. I was feeling relieved. I was feeling lighter on my feet. But I did know that my husband was in recovery. And as long as my children were not in danger, I was going to allow him to recover. So after, I mean, that story gets super into details, but it was a very dark time for me. But it also reminded me that people can be good at their core and they can go through something. And he had to be completely honest and truthful and remove his shame from what he was been living with for 6 years. So I allowed that. The infidelity label sucks. I hate it. I think it's shitty that we have taken that on as spouses, as girlfriends, as boyfriends, that it's on us. Those choices are on them. It has nothing to do with us. And once I did that and I felt that, I realized my journey of recovery, of finding myself again, was super empowering. So I started my podcast. I started consulting. I did all the things I needed to do while he was on recovery. We were separated. I never thought our second marriage would be together, but we are. And it's been 6 years recovery. So we're on our second marriage. And I call it my recovery too, because it's a very hard time for people not to save one another, right? So for me, I said, I'm going to leave this. What he needs to do, he needs to recover for our kids. The kids deserve this. And then I recovered too. And I'm a bad bitch. Oh. Was I supposed to say that? So on this journey, okay. On this journey, I remind you, because I want you to lift the shame off of any of the labels that you've received. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to stand. Ever. I didn't know if I was supposed to look. I like looking at people. Sorry about that. I want you to lift the shame from you. And I share my story because it's very important for you not to walk around with someone else's shame, your shame, or any judgment that you might feel. It feels a lot lighter when you're able to stand tall with all of the messiness that happens in life. I started Not a Great Whisper on this journey because I was sharing my story so often that I wanted to hear other people's journey. And you'll always walk into people like, I'm not that exciting. Everybody's exciting. And exciting, and I don't mean like trauma exciting, but everybody, how you've become who you are is so important. And I want everybody who meets me or sees me or whatever to just feel better for who they are, because everything about you is beautiful, even the really ugly shit. like the really ugly shit. And through every one of my labels, I would be like, God, I hate this label. But I was like, you know what? It's made me who I am. It's made me see people for who they are, that you get to be exactly who you are, your core, no matter what the world tries to pour into you. You can accept it. It might be something fun, which I hope my message is a little bit for you, but it's really who you want to be. And I can't stress enough that everyone in this room is something. You don't have to be a founder. You don't have to own your own business. You can work where you are and still feel fulfilled. But if you find something that you really, really love, keep doing more of that. Even if it is taking a super long bath or something. I don't even know what a bath is anymore because my kids don't let me go to the bathroom alone. But I don't even know what a bath is. But anything that makes you feel a little bit better, don't listen to society telling you, no, you need to be here. No, you need to be here. It's really important for you to just own every piece of your story and love that. And that's my message. Yes. No, I appreciate. Yes. I scream, so I apologize. But my message to you today, as Katie Ray, I like them both. I'm going to go run with it. Is to own your story, drop the labels, don't let them define you, and be exactly who you were meant to be. Thank you. Amen.
To go to the bathroom, but I really want to do this intro. Oh, does everybody have to go to the bathroom? Where is it? That's all. Oh, we can't leave right. Well, can we have a little break? Everybody's gotta go to the bathroom. But you don't want to miss. Okay, she would like, everybody go potty and come back, and I will tell you about our next speaker. I have a 4-year-old son, so sometimes that comes out. Go potty, and we'll be right back.
Okay, ladies. You know how the fellas used to always say, why do all the women have to go to the restroom together? We were all just waiting for somebody to say, let's go.
Or after Shemitra? Is it panel next or Amy? Can I do it? Can I do it? What? This one?
Yeah.
Because I'm really
I'll look at the schedule.
Well, I got to get everybody back because this girl.
Yeah, just
insane.
say ladies. They're on the way back.
Hi. Hi. Did you wipe good? Did you wash your hands? Mel's like, yep. Oh no, who's leaving? Oh, it's somebody. Okay, everybody start heading back from the bathroom, please. Good. We don't have enough people back. Where's Dr. Marina? Well, I need her. We had a singer yesterday. Oh, yeah. Did you want me to? Kind of. Kind of. I just don't want anybody to miss our next speaker. Hello. Welcome. What's your, is that Daryl? Dr. And now Cindy will sing the Buffalo Bills song. Thank you. No? Do you want to sing? There's another bathroom? Oh, sorry. Kim Schaefer, everyone.
So sorry. I just wanted to let everyone know that there's a raffle for a free ring thing. So there's a pink bag over there, and if you drop your business card in, I'll be drawing later today, and the winner will get a ring thing.
Tell them about the ring thing in case they weren't here real quick.
Oh, sure. Thank you. It's my invention. It's a ring holder. It's a personal ring holder that you can use whenever you have to take your rings off at the gym or at the nail salon. It's waterproof. You can clip it onto water bottles. I've gotten 3 patents and a trademark on it, and I'm launching it. So it's my new invention. Yes, thank you. My first invention.
Okay, is everybody back? Anybody still in the bathroom? Janelle Kelly.
I just had to get this microphone. I was like, I'm gonna sing, I'll do whatever I need. Actually, I just want to, hello, I'm Janelle Kelly, want to introduce myself. I have a table right back here. I'm actually here with my own business, Align Life, and with the Mentor Studios. Donna Campbell's also here with Mentor Studio, as well as Sandy Scarlata. If you are a business owner, if you're an entrepreneur, looking to expand your community, your network, you love to pour back into others and be poured into, that is what that community is all about. So it was founded by Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield. She had worked for Tony Robbins for 18 years. He worked with T. Harv Eker. They put it together as their give back program. They've had their success. They've, their light is shining, and they thought they would get about 40 people to be able to help and mentor others in countries or spaces or people who didn't financially could not afford it, when getting started. We now have over 400 mentors in that space. We have 300 to 400 stages that we get to fill. So if you're looking for speaking opportunities, we have that for you. If you are looking for clients for your business, whatever it is, to get your message out, to spread your word, podcast. We have a whole podcast division, health and wellness division. So feel free to talk to myself, to Donna, to Sandy, and please come back to my booth back here. I do health and wellness. I was a nurse for 30 years. I built an online health and wellness company. It became the vehicle to everything else I do, which I'll speak about tomorrow, but I have free samples for you and I want to give them to you. So please come and grab them. Thank you.
Okay, I had the pleasure of meeting our next speaker yesterday. And I can say that she's the most inspiring and strong woman that I've ever met. Shemitra Gonzalez is one of the world's most requested motivational speakers, as well as a best-selling author and founder whose global platform has reached nearly 1 million people. From a traumatized teen mom who was raped and sexually trafficked to a founder and multifamily real estate investor, Shamitria's courage and determination has inspired survivors worldwide and helped countless audiences break through to discover their own untapped talents and infinite potential. As co-founder of Home for Grace and CEO of Unleashed to Speak, Shamitria has developed workshops, courses, and programs that have transformed the lives of countless women and children around the world. Shamitria is also a best-selling author of 2 books, and her 3rd book, Think and Be Healed, will be the best work she has produced yet. In Think and Be Healed, Shamitria continues her journey with her fans, providing a clear and practical blueprint for personal success, changing your mindset, and how to redevelop yourself after dealing with sexual and ancestral trauma. Shamitria has spoken on stages like the Zurich Classic, Dress for Success Worldwide Conference, and Grant Cardone 10X Growth Conference, just to name a few. Through Shamitria's foundation, Unleashed to Speak, she has served more than 100,000 teens that have been abused to find the power of their voice and how to advocate for themselves. Among the prestigious awards and honors bestowed on Shamitria, she is the most proud to be a mother of 2 beautiful children, Avery and Ashad. Please welcome Shamitria Gonzalez.
Whew, thank you for the introduction. So, I'm so happy to be here, guys. This is a dream come true. To be in this space, I like to say that people are a gift. People are a present. And when you open them up, you just might get a gift. So I challenge everybody here today. There's something that everybody addicted to. It's called a phone. If just for 15 minutes, y'all could let me give you my gift of my presence, I promise you it'll be worth your time. Any sidebar conversations, any cell phones, anything that the enemy will try to do to get you away from me right now, just give me your attention, because my intention is just to get your attention so I can share my story. I believe that everything happens for a reason. And yesterday I was asked to speak. And I was like, I'm not ready, Gertrude, I'm not ready. She was like, okay, that's cool. I said, I feel like I gotta go tomorrow. And after Katie just went, I realized why. My name is Shametria. She said, don't be ashamed. My name is Shamitria. She said, give up your labels. I was labeled a crack baby. I was labeled poor. I was labeled a whore. And I had no idea that I was internalizing those labels and that I was subconsciously working 90% out of those subconscious labels. What they used to tell me as a young girl, my mother was addicted to crack and my father was addicted to heroin. So when I was born, I was tossed from place to place, home to home. And people would always say, you're going to be just like your mama. As a young girl, I was like, okay, I didn't know what that really meant. But everybody talked about my mother around me in such a low vibrational frequency that I had no idea that I was just internalizing that. So around the age of 15, I had been tossed around place to place, home to home. I decided to emancipate myself. So as the woman who opened up a foundation for children that have a foster home, I'm like, of course I would go right after you, Katie. My name is Shamitria. So 15, I emancipated myself. I was good, y'all. I was a student athlete. I was pretty smart. I grew up in a country town. So I didn't really eat fast food. There was nothing to do except play. So I was pretty strong. And I knew that I was smart in school. So I thought if I make it to college, I could change my life. So I emancipated myself. I didn't want to be a part of that system anymore. And I decided to move to Dallas, Texas, Louisville High School. I was 15, I was working because when you emancipate yourself, you have to prove to the court of law that you could take care of yourself. So I'm working, going to school during the day, working at Sonic Drive-In at night. So I'm working, I'm on my rollerblades. If anybody know, when you at Sonic and you on your rollerblades, you getting it. So I was making money. I would make like $100 a day at 15, 16. So these 2 girls pulled up in a real nice car. It was like, how much you make? I said, how much I make? Like $100 every day. And I'm going to school and I'm staying with the Boys and Girls Club. Back then, the Boys and Girls Club had these off-branch versions of like, I guess you call it, I don't like the word shelter, but it was a home. It was a home for me. And it was because I was a young teenager and I had been through the system. They provided a place for me to stay. So as I'm standing there, I'm telling them, I'm bragging, y'all. There's something called a predator and there's something called prey. I was their prey and they was out there looking because I worked right across the street from my high school. I'm dropping keys on you guys that I hope if you have a daughter or if you have a mother, if you have a friend, this is for all of us. Everybody may not have been sex trafficked, but if you have a daughter, this is for you. See, I was seeking validation and I was seeking love and I was seeking acceptance because I didn't feel like I deserved it. I didn't feel like I had it growing up. I didn't even know I was looking for it, but they knew because they saw me as prey. So I told them how much I made. They was like, look, I get that, but you need family. You need a team around you. Matter of fact, we got you. You got me? Like you want me to be a part of your family, like your sister. Like we in? It was like, yeah, we got you. But you got to do one thing. You got to meet our daddy. My daddy? Or like a father? Not the man, but a man. It's a big difference. False idolism is real. I'm like, all right, so I go in and I go to meet, his name is Snake. First thing we had to do was get a tattoo. And that label you talk about, that you said don't be ashamed of it, I'm not. But at that time, I didn't know what it was doing. See, I had verbally signed a contract to be pimped. Make it lighter, put in a messed up position. That pushed me into massive purpose. Don't worry, we can always change that around easily. But it was real pimping. People think of sexually trafficked as getting in a space and you're taken, and then you're put in a room, and then you're locked away. But getting pimped looked like a young girl that just wants somebody to love her and never had a father figure. So the first man that she idolized him like a god and she'll do anything for him. Some people idolize their job. Some people idolize their boyfriend or their husband. Some people idolize that rock on their hand. They'll do anything to keep it. So when I say pimped, think about anything that'll put you in a messed up position, that'll suck everything from you and give you nothing in return. Think of the narcissist that loves you so much and then takes it away and never gives it back. So I'm standing there in the midst of it. First, it started off real easy. It was like, just go waitress. So I'm cute, I'm waitressing. $2,500 a day. $2,500 a day, 7 days a week. This was easy for me. See, I was the same person I am here back then. I just didn't know it. Same work ethic, same tactics, same energy, same frequency, same anointing. I'm working for them. Then they say, now you got to do something else. I'm like, what you mean do something else? Say, now it's time for you to start dancing. I'm like, dancing? I'm a student athlete. I don't dance. I was like, no. There's something called BYOB and topless. See, since you're young, you could work at the BYOB place. BYOB means bring your own beer. I'm telling y'all keys because people don't know that there are two different types of establishments that are regulated by different laws. BYOB means that it's not regulated. It's brothels. You have to be completely nude. The strip clubs that you see that are establishments where they have to wear underwear and they just become topless, FBI can raid them at any time. They could lose their liquor license. It's different. So when you look for women that have been trafficked, not that you will, but if you see it, think about these small little hints. Think about the girl who don't have family at her school. When your daughters tell you, mama, this girl, this girl, that, when they make fun of that little girl that's poor or that was beat or didn't have a father that's a foster child, think about that girl because she is me. She could be this too, but nobody saw me. So after we started dancing, then he said, well, now look, this is the big league. We've been taking care of you. He said he was taking care of me. I thought he was. Because what we would do is we would come home and we would put our money here. When I tell you guys, it was money, 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 the entire way down our kitchen table. Y'all think of pimping as women walking the streets. I saw pimping as multi-million-dollar homes, Rolls Royces, cars, these slide machines that you would take. We would go get the men, and it was back in the day. I'm only 31, but still back then it didn't have the credit card swipe. It was a machine he gave us, and we would put the man's card on there, and we slide it, and they would just do an identical copy, and we turn it over and do it again. See, I'm not ashamed because I didn't know. I thought what I was doing was right. Just like when you in that relationship with that husband, and you know he's cheating, but you know that you just got to be there for the kids. You think that what you're doing is right. Just like the young woman or the multi-million CEO that your baby, every time you leave the house, she like, mama, but I gotta go, I'm working. You think what you're doing is right. But the most valuable gift you can give your child, coming from a homeless child that had no parents and no love, and they got put in the wrong position, is the gift of your presence. So as I stand here today, the only gift I can give you is the presence of truth. Because you may not remember what shoes I got, what dress I got on, or my name, but you won't forget how I make you feel. I can't pay for that. I can't give you a gift. I can't sell you a product. My only intention coming here today was to change the life of somebody so you can change the life of that young girl, so she don't have to be me, so she don't have to go through what I went through. We go back to the story. I'm standing there. He like, look, we got to go to the big leagues. We about to start doing poker tournaments. I'm like, all right, poker tournaments, cool. We start doing poker tournaments. As I'm standing there, men groping me, touching on me. He said, now we're going to go to the back room and I'm going to give you something so you don't even got to remember it. I'm like, oh, thank you, because I hate doing this, but I love you, so I got you. So he said, I'm going to give you something so you don't have to remember. He started giving us something called Molly. Molly is like a roofie drug. I wake up one morning, see, when I was in control, I didn't mind having sex with men for money because I loved a man instead of the man. I didn't mind doing anything that I had to do to make him happy until I woke up one morning and I was pregnant. I'm like, hold up now, I know I use protection every time. And then God said, keep her. Her name is Avriana Gonzalez, and she's 13 years old. She's been to conferences with me. She's been in trainings with me. She's been to school with me. Sometimes what you make it out of will qualify you to help those that are still in it. You got a young girl that's on the verge of abortion, tell her, call me. You yourself on the verge of trying to go through some things, call me. I'll share space with you. I'll talk to you through it. I'll talk about it with you. Had Avriana, I thought I was out. One good thing is that I was a student athlete. So I was always working. I was always going to school, and then I was working. I'd go to school. I thought it was cool. To be honest, it would always be like a group of strippers at my game and stuff. I was like, y'all, that's my crowd. Hey. My graduation party in high school, even though I didn't graduate, but I got a college degree. I'm working on an MBA. Thank you, Lord. He can change some things. But I had a pastor come. And he started to coerce me. He started to tell me things like, look, I got you. I'm like, I don't talk to nobody. No. But after a while, he started to get into my brain. And finally, he constructed a raid. And just so happened that when they did that raid bust, I was the only woman that did not get a prostitution charge. Next time you hear a woman and you looking at things and you see prostitution charge on her thing, sometimes she may have just been in love with somebody and doing something strange for a piece of change so she can get some type of love and validation from somebody. So as I stand here today, it got better. I like to tell y'all that part because, of course, I could talk about the fact that my pastor got me. I wrote my story to every HBCU I could think of. Southern University at New Orleans Jaguars, as well as Knights, told me, hey, if you come, I'll give you a full scholarship. I'll give your daughter an apartment. I'll let you do what you got to do. But you got to come. Just like some of y'all, anything could have stopped you from being in this room today. But you showed up. See, you got to come. Because what happens when you get in the room is now you are in the presence to be able to get the present of what people got to give to you. We are all here and we the experts. So I know I ain't come here to tell you nothing. I don't know how to do multi-million-dollars in gross income. I don't know how to help somebody become through their trauma. And I didn't have a $500 million thing. None of that matters because I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you. We need each other because when we lock arms, now we done built something. It's like Red Rover, Red Rover. Let them demons come over. They can't break through that when we up here, when we lock arms with each other and we got a strong line of everybody. You can't touch that. You can't get through that. As I speak to you today, I promise you that you are enough. You got this. It don't matter what nobody said about you. The enemy couldn't stop you from being here. So I promise you the 400,000, I'm a woman of God. I don't know about everybody else, but he got 400,000 people that are going to be on the front line when this world's come to an end. And I'm on the front line right now because like you said, subconscious propaganda, tell a lie to your vision, which is television, has sucked them in. And we want to pull them out. Everybody in here has a part. You have a tribe, you have a community, you have people that are looking up to you. So at the end of my story, all I can say, I went to college, graduated, my daughter came with me. I'm working on my MBA now. This is my last semester. I got tests right now. But I said, let me take a step back to take a step forward because somebody need me in this room. I didn't come here with a product, with a course, with a gift or nothing. But I came here with the anointing of the Holy Spirit. And energy goes where energy flows. So I'm just flowing it to you. I hope you feel it. As I continue to drop these bombs, it comes from the heart because I speak from source. I don't remember anything I just said, but I know, I know that what I have is a gift. And your gift will always make room for you. So it don't matter that I spoke at Growth Prize. She already read she did the good part. She read my bio. I didn't have to tell y'all that. I had to show y'all. What the physical flesh would do when you redevelop your mindset. If you change your mindset, you can change your life. When you change your life, there are people attached to you that are the byproduct of you doing the best that you could do. So then they can do the best they can do. And then it becomes a chain and like a domino effect, one by one. It starts to shift. Women empowerment is cool. I love it. I'm all about self-empowerment. To be a woman means we have a womb. You're birthing something, baby. See, we ain't birthing no little puppies. Puppies have 200 litters at a time. They can have 50, 20, 60 babies. We got elephants inside of us. An elephant takes 2 years to birth one baby that becomes the biggest animal in the kingdom. Thank you.
You know, you told me I was birthing an elephant.
Black church, we like to pray. I'm about to stop in this thing.
Okay, we're gonna do
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're gonna do a quick Q&A. All the presenters from this morning. Okay, if those of you that are sitting needs to stand and stretch, please feel free. I need all the presenters to come forward.
Fight. We ready to fight them demons.
Okay.
Some little kids.
Yeah.
There's predators out there, man.
Do some hallelujahs. Okay. Come forward. You guys can sit if you like. I can pull chairs. You can sit.
I was watching you on the thing
You can
this
pull
morning.
chairs here.
Thank you.
Just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to Buffalo. Okay, she's got an Uber and she's got to get out, so that's why we're pulling this real quick. Okay. All righty.
Get on this little chair. Yeah.
Okay. So how about if we just do 1 or 2 questions per person? Okay, per presenter. How's that? Okay.
Yeah.
First question. Who's got it?
Hi, thank you. So Kim Schaefer from San Diego. My question is for Shemitria. First, thank you so much. My question is, what advice would you give to people if we believe that we see someone who might be trafficked or who might be a target for trafficking? What steps can we take to intervene with that?
I would say your voice matters. If you see something, say something.
Say something. That's right.
You see something, say something. And then also you have to realize that when you want something as big as a soul, it takes time. My pastor that got me out, his name was Pastor Reverend Tim, and he had a school called God's Academy. That's how I was able to get to college and get the scholarships. But he came to the club over and over and over. And I really was mad at him because I'm like, man, you're messing up my money. He started giving me money just to have my time, just to talk to me. He would always ask. He wouldn't say nothing. Don't give advice. Ask questions, because the questions that you ask them will pull it out of them, and they're 100% more likely to do it. So ask them questions like, what do you need? How are you today? I just want to check in with you. So if you see something, say something, but the way that you do it, don't look at them as a project, look at them as people. Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, next question. No one? Jerry, you have a question? No? Okay, Maria has one.
All of you, thank you. You all inspired me today. I hope you've done a TED Talk. If you haven't, you really should do one
No.
right away. I mean, the energy is palpable from you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'm someone who I did a talk on Wednesday, and I've been sexually abused as a child and raped as a teenager. And I wondered, did you tell your daughter about what happened to you? And how do you deal with the shame? How do you tamp it back down? I mean, I've gone to a lot of therapy, a lot of rehab, and I feel like usually the shame is at bay, but it does rear its head. And I think about some of the choices that I've made. On my 10th year anniversary from sobriety, I got choices tattooed on my arm because I want to make better choices. So how do you deal with that shame, especially when it comes to your own daughter? I have a daughter too.
The question is, how does she deal with me? And that's what changed my life. So it'll be real quick. My daughter went to a father-daughter dance. I never told her what happened. She came home. She was like, Mama, do I have a father? And I told her the truth. She looked at me. She was like, oh, well, that means God, my father. And went off to play. And after that, I realized that she was a reflection of me, and that the innocence that was taken from me was given to her. So I was able to, we wrote a book called The Reflection Eyes See. It says that we are enslaved by anything we don't consciously perceive. We are freed through conscious perception. I learned that from her. She dealt with me. That was the way that we did it. I gave it up.
Oh, that gave me chills. Wow. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Okay, we have 3 other speakers there. I know, Shamitra.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. So I hope I can do it without crying.
Cry, girl.
So I'm an OG Aaron fan here. We've been friends for I don't know how many years, a lot. I am a domestic violence survivor. And each one of you talked about trauma today that you've had. And I'm right where I need to be. And I have strength tattooed on my arm. And this woman right here was there when it was all happening. This woman right here was there when it was happening. That woman right there has been, this is my tribe of people. So thank you for this. And I just am very appreciative of your stories. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say I don't really have more of a question for each of you, but I want to let you know that this morning, like for the first time since I've been here, like I feel the emotion. Like you've really hit something inside. So thank you for sharing everything. And I'm here, like I speak tomorrow and I'm going, oh, there's so many things. And then I'm like, wow, like there's some pieces of story that I think sometimes for myself, like I tend to forget because it's easy or to forget it. Some majority is healed, right? But if there's a tear in your eye, there's still healing to be done. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? So I trust that tomorrow, whatever, I'm much like you. I don't know what's coming out of the mouth when it does. And I'm just like, thank you, God. I hope someone recorded that because everybody loves it. And I don't know what I said, you know? So thank each and every one of you for your strength and for sharing and your authenticity, because this is how we change the world. And it is one step at a time, and it is never stopping. And I remind myself that only always, you know, the only way to lose is if we quit, you know, and it doesn't matter if it takes years or days or whatever that is. And some of those days are very dark, and some of those days are just putting our feet on the floor and moving forward. So thank you for reminding me of that. And you are just, you like, oh, do you remind me of someone? She said, I am here to stir your soul. And that's what you did today for us. And so thank you that's such a gift in you. And just for each and every one of you. And I love you. Like, I really thought you were from Philly. I'm like, that's why I like her. And then you're just like, I'm really not from Philly. I'm like, never mind. I still like her. So, but thank each and every one of you. And Donna, I love you. You're an amazing mentor and friend to me.
Thank you there, Janelle. And I think each and every one of us here has a few comments that we want to share back with all of you because you guys are truly, truly amazing. Yes, emotion does come up because it comes up to be released. It comes up to be healed every single time. And for us, a lot of times there's 5 major emotions that we have that feelings are derived from. But one of them is sadness, and that's when the tears come out. But what I have to say to all of you is that let it go, release it, because sadness is only saying, I have love inside of me that I haven't expressed out yet. And when it releases, it opens up that heart space for you to tap into your own vulnerabilities, but to share the love that you have from the inside out. And then that's where the true transformation and healing really begins with that. So embrace it, love it, allow it, accept it, and just be your authentic self.
I too have just enjoyed the stories and just the feel of sisterhood and empowerment here, because this is just how the world can change. I was telling somebody over there earlier that if we could take all of the testosterone out of Washington, D.C. and our government, this country would be fixed in one day. In one day, it'll be fixed. But if I could leave you with this quick little poem that I wrote that made me a North Carolina Bard for 2022, and it's called Tomorrow. Just give me a second because I'm just so feeling this thing. Well, okay. So today, tomorrow is not promised to us, and we all know that. This is why we need to take what we can do today, even just little tiny pieces at a time, and just get started. You don't have to have everything in place. Just use what you already have and just get started. Just get the thing moving. That's all we got to do. Okay. So I'm going to just go ahead on and pass it to her if I can, because I don't have I got 3 things in my mind right now, and I'm
So for me, I just want to say, Miss Gertrude and Butu, I do see you. I saw you. To my friend Mary that's in here, that's the sister right there, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. And to everybody in this room, it was a woman that helped me when I was in college and I was going through what I went through. It was a woman when I decided to leave my home and come here and gave me $10,000 to help me. It was a woman that gave birth to me. It was a woman. All I'm saying is, look at the women in your circle. How can they help you and how can you help them? Because we need each other. It's a woman that's in here right now. I'm sure we'll connect. And then we're going to connect with another one. I just want y'all to know how valuable you guys are and how much y'all have impacted my life as a byproduct through Miss Gertrude. And thank you, Mary.
How am I supposed to do that?
Because you a woman too.
Am I allowed to say ditto? No? Okay, I guess I'm supposed to do that. As I said before, just walk with your shoulders and head up high. You are exactly who you're supposed to be. Keep owning who you are and be exactly who you are at your core, and the rest will fall into place. And ditto.
Okay, thank you. We need to get a picture before you leave.
Okay. Then you get what she said. You gotta get a picture. You gotta
She is leaving, so we gotta get a picture. She won't be here at the end of the day, so I want her in the picture. Okay? Okay. All right, ladies, smile. Somebody got the cameras? I know. Okay. I'm gonna give you the mic though. Do I need to give you the mic? Or you need a, yeah. Okay.
I'm holding you like
Okay.
my prom photo.
But you literally have a foundation for like foster children, so the fact you're sitting here, that's crazy.
I'm always thinking. Okay, ladies, thank you, thank you.
Thank
Product. They were made to stay at home and sit on a piece of cardboard or use sticks or use paper or rags or whatever they could, but they couldn't go to school. In my mind, I cannot imagine my daughter not being able to go to school. So they're trying to get everybody to donate sanitary pads. I had just volunteered at this place called Days for Girls, where they made reusable sanitary napkins out of fabric. And I went there and I volunteered and I thought, this is pretty cool. Didn't know why we were making them, just that we were making them. I knew we were making them for girls in Africa, but I didn't know their situation. And as Gertrude described the conditions of these girls and how much school they missed because they didn't have what we know to have without thought. So I went up to her and I said, I got an idea. I said, I did some volunteering with these people and I will make 1,000 sanitary napkin kits for you. Now, there's a reason I came up with the number 1,000. I have this 1,000 thing in my mind. And I made kits before. I made 1,000 3 times. And then I made this and I made that. I always said I'd do 1,000. Then I got home and thought, I got to figure out how to do this. So I went to see these 2 women and I said, I want to make 1,000 of these so that I can send them to Africa. And they said, 1,000? Are you kidding? And she said, we're just ready to quit this. So do you want to take over the chapter? I'm like, sure, I'll take over the chapter. So they brought all the junk to my house. And I had a big pool table with a top on it. And I proceeded to set up sewing machines all around the table and invite everybody I knew to come over and sew. And then COVID happened. And during COVID, I sewed, I was going through some other things too, and I had to stay home anyway, so I sewed a lot, and not many people were coming during that time, and then I hit the jackpot. In my church, we have a lot of missionaries. Most of them are guys, between 19 and 22. So they were not allowed to leave their apartment during this time unless they were doing service work. So I invited them to come and work. 24 young men and women, mostly young men, came to my house and sewed these things. I had to teach each one of them how to sew first. And I found one that was really good at fixing sewing machines, and he was like my golden boy. He could fix, he could thread them. We used overlock machines, and nobody knew how to thread them, so he did all that. So as time went on, every Friday they'd come, and I had between 20 and 24 every single Friday for a year, and we finished the kits. We made, let's take them apart first. Where's the pad? Okay. This is called the liner. Each kit has 8 of them. We made 8,000 of these. This is the shield. Inside the shield is a product that keeps it from leaking. So we made 2,000 of those. We collected 2,000 pair of underwear, 1,000 bars of soap, 1,000 washcloths. Those were donated. We didn't make those. And then we had, we originally were going to send plastic bags so they could wash them in them. But then the word came back from Africa that we were causing pollution. So instead, we started making these little bags out of the same material that doesn't make them leak, so they could bring them home and they could wash them in those bags. So we made 1,000 of those. We made quite a few more. We ended up making 2,800 kits, but there's 1,000 of them sitting in California in a storage unit waiting to be sent. Since when COVID hit, the price of shipping went so high. I mean, it cost $10,000 to make 1,000 kits, but it cost $15,000 to ship it. So this is why I'm here talking to you today. We need support to get. Now, since then, we decided, okay, well, we don't want to just send them over. We want to help them sustain themselves. So I've collected sewing machines, overlock machines, fabric, sewing supplies, all the stuff. I want to go over and teach them how to make their own. This is how they're going to survive. This is how they're going to all get to go to school. I don't remember the latest number of how many have been sent to Africa, but it's in the millions. Okay, and Days for Girls is an amazing organization started by a lady in her garage with an idea of how to help these girls. And there's chapters all over the United States. I'm sure in your town there's a chapter, and if you like to sew, go over and give them a few. Even if you like to cut, we had one lady who she told me she was allergic to scissors. I got her past that by giving her just cut the ribbons for the bag, because there's a bag that they go in, so they have this cute little bag they can carry them in. She cut all my ribbons. There's something for everybody. I got to tell you one quick story. When we had those young men there, every week when they came in, we usually had a couple new ones. And I had a new young man come in. He was about 19 years old. And he said, I think he might even be 18 years old. And I said, oh, now these are pads that go in the shield and da-da-da. And I was explaining what was happening. He didn't quite understand what I was saying a lot. So a little while later, he's sewing away. He goes, can I send some of these to my sister, my mom? I said, really? He goes, yeah. I said, do you know what they are? You know what they're for? He said, yeah, they're hot pads. So that's our story with it. So if you have it in your heart, if you know anyone that can help us fund these to get them to Africa, it's so important to get them there. I pray that we're able to do that real soon, because it's just so important for these girls to have this opportunity. Everyone deserves it. Thank you. I have the kits on my table if you want to see the whole kit.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Okay, our next speaker. Oh, wait a minute. I got to get your bio. It's queued up. It's queued up. I just didn't have it in my hand.
I'll do an introduction.
Okay, I just didn't want to take up your time.
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So first of all, I'd like to thank Miss Gertrude for allowing me to crash the party. So I want to tell you a little bit about myself. And, we come to places in our path is not always linear or straight, and we have these divine interventions that connect us and bring us together. And so Ms. Gertrude and I met each other on LinkedIn, and we started having a conversation. And I said, well, what do you want to do? What do you want me to talk about? She's like, you can talk about whatever you want. I said, well, I'm in the DC area. I can connect you with people and we can have a discussion. And the idea kind of came to me that I wanted to talk to you about becoming an academic entrepreneur and thinking about how to take the stories and things that you do and put them into different spaces that don't always include stories like the ones you all tell. And to take you on that journey, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a professor at Marymount University. I also teach at UNC Chapel Hill. I'm probably the most unlikely professor you'll ever meet, in that I flunked out of undergrad 3 times before I got my degree. I didn't get my bachelor's degree till I was 30 years old. My dad is from, if you're familiar with DC, Berry Farm, Southeast, the poorest, roughest part of DC there is. Grew up in a single family household, single parent household without his dad, never had a relationship with his dad. But the unique thing about him and the audacity he has a PhD. So no one in his family graduated college, he has a PhD. But the struggle on me was I grew up in a household where report cards and grades were everything. I had PTSD over report cards and grades because of my dad. He rammed school down my throat. And what I ended up learning in stopping and starting and failing and trying to succeed was I found out 3 years ago that part of the reason why I was not a good student had nothing to do with intellect. I had undiagnosed learning disabilities. And the way I found out was through my children, because my son said, I'm having these struggles, and he went and got tested. But one of the problems is in certain households of color, we're not testing for that, right? We're just saying you're not trying, and my dad was getting the belt, right? So the thing about my story was after I struggled, I worked, and I realized that without a college degree as an African-American male, my options were going to be limited. And I went from someone that was proving to my dad, hey, I'm a good kid, I never got in trouble, to I had a mental block that I didn't think I could complete my degree. I found a bachelor completion program, and I had a professor that made me fall in love with learning, showed me I could do it, and I finished my bachelor's degree. 3 weeks later, I started my first master's, and I'm here to tell you that I'm someone that stands before you with bachelor's, 5 master's, 3 doctorate degrees. Now, I tell you all this to tell you that I inhabit spaces that don't always greet me because my path wasn't linear, right? A lot of you never think that some of these stories you tell, people that look like you or have your story need you in that academic classroom, need you in that space telling these stories. And traditionally, we've not been the type of people that have been in those spaces. But I'll tell you, I stand up with students and I share my story with them as a professor. I interact with them as a professor. And one of the things I want to talk to you about is maybe that path fits for you. So one of the things that I want to talk to you about is some non-traditional paths you can take to get in this academic space. And one of the things I want to talk to you about is, and Gertrude and I had a conversation about it, is many of you all are artistic. Many of you all got books. Many of you all are doing a variety of things that lend themselves to that world. Those of you all that are writers, you know, a master's in fine arts is a terminal degree. Fine arts is a field where you don't have a doctorate and you can be a faculty member based on completing an MFA. But the one I really talked to Gertrude about is there's a school in the UK called Middlesex University that has a Doctor of Professional Studies that you can do by creative or published works. So if you have a series of published works or books, you can put them together, write a critical analysis of them, put them in front of an examining board, explain it and defend it just like a dissertation, and they will award you a Doctor of Professional Studies. So I tell all this to say that in the last 5 or 10 years, opportunities have opened up for us to pursue academic attainment that are different than the traditional linear route. Me as a scholar, like if you go on Google Scholar, I probably have 180 publications I have about 700 citations, but I don't do theoretical research. I try to do research where I'm solving real life problems like the stories I've heard in this room. So to give you an example of a project I'm working on, I went to one of my bucket activities I want to do this year is I want to learn about fly fishing. I went one time, I want to go. So I went to a fly fishing expo, and while I was there, I met this woman for an organization called Casting for Recovery. One of the projects I worked on I'm most proud of was when pandemic came out, right? I had this reluctance because I lived in a community about, should I wear this mask and go in the bank, right? And I had a joke with my daughter. We were sitting in the car and she put her mask on, I put my mask on, I laughed with her and said, let's go get this money, right? We laughed, but the whole premise was I was very apprehensive as a Black man living in a certain community, like going in the store with a mask on. And so what I started to hear about and read about was stories about people being profiled because they had masks, being followed in the store when the mask was a requirement. So I thought about this kind of catch-22 on one end, if I do wear the mask, right, I could be at risk, or if I don't wear the mask, I could be at risk. And I really wanted to have a conversation with some of my other African-American male friends to say, you know, are you experiencing the same thing? Some of them told me the place they work, the security guards looking at them, they work there 5 years because they're seeing them walking with a mask. Or someone said the woman was scared of me in the parking garage late at night. And so what it really ended up becoming was a real conversation about how in this age of COVID, African-American men were trying to navigate this world and find a level of psychological safety. And when we were coming to the workplace, what did that mean? And so I essentially worked on the project, interviewed some of our colleagues, and we created this framework. But this is the type of research that I do. It's no different than the stories you all do. But what I'm explaining is when you start to get a master's degree, a doctorate degree, it just raises your platform to be able to tell these stories and to be able to put your research. Some other examples of my research out there is I wrote an article I'm very proud of about pregnancy discrimination in the workplace. So this whole dynamic that if you're a woman, you're pregnant, now you're being treated differently, or they call it the pregnancy penalty in the workplace. And these are the kind of things that I write about. And often they're not the discussions that we're having in the academic space, but I feel that we need to put them out there, not just in the classroom as professors, but putting them in that space where people are taking that research and building it. Another research project I worked on was in 2015, I got a fellowship and I finished a master's in religious studies and interfaith action and conflict management. And it's funny because people connect with me on LinkedIn and they're like, are you a minister? I'm like, no, I kind of fell into this thing. And I fell into it because I was curious, because when I worked in the federal government, I had a colleague that worked for the Department of Homeland Security. He said, if my coworkers find out I'm Muslim, it's going to sabotage my career. And he was going to work hiding his religion to take care of his family on one end, but he had to hide what was so prominent of himself. And there were all these public narratives out there about Muslim Americans hating America and things of that nature. And I started to do research because I was just curious about it, because I'd grown up Christian, but I met colleagues in grad school and other places that were Muslim, and their family treated me with such care and kindness. And I looked at them and their family just had so much reverence and love for America, it just surprised me. So what really got me curious was I went to the EEOC website and found out that Muslim Americans only represent 3% of the population, but 25% of the religious discrimination complaints. And so I really became curious and applied for this fellowship, and it was called a Global Peacemaker Fellowship. So everyone was doing these things on Israeli and Palestinians, and I just wanted to do how religious intolerance just manifests itself in the workplace. And what is it like when you have to hide who you are? You can't bring your whole self to the workplace. And so I went out and I just started doing research and just seeing things that I never really paid attention before, that a lot of the things that are happening in the public space can bleed over into the workplace. And while I was doing my research, I ended up one day going to a government organization. And one of the things that shocked me was I saw a pickup truck and it had a bumper sticker on it, and it had an AK-47 on it, and it said, "It's time to play cowboys and Muslims." And I was like, imagine if you were a Muslim person and you worked there and you saw that on someone's car when you came to work, or you had to walk past it when you came to work. So really what I've done is kind of used my scholarship and the things I care about to start having conversations and disseminate them out there. Now with technology and things and the way people connect, there's a site called ResearchGate and academia.edu that was created that allows people to publish articles and then upload them, and then people can read your articles around the world. And in a lot of developing countries or people where maybe I don't have a robust library, that is people's academic library. And so I share all this to tell you to kind of think about, again, you guys are in these spaces where you're doing phenomenal things, and there's opportunities out there for you to advance what you do and advance it in a scholarly level. Maybe many of you all never saw each other as professors. I never saw myself as a professor. I couldn't even get through school. But the fact that I'm able to tell my journey, because there's a lot of people will sit up there and make you think that it's easy. It's not. But what I'm finding is that academic spaces are changing and are becoming spaces where people are realizing that everyone doesn't have a linear path. Everyone isn't going to go to Cornell, Harvard, and Yale, but a lot of people have important things to share and are going to connect with students that look like them or came up like them or navigated them. And so what I want to do is kind of challenge you all to consider it as an option. You got poets, you've got authors, you've got social entrepreneurs in this room, and there's opportunities for you to leverage that and the work that you've done in non-traditional paths to pursue a doctorate degree. Can you move the slide? Move one more, two more. Let me get to the end where the schools are. Keep going. Right there. So remember, this is a school. Middlesex University is the one that has a Doctor of Professional Studies. And they do it by published works. It's in the UK. It's legit. Normally, if you have your published works together and you do your analysis, you finish in a year. So you put your stuff together, you finish in a year. I think it's 7,800 pounds, which is about $8,500. London Metropolitan University has PhD by published works. UK and Australia, you can do PhD by published works. The programs are very expensive. Some of the ones in the UK are a little bit more reasonable. Next slide. So I also work for Marymount University in Arlington. We have 2 doctorates right now. One I teach in. We have a Doctor of Business Administration and Business Intelligence. It is predominantly online. Like, you don't have to do residencies on campus. There's another school, University of Cumberland in Kentucky. They have a whole bunch of reasonable doctorates in a variety of different ways that are course-based, where you're doing things online. And then I also went to Capital Technology University. They have like research-based doctorates in that, unlike traditional programs where you're doing coursework and then you do your dissertation, their motto is you just really work on your dissertation the whole time and do your research the whole time. And I share all this to let you know that there's all these different angles. All of these are brick and mortar schools, because we know there's some discussion out here between online and other schools. These are traditional schools that have traditional programs, traditional campus, but they just offer these programs in a different way. But just some things for you to think about in terms of advantages. Can we go all the way to the end where my, yeah. Keep going. Keep going. So let's talk a little bit real quick about teaching. Backslide. So one of the things is some of you all might not want to go into academia full time. I taught for 10 years while I worked, and I taught online on the side. So one of the beauties is I got both my kids out of undergrad with no debt. Because the schools that I taught with, I just used the money to pay their tuition. And on the low end, some schools will pay you $3,000, but I've taught for schools that pay $10,000 for an online class. So, and now you're seeing more and more schools that are hiring full-time remote professors, where you're full-time remote and you can make 60, 80, 90,000. I know there's some people in here in the room that are nurses. Like there's a lot of RN to BSN programs where they'll pay you if you have an MSN to teach, and you can make money on the side. And so my thought in sharing that is I think today getting a doctorate, you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset. Like my dad doesn't get it. He comes with the old school of, well, you work one place and that's where you work. But I come from a mindset of, we live in a knowledge economy. You're going to go where people pay you. I have a very good friend in Florida who she worked for a law firm. She got burnt out working 80 hours a week. And now she just teaches online for 20 schools, just totally online. She makes like $275,000 just teaching online. But for her, like, you know, it's a business. She hustles, right? She spends one weekend a month looking for schools that have online programs, and then she looks, sees that they're hiring. If they don't hire, then she contacts the dean of online learning, no differently than if I was a contractor and I wanted to get new business and I went and canvas communities. So just something for you to think about. I think my time is up. Thank you.
Probably someone has a question for you.
Okay.
So we're going to do a Q&A with you real quick.
Okay, sure.
And, okay. And so, and then we'll have lunch. Okay? All righty. So here we go.
Thank you so much for coming. As you know, ladies, 25% of our speakers are male. When I introduced this rule, we lost a lot of our members. People said, this is a women's organization. Until we have men coming into the rooms where we're discussing women's issues, nothing is going to change for us. So please, the next time we promote an event, tell your male friends, look at the information we received today. So when I published my first book, I wrapped an African philosophy into my life story. The philosophy, as you all know, is Ubuntu. My first academic gig was in the United States, in Pittsburgh. The people who owned the football team called the Steelers found me on YouTube. The Rooneys, these are billionaires. Mrs. Rooney created a position called the Rooney International Scholar, very prestigious. The Rooney Rule in American football forced football teams to have Black representation. So the Rooneys are known for diversity, for changing American football. So I go to this university, I've just written my own personal memoir. I'm trying to raise money for the AIDS orphans in my family. But the word Ubuntu, if you Google it, you will find a piece of software by Linux. And a lot of people don't realize that Linux based the philosophy of their software from what we created thousands of years ago. So there's a lot of content that is misappropriated from indigenous communities. And 22 years ago, I thought I want to take this word back. I accidentally branded myself as an expert in Ubuntu. I've done 3 TED Talks, and I lecture all over the world, like you're saying. The Roonies paid me $10,000 a week to lecture 2 hours a week. I came for a 6-month contract. I had a fully furnished 5-bedroomed house. I had a car. I wrote my second book while I was here. So creating your own content and owning it. Your book, your story, your ideas is your intellectual IP. How are you going to repurpose it into a university course, getting the accreditation so you can get paid? I do diversity, inclusion, belonging workshops from New Zealand, from Australia, anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 an hour. Why aren't you ladies grabbing these opportunities? Your life experience is your degree. So thank you so much, because you gave us, I mean, when we talked, you said to me, Gertrude, you can get a PhD. I'm like, nah, I don't want to go back to college. And he just emailed me, these are the steps, A, B, C, D, these universities. I already have that knowledge, but now I'm getting accredited for it. Guess what that's going to do for my speaking fee? The second commercial speaking event I got in the US was the International Coaching Federation in Florida. They called me up, we want you to be our keynote speaker, how much do you charge? I'd never spoken professionally in the US. In New Zealand, the highest was $7,500. So I called my father in Africa, I'm like, Dad, I've got this opportunity, what do I say? And he said to me, Gertrude, the fact that they called you from the United States means you've already made the impression on someone. Ask for what you want. And I thought, wow, what if I double my fee, $15,000 an hour? That would be nice. I called them back, I said $15,000 an hour. They said, fine, send us your contract. Now, when I get booked to speak, they pay 50% up front, the balance when I've done the job. 3.5 days later, the contract is signed. There's $15,000 in my bank account. So I called this woman up. I said, I think you've paid the full amount. She's like, no, we paid half. Now, in my head, I was talking about New Zealand dollars. And at that time, the New Zealand dollar was twice as much, right? I undersold myself by another $10,000. They had a budget for $25,000 an hour for their keynote. So now what I do, I don't tell them my fee. I ask them, what is your budget? I can work with it. The minute you're putting the value on your own head. I left $10,000 on the table. Then they said to me, ship some books, you'll have a space to sell your books. I learned to convert a room. Every single time you go and speak and you've got books that you're selling, when you go home, count how many books did I sell, how many books did I take. If you bought 100 books and you sold 70 copies, your conversion is 70%. So you need to watch as you go to these presentations. What is my conversion rate? How many books did I sell? You have to change up your speech and put your sales pitch in the story. You have to mention your book in the beginning, in the middle, in the end. I had one line given to me that has quadrupled my sales. Mark Victor Hansen, the guy who wrote Chicken Soup of the Soul, is one of my mentors. He said to me, Gertrude, why are you selling one book at a time? Put this line in your speech, he said. At the end of my presentation, I'm like, I'm going to be at the back of the room selling my books. Please buy one for yourself, buy one for someone you love, buy one for someone who needs inspiring. People will start remembering my niece, my cousin, my this. I sell books by 10, 15 copies at conferences. So I know my conversion rate. I ask how many people are coming to the conference. I calculate if my conversion rate is 70% and there's 100 people at the event, I'm going to take 100 copies because I know I'll sell. At that event, they said, don't send more than 150 copies. Nobody ever sells more than that. They were expecting 3,000 people. Did my maths. I knew I could sell well over 500 copies. We're going to have to store the books. I'm like, I'll pay for storage. I shipped 500 copies. I sold 900 copies of my book at that conference at $35 a copy. I've made 30,000 from the speaking fee. I made more money on my book sales. So sometimes you don't have to be paid to speak at an event. If you know there's numbers and you've calculated how you speak, how you've woven your sales pitch in this presentation, you can make so much money. I made over $100,000 at one event. And for the women of color in this room, we are not showing up. There is a gap in the market for Black women, women of indigenous backgrounds, to step into this space. It's been dominated by white males. White females are next. We are not showing up. So please, if you're listening to this online and you feel inspired to be a speaker, to go into the diversity, inclusion world, there's workshops you can run. Companies are looking for you. And right now, with the race relations in the United States, this country is a mess. Every organization is looking for somebody to come and facilitate. Step into the space, ladies. So let's open up for questions. This is an opportunity for you guys to learn.
My question to you was, you mentioned, I'm sorry. You mentioned a degree that I'm working on my MBA. This is my last semester. I never thought about anything other than that. So you made me think like, wait, there's more. But I was doing pretty good because I didn't really want to use it for work. I just wanted to show that you can do it. But you talked about, I'm a minister. So I see myself evangelizing, ministering, doing missionary work. You talked about a specific degree you had.
So here's the thing, and I'll tell you, don't look at a doctorate linear. I tell people my doctorate is a passport. It took me places I never thought I would have gone. It opened doors I didn't even know existed. So everyone thinks that you have to be a professor or be a doctorate. I'm just saying that, unfortunately, the environment we live in is credentials opens doors for you. Credentials gives you a platform to be able to speak. Normally I told people, Gertrude knows, call me Daryl, unless it's something formal, right? So if I got to go to school and deal with someone with my kids, I'm like, call me Dr. Burrell. But as a general rule, I always tell people, why not if you have the ability to do it? Because it's going to open doors for you. One of the things that I told people that are parents is, any school I'm at, my kids can go there for free. It's also a college fund. So if I'm a professor there, they can go there for free. So to me, if you work at the university full time, you can leverage that where people in your family can go there for free. The other thing is, when it comes to consulting, teaching online, it just will open additional streams of income that can come to you that probably would not otherwise come to you without it. The name of the specific one that you have. So I have a master's in interfaith action and conflict management.
That one.
But you will find schools that have programs like that. That program is kind of changed, but there are all kind of programs that you can do that are in that level that you can do online in non-traditional ways. Lancaster Bible College has a variety of things that are faith-based if you want to do it. One of the things, depending on where you are in the country, there are some seminaries that probably would fully fund you to do some kind of master's degree. I know places like Duke School of Divinity and places like that, they're always looking for people that want to study it. I have a colleague, she went to Yale, she studied religious studies at Yale and got fully funded. So there are opportunities out there if you want to pursue it. I would just tell you, the site I recommend you go to is a site called ProFellow. ProFellow has fully funded masters, PhDs, and fellowships in other realms. One thing that might be interesting for you is Princeton has a Black church leadership program that's a week long, where they have people that are faith-based that are interested in doing faith-based stuff, where you can go to Princeton for a week and network with 40 other people that are faith-based. That might be something that you might be interested in too.
Thank you.
So I don't know anything about the academic community at all, other than I took a very nonlinear route to get it through to my master's. So I work for the federal government. So I'm just curious how I didn't know that some of these things even existed. So how do you get, like, who do you go to speak to get this information to people that take nonlinear paths like myself? And B, what's prompted it? Has it been COVID that prompted like these programs?
There
Have
were
they
always
been there?
options out there. There's just more of them. What COVID did was it forced more traditional players to do it. Like if you went 22 years ago, the only players were people like University of Phoenix, right? But University of Phoenix disrupted the marketplace. And so now I always tell people, I'm not knocking it, but those schools tend to be very expensive. And then when you get out, people are not going to always embrace it the same way because it's a for-profit university. So I always tell people now, you can applaud them because they disrupted the market. Now just do your research because you can find schools that do the same thing they do cheaper in the same way that might have a brand that you like. And I just tell people to do their research out there. You can find opportunities from top schools to do the same types of degrees in a variety of different areas. The other thing I will tell you is if you work in the federal government, one of the things that I did, and I worked in the federal government before I went to academia, is they have professional development dollars. So what I did was I took my doctorate courses and put them on my IDP, and I just made them work related. And then the federal government has a rule, unless you're in a special program, they won't pay for a degree, but they'll pay for courses. And if your courses add up to your degree, that's how you can get your degree. Okay. So yeah, that's the way you navigate that.
I want to pay homage to Gertrude today. This has been amazing. And I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I speak tomorrow, but just being in the spaces and hearing about academia and professional development and curating those spaces for Black and brown women and BIPOC women, right? I affirm the meaning behind our true creed of who we are to step in places like this. I think a lot of time as Black women, we have been oppressed for so long and we don't know our way out. But given these opportunities to Gertrude and other philanthropists worldwide, we have to bridge the gap together and unite together and love one another. COVID has done so much to us, our minds, our mental health, our self-esteem and things like that. And before I came today, I had talked with a young woman over the phone that her back is up against the wall. But I use my storytelling to bleed over into her mindset to let her know that it's okay not to be okay. She needs a car, she needs housing, this, that, and the other. And I'm here in DC for Women's Month, but I'm also here to show and support any of you all in the walk that you are doing back home. And you'll look at my story and you'll see the intersectionality of what I do on several different platforms. So Gertrude, Dr. Burrell, I want to say thank you because a lot of times people don't think education can be afforded to them through their personal development. I was an adolescent when I came to the Speakers Bureau pieces and did not understand it at age 17. And I had two phenomenal women that I hope they'll be here tomorrow that massaged my mentorship. But I can say when I met Gertrude in 2018, this is the first time we saw each other face to face. We've been connecting through Zoom, through virtual learning, and she has become the mother for me. I still have my biological mother, but my godmother and my biological mother carried me so far, and I lost my adopted mother in 2021 due to COVID. And I gained another mother who can help me and guide me and see the light at 45 years old I have not reached. My sister here, we have a story that intersects that is so profound together. I would love to talk with you later, but I want to just say thank you.
It's kind of hard to follow that, but I do have an academic question. Actually, kind of two. Do you need to have a master's to go right to get a PhD? Because I thought that was the trail you had to take.
So some schools you do, the professional studies you don't. You just have to have something worthy that you publish, and you have to put that resume together and make that strong case with Middlesex University. But as a general rule, you do for most programs, but there's masters out there you can finish in like a year that are pretty quick. There's some real non-traditional ones out here. Like if you're in a professional field where you have a lot of experience and you have certifications, there's schools like Western Governors that are competency based, where you can put together a portfolio and do some things and go through an examining thing and you can get a master's degree. I know somebody's finished Western Governors a master's in like 6 months. So it just all depends. And Western Governors nonprofit, brick and mortar school, but a lot of schools are going to competency based. So for those of us that have a lot of experience or credentials in our field, a lot of times that might be a better path for us.
Yeah, because I graduated from college, but I was more of a social graduator, if you know what I mean. I was on the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
So I'm not academia at all. But the second question I have is, if this could happen, is there financial aid and loans and all of that for this as well?
Different schools have different things. Like if you go to graduate school, traditional schools will have loans. A lot of the schools in the UK, it just depends on what they have that are out there for you. You know, I always say, you know, the ones that don't tend to have programs where you can pay a certain amount over time. The ones outside the United States do. So there's other options. One, there's a school in Italy that has a master's in public health where they combine it with a doctorate from another school and you can do them both simultaneously. So there's a lot of options out there. So if you reach out to me, I'm on LinkedIn. It's Dr. Daryl Norman Burrell on LinkedIn. And you have any follow-up questions, or you want to talk to me in a break and we can connect, that's fine.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, we've been given a lot of information. Great. Thank you. Even I might go back for the PhD since I don't have to be in the classroom. That's a problem for me. I'm too active to be in a classroom. Okay. All righty. We are going to take a pause, ladies. We're going to eat, have lunch, and then we will begin again. All righty. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
This was just
I'm glad.
Thank you.
I'm glad. You know, I wanted to do you right.
That's exactly what
Yeah.
we needed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move forward.
Do you want a water? And oh, there's lunch too. There's so many more. Casey, look how many. Every other day I ordered cookies. No, there's like 4 of each thing. Please, I don't know what we're doing. Okay, great. We're just having that. So rolling our roast. Yeah.
Okay. Safe travels for you, my love. Okay, ladies. If you have not finished your lunch, please feel free to bring it with. If you have not finished your lunch, please feel free to bring it with. Bring it with you. Okay? Bring it with you. Oh, this is so exciting. So exciting. This is my first women's conference of this type. In addition, I am a first-time writer, which you'll hear more about that tomorrow morning. But this is so exciting. This is excellent. I love it.
Whoever's last to sit down gets to sing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoever sits down over here last gets to sing. They roped me into it yesterday, but I'm on the job, so. The day before, actually, they did. I told you they did that to me. Okay. Yeah, you can. What do you want me to do? Liza is next. You want to read her bio? Uh-huh. And she just gave us a quick one, and the rest of it will be in her presentation. She didn't give you her name. Wilson, I believe. Okay. Okay, ladies, we're getting ready to start. Are you No, I didn't hear that. You'll do the next one?
No, go ahead.
Yes. Can I sit down? Oh, yeah.
All right, ladies, come on down and take your seats. Can we get everyone to take your seats? Thank you. Are we ready? All right. It is such an honor to introduce Liza Wilson. Is it Wilson or Wilson? It's Wilson. Okay.
Hi. The will of the sun.
All right. So Liza, like the sunshine, Liza brings you energy, light, hope, and belief in yourself through her dynamic story of transformation. Bringing in the magic of life, she will show you how to turn obstacles into opportunities. Loving a good challenge, Liza accepts and rises to meet and surpass, to shine and sparkle. She is an outstanding mother of 3, and her superpower is pure intuition. We've heard some of you ladies talk about that today. Love it. She is here today to share the secrets on loving yourself to the fullest, self-acceptance, and finding your inner magic. Let's give it up for Liza. Well, this is exciting. I feel like I'm coming on the Today Show or something like that. I don't know. Woo, woo. Here we are. Right, so I'm sparkling today for all of you. Shining. I do have notes because I literally just wrote what I'm going to say. Thank you. Here we go. So I'm only having them in case I forget, but I probably won't, so we'll be fine. Because all I really want to tell you today is how to shine. Right? How to find our sparkle. I've actually been writing and thinking and humming and awing about what I wanted to share here today because I have so many stories to tell. Which one? What am I going to do? What am I going to say? How am I going to say it? Who am I speaking to? Will they listen? What if I say nothing? Words have so much power. And do you remember that saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me? It's a lie. Those words, they hurt. They hurt the most because we hear them and we repeat them and repeat them and repeat them and repeat them and get stuck in a loop, and we don't even know we're in the loop that we're stuck in because we can't even hear the words we're saying anymore. So once upon a time, there was this little girl. That was me. She grew up and she thought, and I suppose I don't know, maybe it's Disney, it's that, maybe it's an American thing that, you know, what is it? Happily ever after? So my world kind of changed at many different points along my journey. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you my story because my story, I have discovered, limits me in shining and in really being me. My story keeps changing. That's why I have so many stories to tell. I keep changing. I am truly magical. I believe in the power of now. And I think that's why I didn't write what I needed to write until, well, 10 minutes ago. But now. So thank you for all of you that spoke this morning because it was so inspirational in what I've just created. Although my creation has been going on for a while. So I am originally from here, just born and raised in Alexandria, which is about 10 minutes outside of DC. And I left here when I was 21. On Sunday, I'm turning 50. And I'm happy. I'm really happy. Yeah, not bad for 50. Yeah. So it's all about, I think, connecting that body, mind, and soul. And along this journey of, well, when I was 21, I said, I left home being the US. And I went and flew over the pond and I was looking for me. I thought I would find her over there. I thought if I went over there, someone in my family might love me just a little bit more. I didn't find her. I mean, I could tell you the stories. I could tell you about how I didn't have the confidence and I didn't have the belief in myself to go and follow my career path for what I studied, psychology. I could tell you about the fact that I was a really, really horrible student because most of the time I went in the front door and walked out the back door until I got caught. And then my mom changed schools. So thanks, Mom. I went to many, many schools and I hated school. I hated school because why did I hate school? Oh, I know. It's because I was being taught shit, I didn't care about.
at all. I wasn't interested in it. I didn't like it. I wanted to do what I wanted to do. And some people might have called me a selfish brat and spoiled and all the rest of it, but I don't care. Because I wasn't being taught in the way that I needed to be learning. I wasn't, I didn't know at the time that I had all that power in me to be me. I was so busy being whoever I thought you wanted me to be. I was the butterfly in school. I could flit and fly into every single group and be a part of it, but I never felt home. And it's funny because that pattern, that just continued, right? So I went from here to the Netherlands. I learned to speak Dutch. Ik kan heel goed Nederlands spreken. En gisteren heb ik Marieke ontmoet. I said I can speak great Dutch. And yesterday I met Marieke here. She's not here today. She's sick. Okay. So, but I loved that I saw her, right? I loved that I connected with her yesterday. She didn't even tell me she was Dutch. I knew she was. You're Dutch, aren't you? Just like when I was in the Netherlands, people would be like, oh, you're American, aren't you? But are you? Because you're not fat. You're not stupid. Huh? No, I'm not. I'm not fat and I'm not stupid. No, I'm just me. And me is my energy. That's how I'm defining it. Me, M-E, my energy. And I have learned to follow my energy. And I was doing it all along. I just didn't know I was doing it. So I learned a new language. I learned new words. Wow. Now I can really critique myself twice as much in 2 languages. What was the statistic I heard? We have anywhere between 12 and 60,000 thoughts a day. 80% of those are negative. Yeah. Whew. No, but I can do that in 2 languages. I don't know what that means. Yeah, and then I speak French too, so that's 3. And we always learn the bad words when we learn a new language, right? So you can imagine, but let's not imagine because that's just negative. Let's focus on how do we shine? Because I'm choosing not to talk about the tragic suicide of my first husband because that's his story. I have a story that follows that, and that's mine, but that comes out in my shine. There's another story of, being 30, wanting to have children, and the guy that committed suicide was gone. Oops. Tick tock, tick tock. How do I have those kids? Because that's all I ever wanted. I thought that was all I ever wanted. Those kids, I love them. I have 3 teenagers. My mother did warn me. I remember her words. I can't wait until you have a teenager. I got 3. I thought it would be a really good idea to have them all back to back, keep fit and keep going. And I'm questioning that decision now, but it's exciting. It's exciting. And what I have learned the most from them is how to just be, to be all of whoever you are and to believe in the magic that we have inside. So here it goes. I created today, shine. Let's see if I can remember. I might have to look at my notes. Shine. Show up. Show up every day. Every day you get to choose. Actually, every minute, because the power, remember, is in now. So show up for yourself. It's not about not being able to get out of bed in the morning because you don't have purpose or you don't have a reason. Or, I've even been in the place where my kids weren't even a reason to get out of bed. I became the reason to get out of bed because I want to live, and that's a choice. It's a choice how we get to live and live our lives. And why do we spend so much time living a life we don't love, right? Which leads to the second story that I could tell. That moment when I said, honey, I love you, but I want a divorce because you don't appreciate me. You don't value me. That was such an amazing lesson. And I am literally so grateful and in love with all of the people that are in my life because they keep giving me the gift of me. You know that moment when you're like really down and you just want to pick up the phone and call someone to tell them what's going on? But she didn't answer, or he didn't answer, or she didn't answer. You know that moment where you just have run out of numbers to call? I learned to find in that moment me. That was their gift to me. Deal with it yourself. I'm too busy, or whatever, who cares? I could create a lot of stories around why they didn't answer, but none of that is important because what's important is they gave me the gift of me. And I do believe our children are gifts to us. They are, and I've heard it today, and I'm sorry, I cannot remember who said it, but there are reflections. But I'm your reflection, and yours, and yours, and yours. All of our relationships are just shining back at us what we get to see, and sometimes we feel triggered. That's our shit. Time to deal with something. Something's coming up, but it's not in the now. It's something from a story that we hold on to. So that's in the healing. So shine, show up. H. How am I feeling right now? How am I feeling right now? And what can I do to change how I'm feeling if I'm not feeling okay? So let's just do this for a minute together. And what I would say is, if you were anxious, which I was about 10 minutes ago, or I lose track of time, so I don't even know where I am with time. But I was feeling anxious and I wanted to feel peace because I just wanted to come out here and shine and share and sparkle. So what do we do with that? We have to tap into our source because we are the source. We create our reality with everything. It's our perspective. It's how we choose to see the world that we're living in. So here we go. No matter what you're feeling, if you are feeling bad, you could go to the opposite of the feeling. But instead of doing that, we're going to do right now. If you could just, with me, bring your hands to your heart. And I just want you to close your eyes. And I just want you to feel your heart beating behind your hands. And I just want you to breathe with me. Breathe in all the love that is in this room right now. Because it's here. It's in us. Some of us might not be loving ourselves. Some of us might not be feeling loved. But we all want to be loved. And the power of love, the power of our ability to open our hearts, that's ours. That's right now. We get to choose to love ourselves. And that can be hard because, sometimes we do things that aren't nice, make other people feel icky, make ourselves feel icky. But if you just step into the love and appreciate, I'm just doing my best. I don't always know. I don't have all the answers. When my kids ask me, I don't even just say Google it. I don't even know. That's the journey. Ask questions. How do I love? What is love? When will I know if I'm loved? Well, we just get to start with baby steps. How do we want to feel? What is love for you? Because we all define love differently. But I know the feeling, it's warmth, it's acceptance for all of who you are. Good parts, bad parts, scary parts. There was a part of me that I wanted to run and hide a few minutes ago. In fact, I believe somebody was looking for me to hook me up here. I did say I wasn't hiding. I really was. But it's okay. I was ready. Here I am. So we've had show up. How am I feeling? We've just learned how to breathe a little bit of love into our hearts. Intuition. We all have it. We don't always trust it, but that's been my journey. And I've discovered on my journey, that's my superpower, intuition. So it's not about being in relationships where you can't trust your partner, or you've maybe had some abuse in your life, or, made whatever has happened in your story. We all have intuition, and with that intuition, we have and hold all the answers, all of them. And nourishment. How are we nourishing our body, our mind, and our soul? So our body, what are we eating? Are we exercising? Are we even moving? Are we getting some sunshine? Are we not even getting out of bed today? Because sometimes that's okay. Because sometimes our bodies need to rest, and we need to listen to our bodies. And sometimes we don't even listen to ourselves, and our bodies scream. That's called chronic pain, disease, discomfort. So it's time to listen to our bodies, because we're stuck with the ones that we got. So I don't have big boobs. That was always highlighted to me. I'm okay with it. They're mine. I'm good. My mother's story was that she had a fat, bottom. Here's the thing. People are now putting implants in their bottoms. Right? I like my backside. I had to learn to love all of me, all my parts. All my parts. Okay, that was, and nourishment. So body, that was the body. We've got the mind. I love learning. Do you remember when I told you I hate school? I do. I hate school, but I love learning. I never stop learning. Never, ever. I never stop connecting. I never stop networking. I never stop loving that curiosity. Yeah. Soul. Nourish your soul. That's love. That's love. We get to just shine our light. So when we do that exercise, just we can visualize ourselves liquid gold just pouring into us, or visualize your sparkle. And E is emotion. Okay, emotion for me is energy in motion. Now, E could also be empathy. Many people have different definitions of empathy, so just for the purposes of right now, I'm going to say it's about being kind and having compassion for yourself. Right? Because we can find love and forgiveness. Because when we do experience shame or guilt or a lot of these other low vibrational frequencies and feelings that we feel, what was it? I think Donna said today, what we appreciate, right? It appreciates, it does. So if we're feeling really low and we're appreciating that, we're just going to get more of it. So emotion, energy and motion, I used to think that meant go with the flow. Just be flexible. Do what the group's doing. Find your flow. Follow your energy. Really simple. Because we have choices constantly, right? How does that make me feel? Does it make me feel light, or does it make me feel heavy? I want to feel light. I want to shine. I step into that energy, and I make that choice. It's mine. I get to choose how I speak to myself. So I love my shine. I love my sparkle. And I love yours because each of you has that magical inner light inside you. You just need to tap into it and like break the armor and shed the shell and the armor and support yourself. Support yourself. Show up, right? How am I feeling? Intuition. Trust yourself. You have all of the answers. Nourish yourself. And emotion. It's okay to feel it. Everything we feel, it's real. It's our experience, and it's okay. Some days are worse than others. Some situations are okay. Let it flow. Let the energy just flow. We don't have to hold on to it anymore. It doesn't have to be our story. We get to rewrite it. And when we do it together, that's when we sparkle. Thank you for all of you. Yeah. I feel like I have to do curtsy. And I didn't use my notes. My what? I know, but I like it better. Am I still on this?
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Look at Paul. Look at Paul. Can you ask him to fix it? I can't do anything.
You said what? I think I'm still on.
This stage just keeps getting better and better. Our next speaker is coming to us virtually. Her name is Jane Enright. Jane is an ordinary person who has survived some extraordinary things. An inspiring and humorous award-winning Canadian author and positivity expert, Jane is a former kindergarten teacher, university lecturer, and the CEO of Everything at My Super Awesome Life Incorporated. She is the recipient of the 2022 Silver Medal from Living Now Evergreen Book Awards to commemorate world-changing books published in this new millennium for her compelling, riveting memoir entitled Butter Side Up: How I Survived My Most Terrible Year and Created My Super Awesome Life. Jane is helping audiences worldwide land butter side up, find joy, successfully manage change, and create their super awesome life after unexpected change. You can find her new book, Jane's Jam, Inspiration to Create Your Super Awesome Life, November 1st, where good books are sold. And connect with her on LinkedIn, Goodreads, Instagram, Facebook, and Pinterest. For more information, visit her at mysuperawesomelife.com, janewrightauthor.com, or She Writes Press.
Hi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you hear me?
Hold on, Jane. Okay, it's all yours, Jane.
All right, you can hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Gertrude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The beloved Gertrude. I met Gertrude very surreptitiously. I'm honored and grateful to be here at HerStory Circle, sharing my story. I'm a Canadian girl. I'm here in the snow. We're getting 20 centimeters of snow here in Dundas, Ontario, but it's obviously a very warm environment there in Washington. So I'm thrilled. I can feel your positive energy coming towards me, and I'm thrilled to share my energy with yours. I was recently interviewed last week for a podcast here in Canada, and the Tony Chapman, the fellow that introduced me, said the average human being spends 2.3 billion seconds on Earth. How are you spending your time? And Liza spoke to that, and I believe Aaron spoke to that a few days ago. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story and about how I got the big wake-up call in my life about how I was spending my time and my purpose in moving forward. And I'm also going to tell you a neat little story about how I met Gertrude and some serendipity along the way. So thanks so much for the warm welcome. I'm not sure who the introducer was, but thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm honored and grateful to be in the company of such accomplished, talented women across the globe, and to support each other in a healthy, encouraging way, and leave the planet a better place than we found it. Like my predecessors, I'm going to share my story. Along the way, I'm going to try and provide some hope and inspiration that good things can come from not so good things, and remind you about the power of you, as Liza and others were saying today. I'm going to share a few ideas about how to encourage and nourish a sense of well-being and create the super awesome life we all deserve, because you do deserve it. You are worth it. Now, put up your hand. I'm going to try and speak with you, not at you as much as I can virtually, but put up your hand if you've had something happen that's been unexpected in your life. Put up your hand if your crystal ball's in the shop and you don't know what the next 5 minutes might bring. Okay, me too. Me too. So you're in the right room. Okay, so COVID, I mean, obviously COVID, it was a wake-up call for us all. Globally, never in the history of this planet has there been such massive, rapid, unexpected change simultaneously. It was a wake-up to us all, I believe, in a bit of a way, if you look at it a little more upside than downside, a gift. Some of us didn't make it through COVID, and that's a loss. But for those of us who are still here, we're all in this together. It's a wake-up call from the universe to say, what's important to you? What's important to you? How do you want to spend the rest of your life? And in addition to COVID, we all have moments in our lives where we are taken by surprise. Some of these moments bring us joy and happiness and bliss. We might meet a new love. We might birth of a grandchild. I know Gertrude's had a lovely, lovely new grandson come into her life that we talk about often. It might be your children. It might be an activity that you love, or a new friend. But sometimes we have things that knock us for six. We have things that take our breath away, literally and figuratively, and ask us what's next and why me. For me, it was a most terrible year. It was my dress rehearsal for COVID. On April 7th, my life changed forever. April 7th, 2017. My world changed abruptly when I was a spectator at a sporting event and I got hit in the face, slammed in the head with a volleyball. Not a little tap, but a poof. And literally, my life changed in an instant. I was like Dory in Finding Nemo. Okay, I couldn't remember who I was or what I'd done 5 minutes before, what the next 5 minutes might bring. I also had what's called speech aphasia. And if you've ever had anybody in your life have speech aphasia, it's finding your words. So that's a pretty devastating thing to have happen when your career is speaking to people for a living. Okay, to add insult to injury, just as I was landing on my feet again and pondering my next career move, another curveball came out of left field. My partner and fiance in January 2018 had his own traumatic injury, and he had a car accident and a subsequent fall that sent him to the hospital, teetering on the verge of life and death for 10 days. Now, I'm speaking to you very calmly because I've totally let go of the past, I believe, and that's what Liza and others were speaking to. But when he woke up from that 10-day coma, it was very, very traumatic. He turned to me and said, I don't know who anyone is here, but you're the nicest and the prettiest. Now imagine sitting bedside learning that you're sitting next to the man that you love and he can't remember anything. And you're hearing, who are you? What's your name? Who am I? How old are you? How old am I? Where do we live? How did we meet? Do we live together? Do we sleep together? Now, most women might take that a little, your ego might get in the way. You say, my God, you can't even remember that. Come on, you're a man. But imagine being so vulnerable as a human being that you're dependent on another human being to tell you who you are, where you are, who you were, and how you met. Okay? And that I am the only human being in his life to take care of him as he would take care of himself. How do you do this when you've just been slammed in the head and you're trying to recover? Where do you start? You begin at the beginning. I started to explain to the love of my life that we did indeed live together and that we were engaged. And he responded with his heart, not his head. He used his intuition. And he said, well, I live with you. And he stared at the photo on the iPhone. And he said, I live with you? You live with me? my God, I must be a lucky son of a bitch. And I said, well, you are, because you're alive and I'm here and we're going to get through this together. So even though he couldn't remember who I was, he had that feeling that we all feel in our heart when we know something is good, when we feel safe, that warmth that others have spoken to during the past few days. So we never know how much time we have on earth. Sometimes we get a bit of a wake-up call, and sometimes we get a chance to start again. And sometimes we get a call that doesn't make sense at all. Now, you think those two things would have been enough, but from April 7th, 2017 to April 11th, 2018, that was my most terrible year. I got the call that didn't make sense at all. That was the third thing, a call that no one wants to get, but anyone looking back would be honored to receive. Just as my partner was being discharged from hospital and I was getting back on my feet again, he was moving into assisted living. My best friend of 40 years was diagnosed with a terminal illness. She went to a hospital emergency room in March 2018 with abdominal pain and received a terminal diagnosis. I remember where I was sitting when I received this news, and I'm sure some of you have had this experience. I was in my favorite chair on a brilliant sunny Saturday afternoon. This was the same girl I had been best friends with for 40 years. She'd been shoveling my driveway 2 weeks before, clearing the snow. It was wintertime. The same girl that I shared my hopes and dreams with growing up on the ski lift chair as we learned how to ski together, and we were in grade school and high school and university together. I wanted to call her, but I couldn't speak. I sobbed uncontrollably. I was losing everything I knew was so. I lost my career. I was losing my partner and that type of relationship that we had. And I lost my best friend. That was the worst day of my life. Am I telling you this to make you sad? No. I hope you won't be sad by the time I'm done. I'm telling you because, like all of us in this room, we have a story. I'm an ordinary person who has survived some extraordinary things. Stuff with 4 letters ending in a T, like all of us, that make us think, that change our lives, and force us to a fork in the road sometimes to say, who am I? Where am I going? What's next? This was my dress rehearsal for COVID, where I earned my DPE, my doctorate of personal experience, and you have one too. We all have a personal experience to draw on. We all have that inner strength that tests us and is called to us in times of need. But I started my journey, my transformational journey, ending up stronger, healthier, and happier than ever before. So how did I move forward? How did I survive? How did I get out of bed? And not only thrive, but thrive afterwards. How did I salvage and begin a new career and make sense of it all and begin again? Basically, like anyone would be, I was pissed off. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be after these 3 things? In my book, Butter Side Up, I talk about how I felt like I was going to the principal's office every day. I felt like I was being punished for something, except I didn't know what it was. I said to the universe, that's it. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm tired of hard and sad. I want a super awesome life. I took a leap of faith. I let go of all the labels that come with the past, a divorce, the end of a relationship that I didn't expect, the end of a friendship that I didn't expect, the end of the loss of a career that I didn't expect. And I said, you know what? Here's the time to start now. Every end is a new beginning. I'm going to redo my life. I'm going to redo my life, and I'm going to start now. And the clock is ticking because I don't know how much time I have left. I cashed in my RSPs. My sons had gotten work visas for Australia, and we're traveling in Canada. And I said, guys, I don't know what the next 5 minutes is going to bring, but I need to start new. I need to start fresh. And they said, well, Mom, we're going to Australia. We've got work visas. And I said, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I said, here I am. I'm still making sense of it all. And my older son gave me one of the greatest gifts in the world. He said, Mom, it's like university. Why don't you come and drop us off? So I cashed in my savings. I didn't have any more money, a dime, because I'd been, taking care of everybody else for the whole year. And I'd had to use up all my savings. And I traveled the world with them. We went to Hawaii. We went to Fiji. We went to Gertrude's beloved New Zealand, Australia. And it was the best 3 months of my life. I've always been a positive, thankful person, but that reinforced to me each day that that time was just for me. I helped myself recover. I gave myself time and space to recover. I reminded myself each day that life is a gift. And I chose to spend my time thinking about what was next and accepting what is rather than what was. I learned that the most important way you can move forward after loss is through acceptance, because acceptance is the first step towards navigating change of any kind, especially rapid, unexpected change. Accepting a new reality doesn't mean you're rejecting it or that you're accepting that this is okay. You don't have to be happy about it. Most of us are angry when things like this happen to us, but it sets yourself up for accepting that things can change for the better. For me, that was adopting a philosophy of OMG, outside in thinking, mindfulness, and gratitude, something that we probably all practice. Liza spoke to her acronym of SHINE. Mine's OMG. Oftentimes when trauma hits us, it's, oh my God, oh my goodness, what's next? That's our brain's way of saying to us, what am I going to do? How am I going to move forward? So instead of saying, oh my God, oh my goodness, I said, outside in thinking, mindfulness, gratitude. And if you've ever read anything by Michael Singer, The Untethered Soul, one of my favorites, it's looking at your life and your feelings as they unfold. It's being part of the audience sometimes rather than being part of the play. It keeps us out of the overweeds of overthinking, and it helps us manage those emotions. It's not discounting them or denying them, but it helps us manage them. And it helps us say, okay, I understand that this has happened to me. It also, for most people, sends them on a transformational journey, like most of us, in this room, where we look for meaning. We become more spiritually minded. And I know I have since then, for sure. The M in the OMG for me is mindfulness, and it supports you to navigate the journey. It's taking that things one day at a time. Staying mindful is not easy to do, especially with all the background noise in our life. This includes navigating your day with a more optimistic attitude. So how do you do that? How do you do that when you've almost lost everything? And I'm sure a lot of you have been in those situations. You've talked about loss. It's about that positive self. For me, it's about the positive self-talk. Today, I'm choosing happiness. I'm a big Louise Hay fan. I don't know if any of you enjoy Louise Hay, but letting go of things I cannot change and responding with inner wisdom. Exercising, being creative, pre-paving your day, meditating, yoga, exercise, writing, art, dance, music, things that give us joy. We cannot change others. Oftentimes when we look to change situations, we look to change others. That doesn't usually cut it. It's here. I had to change because my life changed. And it basically, taking a more mindful approach helps us bounce back and become more resilient, and helps us navigate those curveballs out of left field. It's like riding the waves. Bethany Hamilton, I don't know if you know the girl in Australia. When she was 13, she lost her left arm to a great white shark. And she's a great inspiration. I write about her in my next book, my new book, Jane's Jam. And she talks about that. It's about riding the waves of change and not slamming into it. Not always easy to do, but we're all brainstorming, and we're all sharing ideas about how we got through our experiences and came out the better side of it. It's also looking for the signs. It's about using your intuition. So I'm going to tell you a little story. I loved Erin's blue butterfly story the first day I tuned in. And guess what? I saw one too. I saw a big fat one right in my backyard each day in Canada after my most terrible year. I could not ignore it because it was extraordinary and beautiful. It was a sign that things were changing. I believe in spirit animals, and I believe that butterfly came to me to say, Jane, you're changing. You're going on a transformational journey. You're not sure why all this happened, but things are going to be okay. One of the other things that made me, that I look for signs that I'm on the right path, and I've got an interesting story to tell you. I was in October, of last year, 2022. I'd met Gertrude in January 2022, and she'd interviewed me for her beautiful podcast. And we hadn't had a word since. In October 2022, I went and got my tea leaves read. And I don't know if anybody has ever done that, but it's fun. And the tea leaf reader, Sunny, ironically, my dog's name is Cher. And if you know Sunny and Cher, I thought there was beautiful synchronicity there. Saw a beautiful infinity sign on the top of the teacup. Those tea leaves came from my mouth and they stuck on that teacup. And I said, well, Sunny, what does that mean? And she said, well, I think you're going to do something. You're going to be on television. You're going to be interviewed. She said, I see something about Australia. I see something. I see you talking to someone in Australia. Well, lo and behold, in December of 2022, who contacted me but the wonderful, super awesome Gertrude. And she said, Jane, I'd love you to come to Washington and speak with me and speak to our group. And I'd love you to be part of the summit. And I love you to be a part of this new reality series that I'm trying to put together. And then we both had an aha moment when I was telling her the story on Zoom. And she said, Jane, have you ever looked at the HerStory circle logo? And I said, no, I haven't. And sure enough, there it is, clear as day, in the corner of my screen as I'm talking to you, the infinity sign around the globe. So we all get signs and symbols in our lives, and sometimes the background noise in our lives can drown it out. I thought to myself, if that's not a sign that I should be aligned with Gertrude and be collaborating and be a part of this, what would be? So there you go. Don't be afraid to balance your heart and your head, and being mindful can help you do just that. Now, finally, the G for me in OMG is gratitude. Gratitude illuminates the path. Gratitude is an information of goodness, and it actually changes our brain in a way that we would never expect. Robert Emmons at the University of California at Berkeley has done a wonderful, wonderful research about this, the science for greater good. And it's normal to grieve what we've lost and what we should and what we wanted to have and what we should have had. However, being grateful for what we do have and practicing gratitude every day helps us experience and balance those emotions. It also changes our brain and it changes our mindset. It enables us to have that positive self-talk. It enables us to focus on what's going right and start fresh, and keeps us thinking about what's right rather than what's wrong, rather than getting caught up in the loop of negative. So be mindful that while you can't control others, you can or change the past, you can choose how to move forward and spend your time. Remember, the average person has 2-3 billion seconds on Earth. I don't know how much time I have left, but I know that I'm not wasting a moment. I cherish every day and I affirm every day that it's a gift, because I was reminded 3 times in 365 days how precious and fragile life can be. I'm here sharing my time with you because it's meaningful. You're inspiring me, and I hope I'm inspiring you to do the same. I hope that you'll be inspired by my message and my story, because it is a true story. And you've all got your stories, and we're all powerful together. Gertrude is a tremendous, tremendous mentor and leader in this field. And I hope that this won't be the last time that we'll be sharing time together.
Thank you, Jane.
Think of your life.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more thing. Think of your life as a story. Think of it as your story. Think of it as the past is just a chapter, not the whole book. Every ending is a new beginning. Don't just find happiness, create it. Create the super awesome life you deserve. Namaste.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
So, you're going to read the bio for the next speaker? Oh, my God.
USA 9's Great Day Washington. In addition to speaking on stages from TEDx to corporate events, she also coaches women to find their individual optimal health. Ellen's created 2 tools to help you start your day with success: her book, A Work in Progress, and also a Work in Progress journal. Ellen competed in Miss America as Miss Ohio 2011. She graduated from Ball State University, and her broadcasting career took her to Kentucky and Texas before moving here to our nation's capital, where she lives with her husband, her gorgeous daughter, Amara.
Oh, thanks.
And one on the way. Please welcome Ellen Bryan.
Thank you all. We both went to Ball State is what you're, oh my gosh. No one has ever said that to me, ever, speaking anywhere. That's amazing. Thank you, Erin, for that introduction. I was going to start with that. Did anyone watch the Super Bowl this year? More importantly, the halftime of the Super Bowl. It was like Rihanna interrupted by football. So when she came out, my husband and I were watching it together, and we sat silent for a couple minutes. And then he looked at me and he's like, when did she give birth? And I was like, I don't know. But I'm thinking the same thing. Like, did she not lose the baby weight? Is she showing? Because we're like, you could have disguised that better. So we concluded, as the rest of America did, that, yes, she's definitely pregnant with baby number 2. I don't want you to wonder up here if I am or am not. It's very distracting. And I'm at a level where you can't ask me, right? It's like, I ate a lot of chips and queso and a brownie over there. That was amazing. That's what it could be at this point. But no, baby number 2 is on the way. So thank you, Erin, for saying that, first of all. I'm thrilled to be here. I do host a television show just down the street. So convenient on Wisconsin to get here. And all month long, we have been celebrating women for Women's Month, Women's History Month. So I would like to highlight 3 women in my own life who have been game changers for me, and the lessons that they have provided me that have made me the woman who is standing up here today. I'm from Ohio. That's how I went to Ball State University, right on the, that's Erin and I's connection too. And I'm the youngest of 3 girls, so I don't really know what it's like to be surrounded by boys. I'm all about Women's Month here. My oldest sister, Christina, was 6 years older than me. And when she was 17 years old, we lived in a small town called Salina, and she worked at a golf course. And one day, summer before her senior year of high school, she was working at the golf course. A storm came through the area that day, and she went inside. She was safe during the storm. There was a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder associated with it, heavy downpours of rain. And then after the storm went through and it had moved on to the next city, which is called St. Mary's, Christina had one more job to do of the day because the rain really pushed everyone off of the golf course for the day. And so they said, why don't you go out to the driving range? Does anyone golf here? Okay, so the driving range is where you practice hitting your balls. And on the driving range, there were these stands where you put your bag if you don't have the bag that pops out with the tripod. They said, why don't you go pick up those stands so they can mow the next morning and not have to get out, pick up the stands. They'll make it easier for them. So my sister, after the storm went through, went out and she was picking up those stands on the driving range when a bolt of lightning came back from the storm that had just passed through, and it hit my sister in a direct strike. It was so powerful that it left a 3-foot deep hole right next to where Christina was standing, and it sent her into cardiac arrest immediately. Luckily, there were 2 golfers who were going to try to go back out and manage another round, and they saw it happen. It knocked out power in the area, so they tried to go over and give her CPR. Eventually, were able to get an ambulance there, and the paramedics were able to save her life. But she suffered an anoxic brain injury. She was just without oxygen for so long, and is still here with us today. Just celebrated her 40th birthday in January at Walt Disney World, but really has never been able to move. She can't talk. She can nod her head yes and no. She can smile and laugh, but just was never the same as she was before that lightning strike. So I mentioned my sister was 17 years old when that happened. I was 11, and I'm the youngest of us 3 girls. So I was able to be in the house for the longest time of watching my sister's journey of trying to get better. I think of it often now, a morning of March. I hate March. It's my least favorite month of the year. It's still so cold, and we just want spring to be here. Today it's raining outside. I lay in bed and I think, I do not want to get out of bed. Like, there's just no motivation to step out into this cold floor and go shower when I know I'm going to be woken up by a 1.5-year-old down the hallway in another 30 minutes, right? But in those moments, I think of my sister, and I think she would love nothing more than to be able to sit up in bed for the first time in 25 years. I have the ability to not only sit up in bed, but to get out of that bed, get into a shower, get my daughter, right? Go to work and do a job that I love and be able to share with all of you today, find some inspiration from all of you and hopefully share some as well. And I think, why not? Like my sister, watching her go through that so many years ago became my why. And she became the reason in so many moments why I can't throw myself a pity party, because I think of what my sister's doing and I think, oh, I have it pretty good. And so that's the advice that I would pass on to you today is find your why. It's all not going to be the same, though I've heard some of your stories now, and it sounds like we all have some sort of event like that in our lives, right? That really can kind of put things in perspective. When you have a why like that, then everything else, the little things that really don't matter, can fall away. My sister is my first person. My second one is my mom. I'm very lucky to be able to say that, I know. One of my best friends, we're a lot alike. My husband said once, he goes, I really can talk to your mom for a long time. I said, that's good, because that's basically me. So you married the right person, right? Around junior high for me, I was starting to realize that my sister wasn't going to make a full recovery from this lightning strike. And I was in the kitchen with my mom. We were sitting on our island, and I was just looking at her, just saying, I'm really upset about this. Like, I'm upset for Christina. I'm upset that she won't go on. She was so smart and be able to fulfill those dreams of the colleges she was looking at. She was probably going to go to UD, another Ohio school. I was upset for her. I was upset for us because I wanted my sister back, right? And I wanted to be able to go out and golf with her. And she loved musicals, and she would come home from musical practice and teach me the musicals. And I missed that. And so I felt bad for her. And I felt bad for what had become our now family routine of we were full-time caregivers. And my parents still are to this day. She lives at home with my parents. And my mom, as I'm telling her all of this and throwing us the pity party that I felt like we deserved, my mom said, no, no, no. Like, we're not having that. We're not looking back and thinking, what if, or could I have changed this? Or if one of us just could have delayed her 10 seconds from walking outside to go get those stands, could it be different? What would be different for my dad? My dad traveled a lot for work. And after the lightning strike, he had to get a job where he was more centrally located so that he could be there and help out more. And my mom, their motto, and they hung this phrase up pretty early, and I actually was thinking about it today. I want to go back and ask them if they actually ever struggled with this, but to us, they always presented it as, no, we are looking forward. They hung up this motto of, the hardest part about moving forward is not looking back. And I feel like they have lived that. And as I mentioned, my sister is still at home with my family. They're full-time caregivers still. And looking at how radically it changed their careers, their lives, even to this day, they don't really get to travel. They take my sister with them if they do. And so they don't travel as much as maybe you would. You've never had the empty nest. They don't know what that's like. And they still never complain. And so I love that from my mom, that we're not going to throw ourselves the pity party. We're not going to keep looking back and wondering, where would Christina be today if that hadn't have happened? And I feel like I'm very lucky to have that strong woman in my life as well, my mom, of saying, nope, we're going to keep moving forward. And we're going to do that by not looking back. A group that I love to talk to, not this age group, the teens. Does anyone like to talk to teenagers? Because my favorite advice ever is, you don't have to have it all figured out. And I love to talk to high school teenagers who are doing these college visits, and they're expected to know like what the next 20 years are going to look like for them. Like, what do you want to major in right away? And I had a friend who changed majors 3 times, and the stigma around it was like, does she not know what she wants to do? She's throwing away money. And as I look back on it now, I'm like, none of us know what we want to do when we're 17. I wanted to be on Broadway my whole time growing up, all through high school. I wanted to be on Broadway. And then my dad politely sat me down and was like, I don't know if you have the talent to be on Broadway. I love to sing. Probably not to that caliber, right? He was just being pretty honest with me. So I thought, well, what about broadcast journalism? Which I really like to watch the local TV morning shows, but I had no idea what journalism really was all about. I did at Ball State University, I decided to study journalism. David Letterman is one of our big alum. He had just created a new facility. And so I went there to the David Letterman School of Communication, which kind of sounds like a joke in itself that he is like our journalism leader, right? And I studied broadcast journalism. But my freshman year there, I did join a group called the Ball State University Singers. We were basically a show choir group that traveled the state of Indiana performing. Lots of fun. Glee was really big when I was in college, so we were like the college group of Glee. And I went into a professor's office my freshman year because I wasn't able to do all the like extracurricular, like the news show that the students put on the channel that's meant for the college. And I said, is this going to hurt me in the long run that I'm out here singing and dancing, which my dad has pointed out is not the best future for me? And my professor said, actually, no, I would lean into that. Have you ever considered doing a pageant? Because they can present, or it can give you a lot of skills that would help you for a future in television. I had never done a pageant. As my dad would tell you, the Bryans don't do pageants. And so I said, well, let me try one. So I did, and I ended up having some success. I went to Miss Ohio after this local that I won and placed in the top 5. So for my next few years of college, I paid for my college education. I graduated debt-free by competing in the Miss America program. And then the year after I graduated in May, and I won Miss Ohio in June. So I spent that next year as Miss Ohio, and it was a really great experience. Erin and I have talked about it on her podcast. Did give me some body image issues, right? A lot of like the perfectionism that you feel like you're supposed to have in that role helped kind of break me down and build me back up into myself and to more of what I do today. On the back of my Miss Ohio headshot, it said I wanted to work for ESPN because I knew going through journalism school, I did not want to be out on the crime scenes every day. It's ironic, I'm a broadcaster in Washington, D.C. I have no interest in politics. So like we talk about it very little on our show, but like that's not my niche. I was like, I like sports. That seems lighter. I'll do sports. I've never worked for ESPN, but that's what I said I was going to do as Miss Ohio. I married a man who worked for ESPN, so that was close enough, right? It was like forecasting. And now I work on a lifestyle show, which is great. I mean, yesterday we had on the First Lady of Iceland is here. It's Taste of Iceland if you want something to do after this. It was National Meatball Day, so we're in the kitchen making meatballs. Today we had Moo Fresh, who's a local artist. She's nominated for some Whammies here locally. She came on and sang. So it's just like, it's a lot of fun. And I'm able to be a mom as I'm still doing this show. The third person, though, who is the influence in my life, I have no idea what lesson she's teaching me yet, but it is my daughter. She's 18 months old, and everything changes after you become a mom, right? I don't know that I've actually done a speech that I've included her in because I don't know where I fit in the mom space yet. I've always been so career focused, so motivational, and we're going to wake up and I have these books about your morning routine and how you can read something inspirational. You journal every morning, meditated, and now for the last year and a half, I was waking up to pump or nurse or now get her up, try to shower before she wakes up. I'm not doing any of the things that I told everybody in speeches before that you should go ahead and do. And I'm still trying to figure that out. What I do know is that I got in the car with my daughter, it was in December, and she was kind of acting funny all morning, just like ouchy. You know, when you're sick, you kind of just feel like, oh, everything hurts when you move around. I was changing her diaper. We got in the car and she just started crying. And I was like, okay, that's it. We're not going to work. We're not going to daycare. And I got her out of the car and I brought her inside, called out of work. The next day I went to work and my co-host said, well, why didn't your husband just take care of her? Because he didn't work in the mornings. Why didn't he take care of her? You could have come in and have done the show. That would have been easier. And I was like, but I wanted to be there. Like, my daughter was sick and I know how to take care of her. I'm the nurturer, right? Like, I want to be there for her. And that's something radically different than what I would have ever told somebody before, that I was going to stay home to watch my 1-year-old rather than go and do this television show that I do every morning. So I'm figuring that out. And it ties back into what I was telling the 18-year-old, that you don't have to have it all figured out. Because I even think up here in our 30s, 40s, 50s, my mom has changed her careers. She's now a real estate agent in her 60s, is out there still working. You don't have to have it all figured out. And you can allow yourself to change and grow as you go. And maybe I'll come back here if we do this again in a year or two and say, okay, here's where I am now. And this is what I've left my job and I'm doing something totally different where I can see my daughter all the time. I don't know if I could do that. That's a lot. I like to go to work sometimes. But maybe I'll be on a different path, and we have to allow ourselves to do that. So thank you all for your inspiration today. Thank you all for your stories. I appreciate it. Hope you got something. Thank you.
All right, so our next speaker should be lined up. Yes, he is. Rebecca's here as well. All right, Dr. Noble, thank you for coming. I'm calling you, or you are calling me. Okay. Can you say something so we test the sound?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How you doing?
We'll have to mute something. Hold on a second.
Is this on? Hello? So in January, I think it was, Michelle, I was speaking in Tampa at Celebrate You. I did my talk. I'm like, I'm off. I'll just sit down and relax. And then there was a force, an energy that came into the room, and I was like, who is that? And in that moment, I knew I needed her on this stage. So she flew in from Tampa and is running late here because she's been on Good Day DC hosting their Lion Lunch Hour and talking about this event. So literally just coming in is Michelle J. Lamont. From orphanage to Oprah to omnipresent, award-winning manifestation expert Michelle J. Lamont is amplifying and sharing her powerful mindfulness message across platforms and across America. Despite being orphaned at a young age, Michelle recognized and eventually harnessed her unique gift for praying, dreaming, and speaking into existence the life she has always wanted. Her manifestation ultimately helped her overcome the obstacles of abandonment and abuse to become a wildly successful entrepreneur, podcaster, spiritual life coach, and motivational speaker. From a failed suicide attempt to interviews with Oprah, Kim Kardashian, and Cindy Crawford, Michelle is now dedicated to guiding anyone, no matter their circumstance, to create the abundant life of their dreams. Michelle is a certified happiness expert, a popular TEDx speaker, and a manifestation and mindset coach. In addition to Coast TV appearances, her award-winning Manifesting Miracles podcast recently burst into the top 20, okay girl, of Apple's self-help genre with approximately 250,000 listeners. Please welcome Michelle J. Lamont. In just 1 second.
Hello. Wow, ladies, what a lovely afternoon we are in store for right now. I want you to know that you manifested being here just as much as I did, and I'm so excited to help you guys manifest your dreams and your realities. Now, one of the first things that people always ask me is, what is manifestation? Is this something against religion, or is this something that's bad? Like, what is it that we're talking about? Well, manifesting is the art of bringing something from your thought to reality. And the essence of manifesting is you being able to connect to your higher self, your guides, your angels, and being able to call into your reality anything that you want. Everything in this universe is energy. And because everything is energy, we have to realize that everything that we touch, everything that we say, and everything that we do carries an energetic force. Even an atom, if you smash it together, it will not die, it will split and form new atoms. Our thoughts even have thoughts, and so on and so on. So what is it that I'm doing differently that I didn't do before I learned about manifesting? Well, growing up as a first-generation American, my mother died when I was 10. My father decided to keep my brothers and give me away. So I grew up in an orphanage in Waco, Texas, where you can understand that this is a state-run agency, and you can imagine the type of people that they hired. We don't need to go into that, but in that moment, one thing kept going over and over and over again in my head. Michelita, necesita estudiar. So my mom would always tell me, Michelle, you have to get that piece of paper. You have to get that degree. They can never take it away from you. One day you won't be beautiful. And as a little child, I didn't understand this. But as I became older and I got into understanding what was going on in my life, I was coming from a place of lack. I felt disenfranchised, disillusioned, and disappointed. I was not Latin enough. I wasn't white enough. Nobody wanted me. And so I attracted somebody into my life that saw me in that way. And then that person and I, although we had a very successful financial career, creating two very, very financially successful million-dollar businesses, he would start to abuse me within 6 years, and it would take me 19 years to leave. Why? Was I not educated? Yes, I was educated. Did I have anybody looking out for me? I thought no. So in 2016, I divorced him. And soon after that, I attempted to unalive myself. And fortunately, my dog sitter found me. And there was an ambulance right across the street because my neighbor's boyfriend was a paramedic. And they revived me. And I was pissed. I was pissed because I had a very specific plan to die. And I did not want to be here anymore. I'm sure all of you have felt this sometime in your life. Everybody looks past you. Everybody sees through you. Nobody actually absorbs you. Nobody really understands you. And so you settle for less. Maybe it starts subtly, discriminatory, sexist, painful. And as you start to evolve your energy, you either agree with what the world is telling you that you are, or you create a new path for yourself. See, I never had any fear about making money or taking risks. What did I have to lose? So I was very successful in 3 different careers. This is my 3rd. My first was a dog treat business called Foxy Paws, and named after my dog Foxy. And after year 2, I was about $37,000 in debt. And my then husband said, I'm going to divorce you if you don't go and get a job that you have a degree in. And I couldn't see that for myself. So I said, at that point, then leave. And of course he didn't. And within year 5, I was doing about $1 million a year. At 5 locations in Dallas, Texas, all of my locations next to Neiman Marcus or Nordstrom's. Then the internet and Al Gore. So even the major malls weren't letting the Gap and Neiman Marcus put neimanmarcus.com and so on and so forth. So I had to come up with a new strategy to close my locations, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And this will of mine to keep going and keep making my mother proud is a form of manifesting. See, manifesting isn't just sitting on your couch eating bonbons and going, ding, 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 please bring me this Mercedes and this awesome person. It's about understanding that you are an energetic force and that you and God are not separate. And that you were created from the same energetic forces as volcanoes, as hurricanes, as solar systems, as Jesus. And so for me, I did not connect this. I hated the person that they called God. I was like, what kind of God does this? I'm not down like that. Screw that. Not for me. So I was very anti-religious. But God didn't care. He was like, nah, I got you. So I closed this business, and I literally turned in my keys, and it was my first baby. I don't have children. I've had 5 miscarriages, and thank goodness, because I would have been stuck with my abuser had that worked out. And on the way from turning in my keys to my last store, 3 Dog Bakery didn't want to compete with me anymore. So they offered me $15,000 to close my store, and I could never open a store in Texas again and compete with them. I was like, fine, give me the money because the mall business is closing anyway, and I can move out. But I turned my key and I cried. It's like your first child, your first baby, because you really started from nothing. And I worked, my first car was like $375, and it went in first, third, and reverse. I now live in $1 million home on the water. Dolphins in my backyard every single day. So when I was driving that car, I never thought I'm going to be successful. I just thought I got to keep moving. Manifesting is about keep moving. It's about understanding that the energy within your own body can manifest and create a magnet of anything. And when I say anything, I honestly mean any motherfucking thing. So when I walked back from the mall, and it was really like a Linus moment, like this. Tail between my legs, I'm like, I don't want to go work in a freaking job. I don't want to go answer to some dude. Like, no, I don't want to do this. And I was crying, and I unlocked my little gate, and I saw my beautiful store, and I go to Neiman Marcus, and I get my little cookie, and I'm like, this is my last Neiman Marcus cookie. I can't even afford Neiman Marcus cookies anymore. I'm gonna be... And I cried, and I went into the back room, and I got on my knees, and I said, is this really the plan? And I see the little phone blinking. I was like, And I pick it up. It was a retailer, a pet retailer that was having an event in a city right next to ours, and he wanted to know who did my publicity.
And I was like, what? He goes, well, you're on TV every single week. Nobody can get a segment. It's always Foxy Paws, Foxy Paws, Foxy Paws. I was like, yeah, you're not freaking determined. You gotta wake up a lot earlier than Michelle J. Lamont. So I then said, I do it. And he said, okay, could you do PR for my event? I go to the mean internet. I'm like, PR contract. Let's see what happens. And I was like, here's a template of a PR contract. I was like, I got the little intern, a little young girl who was working there. I go, do you know how to connect a printer to the Google net? She was like, yes, old young lady. And she connected it and I printed it, closed the store, went across the street to Denny's. And he was like, I've spent $60,000 on advertising. We've only sold 10 tickets. I go, well, who are you selling it to? She's like, a Christian radio station. I said, dude, these women who are listening to Christian radio, they're stay-at-home moms. They're caring about their kids. Their dogs are not their children. You're barking up the wrong freaking tree, man. And he was like, well, could you get me on Fox? I go, yeah, of course. Let me see what's your collateral. I look at the collateral. He has cats that can do a race in the dark with little neon collars. So I called Good Day in Dallas. It's the top 5 market. And I said, hey, I got a pitch for you. We can turn off the studio lights, assign each anchor a cat, put a neon collar on it, and have the cat race each other. Oh, Michelle, this is genius. We'll do it on Friday all morning long. We'll tease it in weather, and we'll tease it in news, and we'll tease it here, and we'll tease it there. And I was like, A block, B block, C block, D block? Because I was usually a C block kind of guest. He was like, yeah. I said, excellent. So I go back to him, and I said, all right, I've got you all signed up. You're going to sign this contract. Here it is. And we went back to Denny's, and he was like, okay, well, how much is it? I was like, oh, I didn't ask the internet how much PR is. I don't know how much to charge him. So I said, $1,000. He goes, deposit? I was like, damn it, I undersold it. I go, yes, it's $1,000 total. It's $1,000. I don't know what I'm doing. $1,000. Just give me $1,000. He writes me a check for $1,000. He sold $20,000 worth of tickets off that show. So when you think that the doors are closing, it's really that the universe is trying to push you into a new reality. So every time it seems like it's the last breath or the last situation or the last little hope that you have, it's the universe's way of saying, you're in the wrong timeline. You're supposed to be awesome and have fabulous life and be happy. Not this. No more. We don't want this for you. So at that time, one of my girlfriends worked for the Dallas Cowboys. She was the publicist for the Dallas Cowboys. And I said, will you go to lunch with me? She said, yeah. I said, listen, I think I want to open a PR agency. She's like, you should do it. You're amazing. You're so smart. You're so funny. You're so creative. I was like, yeah, I'm smart. I'm funny. Despite what my husband says every single day, I know I have this gift. And she goes, I want you to go and get a contract with the city and open up your DBA under your name only. If you do that, I'm going to hook you up right now. She goes, I hate your husband. And one day you're going to realize the way that he treats you is abuse. And I was like, no, it's not. I'm just not that great of a wife. She was like, that's not it, Michelle. So she picks up the phone and she calls Drew Pearson, which is a very famous football player. Hey, Drew, it's Whitney. Hey, what? Have you ever heard of Lamont PR? He goes, yeah. He goes, do you have an in-kind yet for Dancing with the Stars? No? Well, Michelle J. Lamont is offering her whole team to do all the PR for the event, $250,000 in kind. I was like, do I have to pay him $250,000? Like, my house is only $220,000. Like, I don't know what's going on here. So he's like, yeah. I didn't know what was going on. She hangs up. She goes, congratulations, you just got your first client. You're going to be working with the Dallas Cowboys, the Dallas Stars, the Dallas Mavericks, all of our top anchors. And it's a charity event.
conjunction with the Dancing with the Stars. And in all 10 years of this event, they had acquired 21 pieces of PR. In 3 weeks, I got them 167. You see, it's not that I'm a genius, it's that I'm relentless. And that I was not about to just cower and not go back to the reality where I was working for myself every single day. And the universe showed me very quickly that when I take big risks, they're going to take big risks too. So in that moment, I decided that I was Lamont PR, and I go and meet the clients that I'm now representing. Mike Madonna, Troy Aikman, Tony Casillas, Emmett Smith, all the anchors in Dallas. And they were all taking these lessons in dancing, and everybody raises money. I go to the black tie event, I walk in, and it's literally like Lamont PR logoed everywhere. My second client, Bravo Television. One of the girls in that event was about to be on a reality show called Dallas's Most Eligible. And I got so much press for the event, she asked Bravo if I could represent her. I said, no, you don't want me. I don't know what I'm doing. So I called Bravo and I said, who does Teresa Giudice's PR? Who's that person? They go, why? And I said, this client wants me to do her PR, but I can't do like a celebrity. And she said, they would never talk to a first-year reality person. She's better off with you. And I said, okay, but for you to do this, you're going to have to fly to NBC tonight and take a test because they're about to assign a publicist and you have to pass this written test and we have to do a background check. I didn't even ask. Went right to DFW, booked a flight, went to New York, sat 4 hours, did my test, passed, and 9 days later I was on a red carpet with every single celebrity that you could imagine. So in 2016, I finally decided to divorce my husband. I'd had enough, I couldn't take it. And my business, I had about 16 employees in my agency and responsible for 16 people's livelihoods, but it didn't matter to me. I attempted to kill myself. And when I came out of it, I woke up, I'm laying in my bed, and I look up and I said, if this is what you want and you are real, you need to make it worth it, or I'm gonna do it again. Within 5 minutes, my TV comes on, and this man comes across the TV. When you change the way that you look at things, the things that you look at change. And his name is Dr. Wayne Dyer. And I sat there and watched that man for 16 hours. I couldn't believe it. In my pajamas, I'd go to half-price books and my robe, and I was like, do you know an author named Dr. Wayne Dyer? That's his section, 40 books. I would then go on to manifest meeting his family, becoming friends with his children, and him being an integral part as an angel in my life. So about 16 weeks after that, I wrote a dissertation to get a degree in mindfulness cognitive therapy to really understand what was wrong with my mind. And I understood that I had been processing my energy completely wrong, and that we have an amygdala and we have to meditate and we have to set intentions, and that every single thought you ever had was always connected to a higher self. And from that time, in 2016 to 2020, I studied, I finished off with my PR clients, and in 1 year, I manifested a TEDx, Oprah, Kim, anything you can imagine, because I really understood the science of manifesting. And after that, I set the intention to help as many people as I humanly could manifest a brand new reality for themselves. Since October of 2020, I've had 11 letters, powerful, painful letters of women who were going to commit suicide and didn't because they found my podcast, Manifesting Miracles. And when Manifesting Miracles launched, my producer said, you need guests. I said, I don't think anybody's better than me. The only person I would ever interview is Dr. Wayne Dyer, and he's dead, and Oprah, and I already did that. So you show me someone better, and I'll put him on that show. She's like, well, Just start with 4 episodes. Recorded 12 in 1 hour, like 2 hours, 3 hours that day. I wrote them all. It was like magic. She said, you're never going to get more than 400 people if you don't advertise. First month, 1,500. Second month, 10,000. Third month, 20,000. Not a penny, not one guess. This year, I'll hit 500,000 people in just under 3 years. So what I want you to hear in this message is that no matter where you are in your manifesting journey, everything is energy. Your guides and your angels worked very hard to get me into this room and to get each and every one of you into this room. Doesn't matter if there's 5, 50, or 50 million. Everybody's soul in this room is vital and important and needed. So no matter what you're seeing yourself in the mirror, no matter what society says, you're too fat, you're the wrong color, you're the wrong sexual orientation, you're the wrong whatever. You create a new reality for yourself. You create a new portal of abundance. And you say, I challenge you. And when you start to say that, you start to understand in this energetic force, you can literally move a mountain with your finger. So I started my podcast with absolutely no desire to profit from it. But within the first year, I cleared 6 figures. People would just call me, can you coach me? Can I take one of your classes? I was like, oh, I got to create classes. What do you want, coaching? Oh, I got to create coaching. And so the universe was like, all right, we like that you're taking all these risks. We like that you're doing all this stuff, Michelle. We're going to really help you out. And then my TV friends would come in. One of my girlfriends, Lauren Prisbel, an anchor in Dallas, threw me a surprise party to launch my podcast. And I've had all these wonderful, beautiful women in my life who have really mentored and been there for me. So I want you to hear this and understand one thing. You may not think that what you have to say or what you have to build or what you have to create is vital. Maybe you feel small in your energy. Maybe you don't feel seen or overlooked. That is coming from your lack reality. Lack reality says you'll never be enough. So when you're creating from your history, and the biggest addiction we ever face is our history. We just want to go, but when I was married, or when I had this, or when this happened. Time is an illusion. And if you want to live in a history that is no longer here, then you're going to suffer for the rest of your life. But if you want to take all that vital energy and say, no, I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, the universe is like, hey, I like this new vibe. Yeah. Okay, who's this one? Michelle J. fucking Lamont. That's who this one is. So from being a throwaway person in my father's eyes to being a very visible person in my eyes, I was able to manifest a very different reality for myself. And in 2020, I kept having all these dreams about dolphins. So I called the psychic that I knew from Bravo, and I was like, can you do my astro chart and see if I'm supposed to be moving? There's dolphins stalking me. I live in Dallas, Texas, and all I see is dolphins, dolphins, dolphins everywhere. So he's like, yeah, you were supposed to move 3 months ago. I said, where? He's like, I don't know. You know what just came to me? St. Petersburg. And I said, you think they have dolphins in Russia? He goes like, no, there's got to be another one. So at the same time, we both got our phones out and we asked Google, and it says St. Petersburg, Florida. I immediately put my house of 15 years up for sale and said I'm moving to a city I know nobody and do nothing. Sold my house, cleared incredible amounts, and moved into a house that now has dolphins every single day in my backyard. The front door has a wrought iron dolphins on it that was there from 1972. And I walk in and I'm like crying and I'm just screaming. I'm like, oh my God, this is my house. I can't believe it. I just took a risk. 5 days later, I got hired for a keynote speech at the Tampa Convention Center. Okay. And from that moment on, my life has really been just extraordinary.
So a lot of people might think, but Michelle, this is nothing that I could do for myself. Says who? Says your lower self? Says your history? Says your ego? What is ego? Edging God out. And when you step into that part of yourself, that it doesn't matter who sees it. Nobody co-signed on my life. Nobody said, do this, push harder, go for more. I did. I did because I wanted to fight. And there's fight in each and every one of you, or you wouldn't be in this opportunity and in this room. So I want to close my talk by saying that each and every one of you have the ability to manifest anything into your reality. I didn't have special parents. I didn't have any parents. I didn't have any family. I didn't have any money. I'm not exceptionally attractive. I'm not some Aaron, 10 feet tall, long-legged, gorgeous, future Sports Illustrated model. We're going to manifest that. But I am me, and so are you. And even when I was fighting anorexia and food, because my husband, one of his fun ways of being cruel to me was to weigh me daily. And if I didn't weigh enough, I had to sleep in my car. And he worked for me his entire life, and he was 5 years older than me. When I finally said, I'm not going to be this version of me anymore, God said, nah, we're not done with you. And he's not done with any of you. And if you're not a believer in that, and you have a different ideology, talk to that origin, talk to that divine spirit, and say, I'm ready to show you and be with you, and I need you to work with me to help my higher angels, my guides, and help me manifest a reality that seems like a miracle. Each and every one of you are a miracle. You know how hard it is to get pregnant and have a baby? It's really hard. So the fact that we're all here means that we decided to come here in this body, in this color, in this country, in this race, in this sexual orientation, and still live. It's not time for you to cower under the table and say, I give up, hope the aliens come. It's time for you to say, nah, I'm going to manifest my miracles. I'm Michelle J. Lamont, and I'm so thankful to be here today. Bye, guys. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, another great speaker. Okay, yeah. So we're going to move right along as soon as Sherry Leopold gets mic'd. She's a CEO of Option Creators, is a mentor, speaker, and leader of the Stop Self-Bullying movement, and founder of the WOW Wow Warrior Women of Worth platform. She is the publisher of Wow Warrior magazine and host of the Wow Warrior show, airing on everydaywoman.tv.com. She is a 10-time best-selling author, has worked in the network, work, marketing, / direct sales in industry for over 25 years. Her experience in speaking, mentoring, and team building enables you to transform your life mentally, physically, and financially through being rooted in self-love. I present to you Sherry.
Thank you very much, everybody. Wow, we've had a lot of change today, and you can choose to be like frustrated, or you can just choose to just be awesome whenever you get here. So the talk you're going to see today, like right now, is probably the 36th one I've done in my head, just because we've had some changes in talks. So I'm just going to go with whatever's on my heart today, and it'll come out, and whatever comes out, I'm just going to say it's right. for right now. So as she said, I'm Sherry Leopold. I am the leader of the Stop Self-Bullying movement. First, I want to point out, you might say, is that a movement? It's a movement because I said it's a movement. There's that at first. But in reality, I want to tell you where I started. Way back when I was a young child, I grew up in a home that had domestic violence. It wasn't directed at me, it was directed at my mother. And as a child, hearing that happen was incredibly stressful and very life-altering for me. But some people might say, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. But for me, I'm actually really grateful that that was the path that I was on, because that's what helped me be who I am today, which is a very strong woman who kicks ass, whatever. Yes. And you know what? Here's the thing. One thing that was so confusing to me as a child was that my mother was so strong in every area of her life. She was very creative. It was like, say, you have a tear in the sofa and it's brown. She's like, oh, I can fix that. I'll go get my brown eyeliner and I'll fix that right up. Or I got a black permanent marker. I'll just fix that shoe that's got a nick in it. Like she could figure anything out. She was amazing. But the one thing she didn't seem to be able to figure out was how to navigate this abusive situation. And I remember one of my earliest memories is actually running across the hall and hearing the yelling and darting and jumping in bed with my brother. This is a safe space, right? It's like, oh, hide. But it was more comfortable there, right? So even though that was very stressful for me, I learned that, and it's one of the messages I want to leave you with here today, is that choices create change. When you change your choices change. Say it again. When you change your choices change. And so just today, there's been a shuffling in the order of things. I could have chosen to be frustrated. I could show up right now and give you everything I have right now. That's what I chose to do. And the thing is, I hope somebody here today is here now that maybe wouldn't have been there or listening now that wasn't listening then, because somebody was waiting to hear what I'm going to share with you. Because I did decide to change, because I can, it's my choice, something that I wanted to share with you. So as I went through my life, at age 12, as that cycle went on in the hearing that abuse, I actually went to my dad's. And my dad was like the most incredible human ever. He just never said a bad word about anybody. He knew about what was going on in the home. He never, ever failed to pick us kids up and spend time with us. But when I was 12, I had just turned 12, and he picked us up, and it must have been right after one of these events with my stepfather. And I must have said something, because he said, you realize you don't have to stay there. And I was like, excuse me? Like, I didn't know that was a choice, right? And I understand now in the legal system, what he was doing is, I didn't have a choice until I was 12, but he didn't want to say anything to me. And he never wanted me to feel bad about where I was or drag me through a court battle, or my brothers and I. So, but what he was expressing to me is that now my voice would matter if I spoke up. But that was the moment where I realized I actually did have a choice, and I chose me. Listen, at that time, I had a 5-year-old sister, and that was her dad, not my dad. And I was like, oh, I felt like a little bit like I was abandoning her. And I didn't want to hurt my mom, but honestly, I chose me. And that was safer for me over there. But what I realized is when I did that, my entire world opened up. Because you know what? I didn't realize that families sat down for dinner. I didn't realize that families went to bed at a regular time, because I lived in a very chaotic, crazy world. And my stepdad and my mom mostly worked nights. I don't know what time I went to bed. I had no schedule. No one was watching after me except for my brothers, who were doing other things, which was not watching me. But that's a whole nother story. But the reality is I actually had stability all of a sudden. And the crazy thing is I really bloomed because I got into sports. I joined every committee I could. The leader in me showed out. And that's where my life really, I don't know if I want to say, began to change and expand. And I got to step into my own power. Fast forward, I was the first person in my family to go to college. Yes. So I always say everybody behind me went too, so I was like a trendsetter. But that was a pretty amazing thing for me to feel like I accomplished that, right? And as I went on and life and got married and I started having children, I got introduced to network marketing, and I really fell in love with that business because there were so many women, and I felt really good about empowering them in that space. I was very successful in that space. I've earned, I don't know if it's 26 or 27 trips. I mean, like I have an affinity, I guess, for yakking or something. But anyway, I really love it, and I love the industry. But more than that, I loved helping women. I always say stand up and stand out as the unrepeatable miracle that you are. And that actually blossomed about 7 years ago because I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine. She was sitting on my floor in the living room, and she was having a tough time, and she had gone through a divorce and was having a bad relationship, and her kids were mad at her. And I mean, she was making like $10 an hour. And I thought, oh my God, like this is horrible. And she's sitting on my floor and she goes, and I said, why did you say that to yourself? She said, what? I didn't say anything. I said, oh, did you think you needed to say that out loud for me to hear it? She said, what? And I said, oh, I'm broke. I'm broken. I'm always going to be alone. I'm never going to have anything good in my life. She said, oh, wow. And I said, yeah, I heard that. You didn't have to say it out loud. And she said, whew. She's like, I can't believe it's like you took the words out of my head. I said, well, I hope I did. Let's just throw them away. But anyway, I said, let's go for a walk, because I do know that she needed some endorphins. She needed to change her brain chemistry, right? So we went and walked. She's out of breath. I'm walking fast because I got to get it off me too, right? Because I'm pretty empathic. So I was feeling what she was feeling. So I was like, let's get rid of this. So we go and we're walking. And we come back and we both feel better. So I get in the car the next day and I'm going to a networking event for my business. And I hear that Anthony Bourdain has committed suicide. It was only 3 days after Kate Spade. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm telling him, going down the highway, 70 miles an hour, and talking with my hands, talking to God, whoever. I always say, I said, oh my God, and he showed up in the seat because he talked to me and about 10 seconds later. So I said, this has to stop. And I was like, I felt this very insurgent need to do something, but I didn't know what that looked like. And I didn't know how I was going to do anything. I'm like, I share vitamins. I have no idea. I was like, I already felt like I was helping people feel better, but I didn't know how to help them think better, right? Like this was the part that it was not connected. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I had just turned my first final chapter draft in for the first collaborative book that I ever did. And I was like, I'll write a book. And I was like, yes, it was just like, I felt like like, that's it. I was like, I'll write a book. And I was like, okay, what's it going to be about? What am I going to do? I was like, what's the common denominator? Because I'll be honest with you, as soon as I heard them say that on the radio, I saw my friend's face. And I thought, oh my gosh, these two people had all the money they would ever spend in a lifetime. They had tons of friends and followings and so many good things, and they chose to check out. And I thought, what's going to stop her from doing the same thing when she doesn't have half of what they have? That's why I felt like I needed to do something. And I thought, what's the common denominator between her, and what's the common denominator between her and them? And it was like what they said to themselves. And the name of the book dropped in, and it was Self-Bullying, What to Do When the Bully is Me. Or you, I should say, you. If it's me, we got another problem. Anyway, so and the book never changed. And the thing is, I felt this immediate peace. I was like, I'm going to do this. And so I went to this networking meeting. A friend of mine said, I haven't seen you for a while. What have you been doing? I said, I'm going to write a book. She said, really? What's it called? I said, Self-Bullying, What to Do When the Bully Is You. And she said, oh my gosh, wow, I love it. I said, she goes, I can't wait to read it. I was like, I can't wait to write it. I didn't even have a word. Like, I was like, oh my gosh. So anyway, it all fell out in that. I will tell you, I had faith. I didn't know what was going to be in it, and I wasn't sure what it was going to do, but I knew I was going to do it, and I knew it was going to help people, especially women. And I just had faith, and it just came. It took me about a year to get it written, but I was speaking on it. And one of the things came to me, and I wasn't going to do this, but I am going to do it now. And I'm going to teach you one of the techniques in there that I say was a gift to me, but it's one of the reasons why I call it a movement. So I'm going to teach you a series of 8 snaps. And if you can't snap, don't self-bully, which sounds like, oh, I'm fat or I'm stupid or I'm not good enough. That's what that is, inner voice. But I don't care if you have to chicken dance, because if you can't snap, whatever, you just do this. It doesn't matter. Don't self-bully. So here's the thing. We're going to do an on-off switch, right? So you're going to use your dominant hand is like the on switch, right? Because it's the strong one. For me, it's my right hand is the dominant hand. And then your weak one is going to be the off switch or the lesser switch, right? So it's a series of 4 words on each side. So on the dominant hand, it's going to be SNAP. So its acronym is SNAP. Speaking positively attracts, that's not what the word is. Oh my God. Sorry, it's because I did it backwards. I usually do the positive one first. Sorry. This is what happens when you wait too long. Sorry, I'm gonna do the non-dominant hand first. Speaking negatively attracts pain or poop if you're juvenile, kind of like me. Doesn't matter, poop, pain. One of them hurts, one of them stinks. Nobody wants any more of either one of them. So speaking negatively attracts pain. Okay, and then on the on side we want more is start now activating power. So now that I talked to you about that, I taught you both. You don't have to do one and do the other. Here's what happens when you get really good and you teach your network, and this is why it's a movement, teaching you here. And if each one of you even teach one person that, it will create the ripple effect of you being able to snap out of the self-bullying bullshit. That's what I'm going to call it. So all you got to do is that. When somebody says, oh, I wouldn't be caught dead in a bikini, that's that one thing. When you teach your tribe and your girlfriends and your children, please teach your children, you teach them that. My husband and I have a great relationships. He says sometimes, do I need to snap you? That's we lovingly say to each other at this point if we do it. And you never, ever get over it 100%. You're never immune. You aren't. No one's immune. You might have a bad day, and sometimes you just want to sit and do nothing. But the reality is you can always recenter yourself. You can snap yourself. You can snap yourself in your mind, right? Snap out of it, Sherry. You can pull yourself back. You can conquer. The power is within you always to plug in your own power cord, which goes right here. Before I finish, I want to make sure you know that choices create change. When you change your choices change. I changed my talk and I did my snap backwards. Whatever. Still came up, did it, whatever, right? Here's the thing. I don't need to be perfect. I just need to be me, right? I taught you something you can take away today that you can go teach somebody else. Listen, snap out of it. Snap into being the best you. You are an unrepeatable miracle. How do I know that? Because you're one in almost 8 billion people. Your DNA is not repeated anywhere on this planet. If you question that you are a miracle, that should prove it. Nobody can talk like you. Nobody can deliver like you. Nobody's going to put on this conference like Gertrude because she is an unrepeatable miracle. Each and every one of you are, but you have to own it. And you have to own it in the self-love and the words that you tell yourself. You have to say, I love me most. I love me most. Because if you don't, and you're broken and bleeding, and you wrap your arms around people, you transfer your mess to other people. I am an unrepeatable miracle, and so are you. Be bold, be brave, be you, because being you is beautiful. Thank you. Oh, that was a mess.
Great speeches again. I'm really honored and thrilled to be introducing the next guest. She's become in 2 days, a really good person that I've become friends with and have cried a lot in front of her. She's become like a little mama to me. So I'm thrilled and honored to be introducing Geraldine O'Lyon. You guys are going to love her too. Geraldine is an author of the #1 international bestseller, Grandma's Buttons. She's the co-author of the #1 international bestseller, Be Love. Geraldine has a large family, including more than, get this y'all, 100 grandpeople. Yeah, true. Ask her how many kids she has. She is most interested in being a humanitarian. I like to call her an angel. Wait till you hear why. And has been involved in several projects, which includes, in her 20s, she worked with Danny Thomas and St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, where she organized the hairdressers of Southern California to do a style-a-thon on the telethon. They raised $1 million to add a wing onto the hospital. In her 30s, she headed up a project of making 3,000 infant kits for Kosovo and other third world countries. She heard of a family who had a 2-year-old son that climbed under the pool cover and sustained a traumatic brain injury. Upon meeting the family to see what she could do to help, was told they needed 75 volunteers to help pattern their son to help him to be able to move again. She found them all in 2 days. When she was involved with these projects, she cared for her husband's blind grandmother who had Alzheimer's. In her 40s, she organized her deaf students at the high school to make quilts for the deaf, older adults in the convalescent hospital. Many of these kids didn't have any contact with elderly deaf adults. In her 50s, she changed jobs and became a flight attendant, being the second oldest in her training, and loved that job for the next 16 years. And still gets free flights, y'all. Right? While volunteering with sendmeonavacation.org for women suffering with breast cancer. Humanitarian trips to El Salvador and Honduras, which she and her friends made 83 quilts in 2 weeks for her to distribute. After arriving home from that trip where she had committed to make 1,000 infant kits again, currently she has organized over 100 volunteers to sew reusable sanitary napkins for parts of Africa. She is now making and processing quilts for Ukraine with Wrap the World in Quilts. She is helping to rescue abused children off the streets of Mexico with Genesis Dream Foundation and so much more, way more. She embraces and sees the good in everyone she meets, true. She meets and has never met a stranger. She has a gift to make everyone feel like they are important, and a gift to her, true. She teaches us to find the gift and good in all things. Perspective is everything, and she can take something horrible and find a lesson. Super honored to introduce my friend, Jerry.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to all the people who have put their hands in this conference as we honor the women. Today, I have so many stories in me. I'm 70 years old, and that produces a lot of stories. But I want to talk today about Grandma Mary. Grandma Mary she's who my book is about, Grandma's Buttons. And I want to tell you how she has impacted my life. When she was 83, it's a long story. I don't have quite as much time as I need for the whole story, so I'm going to take it down. But I had met her when I was 17, when I met my husband. It was his grandmother. And She was a great impact on my life. I loved her. I didn't get to know my own grandmothers very much. So having a grandma that I got to see all the time was really fun. She was in the same profession as I was when I was young and taught me many things there. And as time went on, she went into assisted living, a wonderful place, a place that she could, by this time she had become blind. And this was a place she could have, she could go to classes. She had her friend Ida Johnson, which was her best friend. And to this day, my kids still love Ida Johnson. They had concerts, they had outings. We could go there and have lunch with her, and that was the highlight of her time. At the age of 83, she accidentally overdosed herself on her medication. This resulted in her going to the hospital, and sadly, it resulted in her being evicted from the assisted living. So they put her in a convalescent hospital. My husband and I were devastated that she got kicked out of the one place that she loved to be. And so we went to visit her. We arrived at the hospital, probably between 8:30 and 9 o'clock at night, and went to her room. A week before that, she was in her most bubbly mood she'd been in a long time. I mean, just always really bubbly. And as we walked in the room, I saw her laying in a bed with a diaper on, tied to the bed. My heart was so broken. How could they do this to Grandma Mary? How could they do this? So I got really upset. I am a very calm person. I rarely will ever yell at anyone. But this day, I went back out to the nurse's station. I said, why is my grandmother tied up? She's tied and she's laying there saying, please untie my hands. I got to go potty. They said, oh, well, she goes to the bathroom too often. We don't have enough people to get her to the bathroom. So this is what we need to do. My brain exploded. How could they do this? I went back to the room and told my husband what she said. One of 3 times that I saw my husband cry in his life that we were married. So I had already untied her and taken her to the bathroom before I went out to yell, and brought her back to her bed. The woman comes in and she ties her back up. And I just couldn't take it. I was just like, okay, we got to get out of here. So my husband and I left the hospital, and in the parking lot, I said, we just can't leave her here. We just can't do it. Call your dad. Ask him if we can take Grandma. So he did. He called his dad. Dad, Jerry and I want to take Grandma home with us. She only has 2 months to live. That's what they've told us. 2 months. We can take care of her. And Dad's telling me, no, I'm telling Steve, no, Jerry's working and she's got 4 kids, and I had a baby that was 1.5 years, and he was not having it. So I said, let me talk to Dad. Dad, please let me take care of her. This is not this is not where she should be. And he finally, after some time, gave me permission. So Steve and I went and let her talk to our kids about it, and came back at a little after midnight. Snuck into the hospital. Steve found a wheelchair in the hallway. I went in the room, I untied her hands, and I said, Grandma, we're going to take you home. She goes, I want to go home with you. Like, shh, Grandma, shh. Okay. So we got her out of bed, got her dressed. I took her to the bathroom. Of course, she had to go to the bathroom. Got her dressed, put her in the wheelchair, and me and Steve are standing at the door. Okay, how fast can we get her there? We start running. He's running with that wheelchair, and I'm running right next to him. And the nurse sees us, and she says, you can't take her out of here. Steve says, oh, yes, we can. She's my grandma. And she says, not without the doctor's permission. And then on my way out the door, I'm, okay, then you better call a doctor, because Grandma's going home. And that's how she came to our home. We didn't have a room for her. I didn't know really where she was going to sleep, but this was our new plan. So within the next day, my husband and my father-in-law went to the place where her stuff was. So we brought her furniture home. We moved all our furniture out of the family room, and she moved in. Within just a short period of time, we realized that she had Alzheimer's. And I would like to take the opportunity. She ended up living 12 years, by the way. So we had to figure out some things. We had to figure out some things that we could do to make her meld into our family. We had young children. Okay. And she was hallucinating. That's when we figured it out. She started having very scary hallucinations. I sat with her every day and listened to her stories. And those stories filled my heart with so much information that I would like to take a moment right now and reverse the story. I would like the opportunity to tell you the story from her perspective. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. My name is Mary Chrysler. No, I'm sorry. My name is Mary Wellman. I'm just 17. I'm the oldest girl of 3, and my parents didn't have any boys. My dad wanted one, but he got all 3 girls. I was born in 1900. That means whatever year it is, that's how old I am. I love having that I can always know how old I am by the year. Oh, I wish I had a beau. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. I just want a beau. I've had a really happy childhood. I have great parents, and I have 2 wonderful sisters. My only complaint, I do have one complaint about my childhood. My sisters both had blonde hair, and I have brown. My mother told me that girls with brown hair cannot wear pink. They can only wear blue. So I always had to wear blue. My favorite color is pink. As time went on, she met and married her first husband. And at age 27, she got pregnant with her child. She only got to have 1 child, and he was the light of her life. Oh, how much she was so excited about being a mom. It was going to be the most wonderful experience. Only problem is, my husband has never worked. I'm the only one that works and supports the family. We live with mother and father, his mother and father, and Mother Everly doesn't really like me much, but Father Everly loves me. And I love him. He's a really good man. And one day, soon after my son was born, oh, how much I love that boy. Father Everly came to me and said, you know, you should leave him. He's no good. He's never going to work. You'll be better off on your own. I had thought these thoughts for a long time, but now I have a validation that I can do what's good for me. So I left, and I thought, well, I can go. I'll go to beauty school. Oh, they're not much of a school. It's only 1930 something. She couldn't remember that at that point. So I got into a salon, and I have my first permanent wave client. Permanent waves have just been invented. And I know personally the people who invented them. So I roll up the hair on that lady's head, and I process it just like the package said. And as I'm rinsing her off, I realize off is coming the hair. Oops. I don't think I'm going to do those anymore. They'll come out with another one soon. I remember how many people I burned their hair off, or I burned their scalp pretty good. Those chemicals were not very good at that time. Then, as time goes on, it is the depression. There's not much money. It's hard to work. I got an idea. I know women still will want to do their hair. So I'm going to start my own business. I'm going to travel from home to home and do women's hair. Because I have a son to support. And now I support my mom and dad because there was no Social Security at that point. So I start my little business. I'm very successful. During the Depression, I had enough money to support my family. And as time goes on, now my son is grown and he's married a very lovely woman. And they moved to California. They have my grandchildren. I want to be close. And so does her mother. So we both decide we're going to follow them to California. So we do. And I meet a man, a very nice man. His name was Roy. And we married. And we started a couple of businesses. We did a laundromat and a restaurant, and we were very successful. I love this man. And as time goes on, I've been to the doctor today. He told me I'm going to lose my sight. I have glaucoma. He says in time, I will lose all my sight. I have to learn everything I can before that happens. So I'm going to go to Braille Institute and learn how to read Braille. I'm going to learn how to crochet without my eyes. I'm going to be successful. But one thing is they tell me I can't drive anymore. They're going to take my car away, but I'm going to drive as long as I can. Okay, so I've hit a few things. It happens. People get in accidents, but they've now taken my car. I'm a little sad about that. But I'm about to move into this wonderful place. It has all these people that I can be friends with. I've met my best friend now, Ida Johnson. She and I do everything together. We get to have guests in for meals. We get to take field trips out. She knows how to drive still. So we have a great life. I have my own little apartment. They make the meals for me. And I can go down and eat my meals. But today, they were upset with me. I forgot to button my blouse when I went to breakfast. They told me I cannot come down with my buttons undone. Okay, I gotta remember. I gotta button Today they're upset with me now because I forgot to put my shirt on. I thought I did. I looked down and I thought I saw it, but now I don't have any sight. I've lost it. Now they put me in to a hospital and they've tied me up. Hey out there, I need to go to the bathroom. Why am I tied up? Did I do something wrong? Please, I'm calling you. It's been a long time. Please come. Why aren't you coming? I have to go potty. Please untie my hands. I don't know what I did, but I don't think it was bad. And now I'm moving on. I live in the home with my grandson and his family. I love it here, except they're a little noisy, but I like it. I get to fold clothes. It's my favorite job. I used to own a laundromat, and I'm really good at folding clothes. I'm going to do that. Just so I can do my share of the chores. One night I woke up and I was thought I saw a man attacking me. I'm scared. Who is that guy? He's coming for me. I don't know why he's here. Oh, he isn't here? He really isn't? Okay. I'm in my bed. I can see, I must be in hell. I see burning heads. This is so scary. What do you say? You mean they're hallucinations? Oh yeah, I'm blind. And time goes on. My hallucinations have changed. I now see kittens. I ride in trains. I see women with parasols and snow on the mountains in California. Oh, those aren't mountains, those are houses that don't have snow, you're saying. Okay, I'm a really happy person, even though I get to relive my days. Today, I'm 17 and I got a beau. And then tomorrow, I'm 27. They've given me a baby shower. It's so much fun. I got to open presents for my baby. And then, yes, it's my birthday. Oh, I didn't know it was my birthday. It's not my birthday today. You say I'm 90? It must be 1990 because I was born in 1900, you know. Thank you for the presents, even though it's not my birthday. I really am excited that we're having a party and it's not even my birthday. I've experienced miracles. I've experienced family and love. This is how I want my life to be. Thank you.
Very good, Jerry. And I've heard that story, I don't know how many times, but every time it brings me to tears as well. Okay, our next speaker.
Chandra Gore works with entrepreneurs and individuals to create foundations for success and to understand how to gain visibility via media outreach with her boutique consulting and PR firm, Chandra Gore Consulting. Adding host, media correspondent, and moderator to her resume, Chandra is bringing her wit, unique comedic timing, laughter, and bubbly personality to the scene. Her personal brand, Conversations with Shan, includes a podcast, YouTube series, and publication. Her slogan, Conversations Begin with a Smile, leads the way as she begins every endeavor with a smile. She's the author of several books, event moderator, and speaker on topics such as business strategies, media relations, and entrepreneurship. Along with her own, she is also a contributing writer for such publications as Pretty Women Hustle and Swag Her magazine. Ooh, can I be in that one? Please welcome Chandra Gore.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. You all can call me Chan. I must say, I must start off with, a lot of times I'm very, very nervous, but hearing the great stories before, it put me in a great headspace on where I needed to be here. My story is one that it's shaped my life, but it also has affected my decisions. My father, which is my grandfather, he raised me, and he always told me to, if I'm gonna do something, do it big. I got away from that for many years, not even thinking about the things that I needed to do, not putting myself first, putting everything before me, before even deciding to focus on me. I turned 40 last year. And when I say the awakening that happened when I turned 40 was something that I thought I would have at 34. Because I put all of these timestamps on where I should be in my life and what I should have. I was not at the place I wanted to be at 34. I got married at 18. I have 3 beautiful children. I won them in a divorce, so yay me. But I've also had careers and different things that I've launched. But it brought me to turning 40. And I realized I had never looked at myself. I didn't define me to me. I was constantly questioning myself and going through these changes of, oh, I need to go this way or I need to go that way. And I finally settled and I was happy and I chose to be happy. So it was amazing. And now that I'm entering in this space of speaking more about my journey, speaking about the highs, the lows, the heartbreak that I have experienced, it's put me, I'm calm, I'm good. And so anyone that I run into when I launched my podcast, Conversations with Chan, the first thing I did was I smiled. And even though it was audio, the person on the other end started smiling. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm smiling too. I was like, see, that's where it is. And it's like when I walk up and I see people, the first thing I do is smile. It's my subtle way of, reassuring individuals like, hey, it's okay. You never know what someone's going through. So that's why I believe conversations do begin with a smile. And it makes you pause and it makes you think. So when I get up, one of the things I do every morning is I smile at myself. And I know everyone's like, oh, you have, mirrors. You should have mirrors next to your bed and things like that. I'm sorry, but I have to be me, and I have to do the things that make me smile. And when I wake up and I turn to my left or my right, I smile at myself, and that begins my day. So as we go on and we deal with so many different people, I look at my past experiences. And like one of the great speakers said, when you are looking at your past, you will never go forward. And I stopped doing that. And I will keep referring to me turning 40. Oh my gosh. It's like I have to remind myself that I'm 40. I know, and that's exactly what it is. My life is just starting. I thought by launching a business at 18, having a great catering company, going these lengths into my career and all of those things were just preparing me for this space that I am in now, this happiness, this joy that I am at now. And so the advice that I give to anyone that talks to me on my podcast or that I write about or that I interview or even my clients, I always ask, what makes you happiest? It's not about the dollar, because I always tell them, remove that off the table, because it does not, when you're driven by money, you won't find your passion, if that makes sense. So let me go back up really quick, because I didn't introduce myself and what I do. You read my bio, which is great. I'm a publicist, but I'm also a business consultant. So I tell people to find their foundations and make sure it's solid. But also as a publicist, I help people curate their stories so that it's palatable and it's received by others who they want to receive by. And then I had to realize, even doing that with all of my clients, I never did that for myself. I didn't. So going through a tough time right before I turned 40, I started to write down my own story, curating the pitch or curating the press release for my life. And I did not realize I had accomplished so much. I did not realize that I had changed so many lives, and I did not take a moment to bask in that, to bask in seeing the my clients and individuals that I've worked with or even talked to, seeing that, bask in that joy and that twinkle that they get that when something they're birthing, something they want comes to life. So in writing all of that, just writing it down, page after page after page after page, I was like, wait a minute, I need to tell people. I need to speak about these accomplishments. And it's not bragging, it's my resume. And, if I were to go and present my resume to someone, they would be surprised because I was surprised. I was taken aback because after page of, I worked with Kohl's for one of my clients, or I took something from nothing and my client is thriving and doing well and growing and finding themselves. And it's like, I had a hand in that. And it's like, okay, now I have to be comfortable in myself to speak about that. And so that's why I'm here today, because this is my journey. This is the start of me speaking about my resume, speaking and showing that no matter what you've gone through, no matter how much you doubt yourself, you can do what's necessary for you to be great. And so I do have a slogan other than conversations begin with a smile. I have a choice and I choose to be great. And so I tell myself that on the daily, okay, not on the daily, every hour, give or take, because it's a choice. It's more than just once a day. I say it a lot because, self-doubt begins to creep in. And if you choose to give into that self-doubt, then you're choosing to fail. And yes, you can fail successfully, and then yes, you can fail and really fail. So I choose to be great. I choose to make sure that every day that I get up and my feet hit the floor, I'm doing what I'm called to do. Even if it's just, hey, checking on someone, telling them they're amazing, even if you haven't talked to them in a long time. I send a text, hey, I know you're well. I know you're doing amazing things, reassuring them without even asking. Because those words of encouragement, those words are what I needed. And so I want to give that to others. So I want to definitely tell everyone, when you get up in the morning or when you take a nap, because I do that now. I don't know if that's a 40 thing, but yes, I take naps now. And they're great naps. So when you wake up from your nap or you wake up in the morning, you choose to be great. And you tell yourself every single day, you will be great. You will be impactful. You are greatness. So, that is the biggest thing that I will say that I want to embed in your minds and make sure you understand. Because without that, without speaking to yourself in that manner, like you said, you can't, the words you use for yourself, the words you say to yourself, they manifest. They really do become a part of you and what you do. So with that, I know my time is short, but that's all I have. But please make sure you make the choice and choose to be great. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna cry. Thank you. I'm gonna cry.
Said a lot.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Aaron.
She's getting mic'd. Okay? Okay. Our final speaker of the day, and then we're going to have cocktails and eat some snacks. Melanie Schwartz Jackson is a family nurse practitioner. She's a mother to 3 small, adorable children with the love of her life, who also made her a stepmom or bonus mom to 4 more older kids. She lives in Northern Virginia, a highly transient area, but has lived here for over 30 years. She went to school at George Mason University for her bachelor's and her MSN. She's worked for the last 13 years in the world of aesthetics, helping people to feel good by looking good. Too often, though patients look better, her work wasn't helping them to feel better. She wasn't addressing the root cause of their symptoms. So she decided to go back to school to become a nurse practitioner. After returning to school and researching the bioidentical hormone replacement therapy world, she found where she belongs. She loves patient education and loves talking to groups like HerStory. She has a substantial, that's being modest. She's a TikTok star. She didn't want to write this, but I'll say it. MedHealth 360, I believe. Mel, MedHealth 360. MedHealth 360 on TikTok. She's hilarious, but also talks all about hormone replacement. And she loves to help spread the word about wellness. Through her patient stories and her personal journey to wellness, she's learned much about available options, misinformation, and miseducation. With this knowledge, she is educating women on taking control of their health and wellness. Please welcome Melanie Schwartz Jackson.
Hello. So I am a family nurse practitioner, so I'm not a professional speaker, so I made notes. I know it's like, look at your phone, but that's okay. Not just on TikTok, I promise. But I do focus with bioidentical hormone replacement therapy and helping people to feel their best because you're just starting at 40. By the time we figure out really who we are as people and want to be our best selves, 40 is young, 40 is the very beginning. So the fact that we feel like we have to start to take naps and we're getting really tired and we don't have the energy and our joints hurt and so many things that we go to our doctors and then they say, it's just part of getting older. And it's like, well, that sucks. Can you fix that? Because I want to continue to be awesome. And there are absolutely safe ways. Has anybody ever personally felt like their hormones were out of whack or I feel, and I hate the term, people are like, it's hormonal. Oh, she's so hormonal. I'm like, hormones are actually awesome when they're in the right balance. And a lot of people think, well, there's a lot of negative things that come with it as well. And that is a big part of big pharma as well. So yes, I am a nurse practitioner. I'm not a medical doctor. I didn't go to medical school. But that, I think, is actually a significant benefit because in medical school, they teach a lot about pharmaceuticals. And pharmaceuticals, there are a lot of risks associated with those. So when you see in the media that hormone replacement therapy will give you cancer, it will give you blood clots, or if you heard, it did give that to my aunt, or any of the things that you've heard, it's not necessarily complete misinformation, but there are a multitude of healthy, more natural ways of helping yourself with supplementing your hormones. The unfortunate part of it is that it's a male-dominated world. There's a lot of men medical doctors, and you may have a male OBGYN, and you go in and they say, well, that's normal. And it's like, well, John, how does your vaginal dryness feel? He doesn't know. So how is he supposed to help you? But he's just saying, well, that's normal. And it's like, well, it's normal, but is there anything you can do about it? And in a safe, healthy way, right? So little bit more about me, where I come from. So it was a cold December day or May day and outside of Detroit when I was born. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go back that far. But fun fact to know and tell, we found over cocktails. Aaron and I were born in the same hospital right outside of Detroit. So I was like, oh my God, we're friends from infanthood. But I was raised here right in Northern Virginia by my mom and my dad. My mom passed away from an aggressive form of breast cancer when I was 13. So one of the things people always link with hormone therapy is breast cancer, and that you absolutely can't do it if you have breast cancer. And that's actually complete misinformation. There are hormonal treatments you can give yourself that help to prevent breast cancer from happening. It's just about finding the right formulations, making sure that they're not necessarily the synthetic versions. You're giving yourself the natural forms. But it's tricky because when I went through family nurse practitioner school, they didn't teach me any of this stuff. You go through, you get your degree to become either a medical doctor, a family nurse practitioner, and then you start in your field. I know very little about podiatry, but I know a little bit, and it's like, well, those are your feet and those are metatarsals. Good job. I don't know, go see a podiatrist. So you go see your primary care to talk about the primary things bothering you. And they go, oh no, that's just bad for you. You learn just enough to be dangerous, unfortunately, these days. So seeking out somebody who knows a little bit more specifically about hormones can be very beneficial. So the way I fell into it, Aaron was saying that I work for a board-certified plastic surgeon in Loudoun County, and I love this man. He's wonderful, and he really cares for his patients. And a lot of women were coming in for a liposuction consultation, saying, I don't like my belly fat. Can you make it go away? And he was saying it's really an estrogen insufficiency. You have to talk to your doctor about that. They would go, they say, nope, I'm just going to give you blood clots. I'm not giving it to you. So they come back to us. And he said, go ask him about bioidenticals. And then they would come back and say, they don't know what you're talking about. So he said, do you want to go back to school and you can learn a little bit more about hormone replacement therapy and then you can just do it in our office. So I did. And when I went to school, they didn't teach me anything about it. And it was really frustrating because I had actually already done a lot of the research associated with it, thinking I'm going to go learn more. And I found this huge gap with the education that current practitioners are going out to do. And I'm like, this is not good information. We went through and we did the whole clinical rotation around menopause, and I'm talking to my instructors and they're saying hormone replacement, do it as short as possible. You know, it's really dangerous. Don't prescribe that to people. Anyways, moving on. And I said, wait. And I even went to one of my professors and I said, we do bioidentical pelleting in our office and it's amazing and it can be very safe, very effective. You know, you should really talk about it. And she goes, oh, I do it. It's great. And I was like, you do? Because you didn't say anything about it in class. Like during that, you said, don't give people Prem, Pro, and Provera, and Premarin is from horse urine. Don't, you know, and moving on. And she said, well, I know it's not really in the curriculum though. And I was like, why not? Well, because it's a natural, it's not FDA approved technically. It's a more natural supplement like vitamins and, you know, so people can look it up if they want, if they're more interested in it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you have to spread the word about this because we're living more than almost half of our lives now with a hormonal insufficiency. You know, our bodies were our evolutionary stance right now is that we're supposed to have our kids in like our teens and 20s. That's what our bodies are meant for. And then slowly but surely, but medical science is keeping us alive until almost 100, no problem these days. But these disease processes that'll start to come up on us, things like actually there's a ton of clinical research to show that it can be preventative of Alzheimer's disease. If you elevate a woman's testosterone level higher than where it's actually supposed to be, which in a textbook, it's supposed to be somewhere between 2 and 45. I'm like, there's 3,000 cellular functions in your body for testosterone, and it's okay if I have 2 nanograms per deciliter? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So to supplement our bodies and give us back the hormones that we have, but doing it in a safe and effective way. So where I want to come in, and she was saying I'm TikTok famous. I don't know if that's really true, but to blow up... 125,001. Just kidding. And counting. But yeah, I want to spread this word and say, go talk to your doctors and tell them this. But then too often people say, I did, and they said no. And I'm like, right, so you have to fight. You have to advocate. You have to push. You have to take the next step. You have to maybe even sometimes bring in research articles and then be willing to have the conversations to stand up for yourself, which can be so intimidating. So I want to find a way to break down that barrier of having the confidence to go walk into even patients who have had breast cancer and say, I heard testosterone therapy could be good for me though. Is that true? And if they go, I don't know. Okay, well, let's learn it together then, because here's all this info Mel gave me on TikTok. And no, you can't believe everything you hear on the internet, but if it's clinical research papers and you have enough of a library that you can show someone or say, would you please just check out this website? And it has these documents that show testosterone therapy makes you feel fantastic for years and years and years. And you don't have to discontinue it, though your doctors may tell you. It's finding the ability and the voice that you feel like you have inside to advocate for yourself, to keep yourself as healthy as you can for as long as you can, because you're just hitting your stride. Where'd she go? 40. I'm like, you're just stepping into the game. You want to stay healthy and not have to suffer from some of these disease processes that can actually be completely prevented by giving yourself and keeping your hormones that you had when you were, say, in your teens and 20s. So I don't know if I got all through all my stuff. I didn't even look at my notes, guys. It's like, where we go? Yeah, Dr. Chang, he's a good guy. Oh, yeah. So the other part was my mom passed away from breast cancer when I was young. So, of course, I'm not trying to do anything that's going to increase anyone's risk of that. My husband has congestive heart failure. When I was pregnant with our now 7-year-old, he was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. And I said, one more kid, though. I really want one more. And then we had twins. So I have a 6-year-old little girl and then 7-year-old twin boys. And my husband's heart disease was pretty significant. And we found out that testosterone therapy can actually help that as well. So it's one of the treatments. It's also very healthy and responsible, honestly, of men to supplement their testosterone and make sure that they have sufficient levels as well. Most of the research, unfortunately, right now that's being done towards the prevention of Alzheimer's is through men, even though women are more prevalent with Alzheimer's. The studies that they're doing show that if you can elevate a man's testosterone level, then it holds off that disease process from forming. It actually can break down some of that amyloid buildup in the brain and help to decrease that. Same thing is actually true with breast cancer. Giving women testosterone can be breast protective. It helps to kill off those cells that don't need to be there. So there's science behind it that not necessarily every lay person feels comfortable going into their doctor to talk about. So that's where I want to kind of bridge that gap, make it relatable for my patients so that they feel like they're confident enough to walk in and not just say, well, I heard somewhere, because the media, unfortunately, takes over when it comes to healthcare. And they say, hormones give you cancer, don't do them. On at 9. Like, it's like, oh, wait, there's so much more to that. You can't just say that. So it's a matter of finding the best proper information. Finding evidence-based research is the most important thing. Evidence-based practices and evidence-based research, not just going off of what's trending in the news, what's trending in media, and then advocating for yourself, feeling like you have the ability to stand up and have a strong enough voice. So that's what I want to help to do. We're trying to develop more of a platform with MedHealth 360. We are run out of a plastic surgeon's office right now, but it goes hand in hand with staying well and feeling well and looking well and all of the things. But I do think that we have the ability to break down some walls, knock down big pharma a little bit, let people make their own choices in medical decisions, and helping you to educate your own physicians. You know, people go to their doctor to learn something. Sometimes you actually can teach your doctor quite a bit. So advocating for yourself. So that's my platform. That's what I'm here for. If anybody has any questions or if they want to link up for that. Yeah. Well, I don't want to be crazy. Yeah. I was saying we can do questions now or whatever. Everybody. Okay. Yeah. But I just meant in life, you can always reach out to me. So that's it. Oh, stay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Like, I don't know if I did any of my stuff. Did I say all my things? Oh. You are. You want that. Yeah, of course.
And I went to Mason too. Just like,
go Patriots. Go Patriots. I'm trying to remember if I put everything in here, like said all the things I was supposed to. I was like,
that was brilliant.
Okay, great. All right, so we're ready for some questions. Okay.
Wow. So Melanie,
Yes.
I love you, because it's about having a voice in healthcare. I was a nurse, as you guys who have been here know, 30 years, right? Yep. And there's so many things like, God, yeah, we get to teach our doctors and our other practitioners that they don't know. And it's not always an easy wall to get through, because if you think about it, they've spent the majority of their life in school. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get to know that textbook and to know how to do things. So to have someone come in and try to teach them a different way, a holistic way, something different, they don't, that's not the easiest thing, right? So that's where I've learned to level myself up as an individual and as a leader in healthcare in order to be able to help them see through the Channel 9 News, right? So, or whatever you said, the 9 o'clock news. Right. I don't know how to put it nicely. And there's so many things that we could do for patients. And even though ER was my specialty, I really got involved in our stroke in our community and in our program. So I hear you when you find your niche, right? And you go for that. And there were so many things that could be done. And now that I do natural supplementation and health, there's so many things I found out that we should be taking on a regular basis to prevent things. And I just love that. I talked to the girls last night in the Airbnb about pellet therapy and hormones. And so you and I are totally going to talk, because I'm like open to it. And my fear was, because before I'd heard blood clots or this or risk of that. So, you know, even for someone Well, I know. I can't wait. I'm so excited because I feel great already. I can't even imagine. But yeah, that's okay. But we'll talk one-on-one, but I just want to acknowledge you because someone being in that field and now coming from the other end and doing the natural things that have the third-party clinical studies that people don't want to hear about, right?
Yeah.
It's not always easy to be that voice.
We have to be
And
louder than pharmaceutical
louder and
companies,
louder,
and
right?
they're really good at being the voice. So they come in and educate their physicians and say, give them our HRT, it's great. Here's the list of side effects, but it's great. Give this. And they're going, these side effects sound awful. I'm not doing that. And so they just don't prescribe it.
Right.
But they don't even realize there's a more homeopathic or natural way of doing it.
Yes.
Just because it's not a drug doesn't mean it's not going to work.
Exactly.
So the other part of that too, is that you're looking at something that has not to get too nerdy, but like molecules like estradiol, people say blood clots. Well, how does that happen? It happens when you swallow it. You're taking a pill, which is how everybody thinks you can do that.
Right.
If you give it to yourself in a pellet form,
Totally
there's
different.
no liver. There's so
Totally
there
different.
doesn't increase your chances of clots at all. So it's just completely different, but it's still on the same packaging,
Yeah.
The same way. So I do Botox too. So this is equitable. So on the packaging for Botox, it says it's going to give you urinary leakage. You're like, uh-oh, sounds bad. If I get it in my glabella, am I going to start to, have urinary leakage? No, but if you inject Botox in your bladder,
Then
maybe,
you may
right?
have
So it's kind of
yeah.
like, where are you putting it? How you doing it? Are you swallowing it? Because it's a cream. Don't do that. But it's on the packaging even. So people get their cream and they go, don't worry, it'll be fine.
It's all good. And I just
It'll be
want
fine.
to acknowledge Melanie and Liza because I don't know if it was for you ladies, but I know it was both their first time speaking today. So I just huge acknowledgement.
Thank you.
I know it's big. Yeah.
You just stole the microphone from me. I had a question. That's fine. No, I have a similar question, Melanie, because I do have, everybody here knows, I spoke about it yesterday, a very high risk disease that's in my vascular system, very rare disease. And I actually have 2 brain aneurysms because of it right now. And as a result, I can't even take ibuprofen. And my disease is 90% women. And we are diagnosed between the ages of 40 and 60. So we are told we will never, ever be on any hormones or we will stroke out and die.
Right.
And seriously, when you see the list of things we can't take, hormones is at the very, very top. So this is a little bit encouraging to hear. And I would like to know, first of all, what your thoughts are from a medical, I hate to put you on the spot, but this is very reassuring.
Yeah.
Would you suggest, what are your thoughts on?
Well, I would want to know a little bit more about your exact diagnosis before I say anything. But so the physician that I work for complete transparency, is that he was doing a lot of research into hormones because of actually his fiance. His fiance had factor V latent, which is it's a clotting disorder that she actually had a huge clot in her body. But she was also suffering from depression really poorly. And so he was looking into hormonal balancing, and all of the doctors said, I'm not giving her hormones. She's got a clotting disorder. And his best friend is an OBGYN. He actually went to him first and said, you need to do hormones. And you're like, look at all this research I found, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I'm not doing that. It gives people blood clots. He goes, not if you don't swallow it. And he goes, nah, that's not what I heard. And he was,
yeah,
but it's true. Read it, read the stuff. And was trying. And he's a fantastic OBGYN. He delivered all of my children. I love this man, but he was not doing it.
Yeah.
Why not? And he didn't have the why not, because he said, because it'll give you blood clots. It's what I read. It's what I heard in medical school. It's what I was taught. But the studies show not if you don't swallow it. ... And they were like, well, no, I'm not. And it's so kind of stuck in their ways, teaching an old dog new tricks type of thing.
Right.
So to look at the research studies that show it does not increase your chances of clots so long as given transdermally or subcutaneous.
Yeah, and nothing else because clots, obviously, because they say stroke and everything else,
Right.
when you hear HRT, it's not just blood clots,
Right.
right? I have 2 aneurysms.
But yeah,
so they would say,
aneurysms,
yeah.
Right. So the vascularity in general
Right.
would be what you would be
Yes.
looking at. So your the health of the vascular walls.
Right.
And estrogen is important in all of our cells, including our brain cells. So having the balance of, and the other element to this as well, when I was saying for women who have breast cancer, you can absolutely do hormone therapy, but we're looking more at testosterone at that point. So personally, I do the testosterone therapy. Mine is more for a libido reason. I got 7 children. I don't want more. And so I'm like, my brain shut off. It's we don't need to do that anymore. Stop doing that. You're having all these, but truly, I was like, but I want to want it. I just don't want it at all, you know? And, so that helped me. And I was going to work talking to women who are in their 60s going, I have a great sex life. I think it's fantastic. I'm like, I want that. So it started doing just the testosterone part of it. Now, testosterone does convert to estrogen. So you have to be careful about what you're doing there. And sometimes I have patients that are actually, they have breast cancer actively. They cannot increase their estrogen levels whatsoever. So we give testosterone, but we give an estrogen blocker. A lot of women are already on an estrogen blocker. They're on tamoxifen or an anastrozole or some of the others, and you feel awful. When you don't have any estrogen, you feel terrible. However, you don't want to increase your estrogen if it's going to make your tumors reoccur or get worse. So, but if you give that estrogen blocker, but then do supplement the testosterone, you can feel way, way better. And when you feel better, all elements of your life get better. And doctors would say, it's not necessary to do that. And you're like, but I want to feel better. And that's when you have to advocate for yourself, because you go to your doctor and say, I can't lose weight. I can't sleep through the night. I'm so irritable and angry all the time. Like, what is it? And they're like, you're just getting older. And it's like, fix it. It's just, there's different ways of doing it.
A quick question. You told me something interesting about what you did today with your presentation, Liza. Can you share that with everybody? Okay. And why you did what you did?
Absolutely. So what I did today was I wrote my speech right before my speech. I've spent the last month preparing and writing and thinking and feeling and circling. And I was standing over there by the coffee, and Shamitria was here sharing her amazing story. And actually, she shared her presence with us, and she asked us to be present so that we could receive her present. And I stopped dead in my tracks because I was like typing down what I wanted to say and erasing it and going back. I just needed to be present. And I received everything that I needed to say today. And that is why it was taking me so bloody long to write it all, because I needed to come and be here to remember and to absorb all that we have to say. I love naps. They are great. And it is so important to remember how great we all are. And that just in that moment, because it's in the now, that's where our power is. And that was my now today. Yeah, thank you.
I want to start calling her Dr. Shamitria, because she needs to become a doctor. I was like, yes, get it.
Okay, this one's for you. I'm Shelley Christensen from Kansas City. I'm the other registered nurse in the group. And where can one find, the reliable, safe, bioidentical therapies, in other states and cities, either for oneself or for patients, that's safe?
So it's really about how it's prescribed too. So the two companies that I know of that do it actively are HTCA, which is Hormone Therapy Centers of America, and then there's one called BioT. And those two companies are the two that I know of that have kind of like a training algorithm that they'll go in and train providers. Here's what you ask people. Here's their, they don't necessarily go through the whole how to prescribe somebody, or if somebody has XYZ, how do you do the thing? But they teach dosaging, they teach symptom relief, they teach, the right a sort of algorithm type protocol with regards to follow-up. So you come in, you get your pellets, but then a month later you have your labs done. 3 months later you have your labs done. Then you do your pellet again and do labs again. It's kind of a protocol type form. Mm-hmm. So HTCA and BioT are the two that I know of.
HCT what?
It's HTCA, so Hormone Therapy Centers of America. And then they have like a find a provider button. So we work with
Okay.
HTCA directly. I do know BioT is like another company that's out there. But I mean, any provider, so if it's estradiol, that is bioidentical. So you can get bioidentical from most compounding pharmacies, but it's a matter of making sure that it's the proper formulation and how it
Right.
absorbs, and just making sure that the providers kind of understand what they're doing with it.
Right. And I mean, I understand what you're saying, you know, to advocate for yourself and to train doctors and everything. I was married to a doctor, but I don't want to have to do all that myself. I want to just go to somebody who already knows how to do it. And
Yeah.
I know that they're safe.
Yeah, so if
Yeah, I don't wanna
you
be the
go
guinea
through one of
pig.
those places and
Yeah.
I mean, you would just go in and have a consultation and talk to them. But that's the thing. That's the number one comment I get in my TikTok is there's nobody near me that does it. There's nobody near me I can find. So I'm like, okay, then you have to do it yourself in a way that you can
I
stay,
see.
you know what I
Oh,
mean?
okay.
If you can't find somebody who's near you, if you live in Texas, you're set because they're everywhere in Texas. If you live here, you can come see me.
I live in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, sorry, you said that in the beginning. So I would just look up on their website and go to either HTCA or BioT. I'm sure most cities, it is becoming more and more and more popular. So most major cities, you'll be able to find somebody, hopefully. But if not, at least understanding the levels of, you know, being a nurse, you're a little bit ahead of the game to be able to say, I want to be able to go into my OBGYN or primary care and at least have the confidence to say, I'd really like to be on hormone therapy. And if they just say no, say why, you know, and be able to have the one comment back to maybe make them second think.
Well, and I mean, wouldn't one want to be on the pellet hormone therapy?
That is the form that I think is the best because it kind of mimics your ovaries. It's a little subcutaneous pellet that sits in your hip and it slowly time releases into your body, just like our ovaries do. Compared to an oral supplement where you're swallowing it, your body tries to digest it. And when your body tries to digest it, it goes through your liver, which then affects a protein thing that helps or makes your blood clots in a certain way. So there's that's where you get that increased risk. But even, I mean, I've had women who came to me and they said, I went through my hematologist and my primary care, and I told them, I don't care what you're telling me the risk of the next step is. I want this because I feel awful.
Right.
You know,
everybody
and
wants to feel better.
she was saying, she said 80% of her days, she feels like she's sitting in the hottest car you've ever sat in because her hot flashes were terrible. And she was just like, I am hot all the time. And she actually said, I don't want to be here anymore. And they say, I don't
that's
care.
so
It's going to
sad.
increase your risk of clots. She's like, you know, it's going to increase my risk of not being here is you not giving me something. So it's a risk versus benefit, but it is also your body and your choice as to what. Now, obviously you can't make a prescriber prescribe you something, but if you have enough of an argument going back in, most reasonable doctors should sit and at least have that conversation with you. But that's another reason that we are in this niche. Our healthcare system is just a little broken, honestly. We have the ability of doing that in our office because we don't participate with insurance. I work with a plastic surgeon. So when somebody comes in for me for a consultation with me, I sit with them for 45 minutes. Most general practitioners can't do that. They have 15 minutes to get you in, diagnose you, educate you, and then, you know, so the lifestyle modifications that they want to give people or the more natural remedies aren't in their wheelhouse. They say, I got to get to my next patient in 15 minutes.
Sure.
So it's just tricky.
Okay, thank you.
I knew she could hear me, but.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm American, but living in the UK. The UK has a very different medical system.
They do.
They do.
My boss is from the UK.
Okay, so I don't even know what a pellet is. Oh, I have this gel.
Yeah, there you go. Same stuff, same type of thing.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
So
You're on the
I'm
right
coming
path.
to see you. I just
Okay.
want to know because
All right.
when I went in, I thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
I was feeling crazy. I
It
thought
can make
it's
you
my
feel-
teenagers. It's my ADHD. It's my divorce. I don't know. I'm just crazy all the time. I wasn't even told how many pumps of that gel to place and where. I was just told, don't put it on your boobs.
Okay.
And I thought, okay.
Don't swallow it. Okay.
I did 1 pump, 2 pumps, 3 pumps, 4. I don't know. I'm back down to 1 because I don't know. And
Right.
now I just heard testosterone. I'm thinking, oh, I thought I was supposed to have estrogen.
Both.
It's a good thing. They did give me
Progesterone, yes. If you have a
Right,
uterus,
okay.
you should also have progesterone if you're giving estrogen.
Right.
So
I'm
it's-
coming to
it's kind of
visit
a-
you.
Okay.
We
I'd love to
studied
see
at the
you.
same university.
We did.
I just
Go
feel
Patriots.
like we're meant to sit next to one
Go
another. Thank
Mason.
you.
I have a question for Chandra. I was interested to hear that you said you had a catering business and you're a publicist now, and I'm just curious to know how that transition happened.
So I actually started, it started off as a dessert business, and I don't eat desserts, which is so random, but I had recipes in my head, and my dad was like, go ahead and cook. So that was my thing. He introduced me to the kitchen at 4. The first thing I made was donuts, and then my great grandmother taught me how to cook on a potbelly stove. If anyone is from the country, you know that this is a stove that is you heat with wood. And you had to put the wood in certain places to make a certain temperature. It's an art to that, and I've learned that, and then so that turned into baking. And then when someone asked me to bake them a pie or something like that, I did it. I was like, oh, I could do this all the time because it was my joy, it was my happy space. And so I did it for many years, even while having a career and having children. And fast forward, when my dad got sick, my passion went away because I felt like without him being able to be so encouraging, I couldn't do it because it didn't feel right to me anymore. So I stopped for a long time. I recently started cooking again, but I lost my passion for that. But what happened was I started working with people launching their businesses. So I've worked with caterers, cooks, all of these individuals. So I got my fill of that through them. And so that's how I was able to transition and to incorporate my knowledge of catering and things like that into the space that I'm in now. And don't get me wrong, I work with a lot of different individuals, but individuals who work in the food and beverage space will always have that special part of me. So that's how I transition. I've always been an entrepreneur in a way, but it's just manifested in different ways. So yes, you're welcome.
Are there any other questions?
I have one more question. So I remember the less dominant snap. I don't remember the dominant snap. Yeah, I know. That was the better one. I was like,
Start now, activating power.
start now, activating power. Got it.
That's the on switch.
I like it. All right.
I have a graphic I could send you. Just hit me up.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again?
Yes, it's speaking negatively attracts pain and start now activating power. So I have a graphic, so I'll go post it on my social media so that you guys can grab it. It's just a reminder of it. Tells you the words. Thanks.
Sorry. Okay, just really quickly, I want to make sure that I get to follow everybody on social media and everything. So do y'all mind going by and just kind of giving your Instagram handles or any like social media stuff that you have, just like one by one so that we can follow them?
All right, super. Let me get the microphone. It's a great question.
I am Sherry Leopold with 2 SHERRRI, and that's my handle on everything I am, everywhere I am, I think.
Oh, you're streamlined. Okay then. Well, I'm not. So you can find me on Instagram at Seagore Consults and Conversations with Chan. Those are only 2 I'm going to give because I have a list. So all of them connected to each other, so you'll be able to find them. So hope you got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm on Instagram as Eberly O'Lyan, EBERLEOLAYAN. I don't really do social media very much because I have so many children and grandchildren. I go on and keep up with their lives. I don't have a business. I just have a life that I really like. So
we like your life too, though. We want to follow
If you contact me
you.
on there, though, I will answer and I will enjoy talking to you. I'd like to say one more thing. If you know someone that has Alzheimer's, Most people do. Or if you know a family that's struggling through taking care of someone with Alzheimer's, the point of my book is that it can be a very happy experience for your family as long as you allow yourselves to laugh through some of the silly things and allow the other person to not feel bad. My current husband has Alzheimer's, and he was diagnosed 10 years ago, and he has not progressed like they expected him to. And I attribute that to 3 things. 1, he's so afraid of losing his faith that he reads several hours a day, the scriptures. 2, he exercises every day. And 3, if he says something silly, we laugh. It's not important for them to feel stupid. It's important for them to be happy. And the happier they are, the better life they have. And the better life you have. My 4 children grew up helping take care of grandma, and they became strong, healthy, happy adults. And they all have compassion. Real quick story, my 16-year-old son, I had to go to a women's conference, as a matter of fact, when he was 16. Didn't have cell phones back then. I was going to be gone for about 5 hours. By this time, she was in diapers and incontinent. And so I bathed her and took care of her and made her lunch and did all the things I needed to do. And as soon as I left, he knew she needed to be changed. And at 16 years old, he changed his grandmother, cleaned her up very nicely, and left me the diaper on the floor until I got back. I walked in the house and it hit me in the face. I'm like, why didn't you throw it away? He goes, I wasn't going to touch it after I was done. He said, I only came in the house to feed her and to make sure she was okay. And then I went back out in the swimming pool. But I think that is you have to love someone so much to be able to do that. And at 16, he was not afraid to love her that much. And that's what my kids learned. So if you have the opportunity to take care of someone in your family and show them that kind of love, I encourage you. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your social media.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing. See, I forgot. I was so absorbed in your story thinking my mom has a bit of early dementia, so that's why I got lost there. Yeah, I think I saw it on the table. I just need to say it's laughter that allows us to love and live. And yes, that was I was fortunate enough in November to be here. Sorry, can I just tell a quick story? I'm doing it. I was at the airport about to board my flight, and I thought I'm gonna call my mom and just say goodbye. And I did. And she was in the hospital. And I didn't expect that when she answered FaceTime. And she was very confused. I don't know why I'm here, although she had brought herself there. And it turned out she had pneumonia. And so for a moment, I will admit I did think, because when I land in the UK, I'm supposed to, for 3 days, go off to a horse retreat alone, away from everyone. But my mom's in the hospital. So I didn't get on the plane. I stayed for 5 weeks. And I got to love my mom. I have never really been able to love my mom. I got to choose to love my mom. And as I sat next to her on that bedside, I realized, because she's just turned 79, she'll be 80 this year. It was the first day I've ever seen her sick and flat in a bed, unable to move, ever. 79. So I guess I've known her for 30 years. That was something. And And she's up, she's running around and she's doing her thing and she can't remember a thing, but it doesn't matter because we've just learned to laugh and love. And yeah, so thank you for sharing that. That was, yeah. What am I doing? I'm doing my social media.
Yep.
Right. So I'm not, yes, I am on social media. I don't really use social media other than to distract myself, get lost. I do have Liza's Moments, which hopefully links to my new one, which I am going to be using more and more, which I think will link to it. And I think it's called Wild Sparks Firefly. I can't remember. It could be Firefly, Wild Sparks. But if you do Liza's Moments, you'll get there. And that's me, I think. Oh, yeah, it is. I'm on Facebook. I don't think anybody uses Facebook anymore.
Sure.
Again, I'm 50 on Sunday.
Hey.
Showing my age here. I'm learning. I'm actually going to get on TikTok.
There you go.
And dance.
I love TikTok. Learn to shuffle dance. My plastic surgeon's learning how to shuffle dance. He's awesome. So our social media is that our MedHealth 360 is the hormone stuff that we do. Personally, I'm Melanie Schwartz, so that's me on Facebook. But if you click through any of the MedHealth stuff, you'll be able to find me through there too. So, but yeah, those are my social medias are MedHealth.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, panel, so much. I believe there's wine and refreshments ready for us. So what a great way to end the day. Thank you so much.
I think so.
Thank you for coming, everybody, and thank you to all of our speakers for showing up and giving of yourselves today. Day 3 was absolutely amazing again. So for those of you listening and tuning in online, we'll be back tomorrow for our final HerStory Summit. Another lineup of amazing speakers. We will see you all tomorrow. And ladies, please join us, have something to eat, have a glass of wine. See you all tomorrow.